Chapter 1, Talent Awakening, System Return 14 Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon boat translation. On the mountainside, clouds and mist lingered. One could vaguely see the ancient buildings, as if there was a giant beast hovering above the clouds, looking down at all living things. One could only feel that it was extremely majestic. At this moment, there were quite a number of people who were like pilgrims, devoutly stepping into it. Lin Bai was one of them. His appearance was delicate and pretty, but his eyes were like a deep pool, flickering with a calm light. Perhaps it was because he was a little nervous that there would be a ripple. After all, this was his last chance. Everyone had 5 chances to awaken in their lifetime, and those who exceeded the age limit would never be able to awaken again. You are Lin Bai? This time, the leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at the booklet in his hand to confirm Lin Bai's identity. Lin Bai nodded. Yes. The person in charge was a little surprised. Then he said casually, "Go in." You are quite persistent. Lin Bai stopped in his tracks and walked straight to the awakening hall. It had been 23 years since he had transmigrated to this world. As a person who had transmigrated to a different world from the 21st century, this world was different from the modern metropolis. This world was obviously biased toward fantasy. The 2 main professions were martial artists and beastmasters. Of course, there were other professions, but they were relatively unorthodox, and the number of people practicing them was relatively small. Martial artists valued individual strength, training the body, practicing weapons, practicing martial arts, and so on. Beastmaster focused on building a connection with all things, turning them into their own use, and growing together. Lin Bai's physique was not suitable for martial artists, so he could only choose Beastmaster. But generally, adult men and women could enter the awakening hall and choose to awaken their pets. However, 5 years had passed, and Lin Bai had always returned empty-handed. He had never awakened. If he missed this opportunity, he would never have another chance. It was no wonder that the person in charge just now had such an expression. Lin Bai was almost famous in the town. No one thought that he would succeed this time. In the awakening hall, stone pillars stood in the east, south, west, and north. Mysterious totem beast patterns were carved on them. Light flowed in them, as if they were going to come to life in the next second. They stared at the crowd in the hall like a tiger eyeing its prey. In the middle was a huge, transparent crystal. It was said that it was made of ancient strange stones, and it contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The huge formation covered it, as if it was the rising sun. As it circulated, there was a faint pressure that made people not dare to look directly at it. At this moment, there were already many people waiting in the hall. When they saw Lin Bai's arrival, they immediately had strange expressions. Isn't this the person who failed to awaken 4 times? Why is he here again this year? After all, this is his last chance. Maybe he will be lucky. It's still unknown if he would really succeeded in awakening. The discussions were endless. No one had any intention of hiding it. They pointed at Lin Bai and looked as if they were watching a show. Quiet down, everyone. What kind of place is the awakening hall? How can it be tolerated that you all making a racket here? If you don't want to awaken, then get out. An angry roar came from inside the hall, as if a majestic mountain had descended from the sky, pressing down on everyone until they could hardly breathe. The few people who were still talking just now instantly became like cicadas that kept quiet. A tall man walked out from inside, his eyes full of coldness. His gaze swept over Lin Bai, and seeing that he was unperturbed by the favor or disgrace, his expression did not change, but there was a hint of approval in his expression. Han Quan, Zhuo Wenqing, Zhang Dahai, everyone walked to the crystal in an orderly manner. If the awakening was successful, the crystal would change color and vice versa. The depth of the awakening of spiritual power would also be judged based on the color of the crystal. Lin Bai. Soon, Lin Bai heard his name. He took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the crystal. Even though he had always been calm, at this moment, he was a little flustered. If he could not succeed this time, he would have to live his life as a good-for-nothing. Unfortunately, the heavens did not seem to hear his prayer. After a moment, the crystal was still the same as before. There was no reaction. I told you he couldn't do it. Why try? It's a waste of time. There was a commotion in the line. Lin Bai could clearly feel the gazes on his body like needles. The anger in his heart surged, but he could not get rid of it. The man who spoke earlier could not help but reveal a sympathetic expression. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. In the next second, it suddenly came to life. Buzz! The crystal actually began to tremble. Soon after, a beam of white light rose from the ground. It was so piercing that everyone could hardly open their eyes. What is going on? Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The intensity of spiritual power was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, blue, and purple. The awakening hall had stood for 1,000 years, but there had never been a white color. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. The beam of light shot straight into the sky. Even the people at the foot of the mountain saw it. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened here. Ding, binding host Lin Bai, the 10,000 times return system has been successfully activated. Just as everyone was shocked, a mechanical voice sounded in Lin Bai's mind. His pupils constricted slightly, and then he revealed an excited expression. Wasn't this the legendary Golden Finger? It sounded very grand. It turned out that this 10,000 times return system could transfer the bound person's cultivation to his spiritual pet, and then the system would randomly return it, ranging from 2 times to 10,000 times. Although there were some aspects that depended on appearance, it was not a loss no matter what. Moreover, the most important thing was that the spiritual pet had a certain chance of evolving back to its ancestors. Lin Bai was even more excited after he figured out the function of the system. It should be known that other people worked hard to cultivate, but he only needed to pass on his strength, and he would be able to double the growth. At the same time, his spirit pet would also be able to profit from it. With both of them working together, his combat strength would be several times that of others. It was undoubtedly a time-saving and labor-saving existence. After a moment, the white light gradually extinguished. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Bai and then looked at the crystal that had returned to its calm state. They were still somewhat unable to react. I should have successfully awakened. In the end, it was Lin Bai's words that pulled back everyone's thoughts. The few people in charge of the main hall looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were somewhat at a loss. In the end, it was the man from before who spoke. "All right, if there's no problem, you can go." He calmly sized up Lin Bai. His gaze was somewhat inquisitive, but Lin Bai calmly walked out of the main door. With the 10,000 times return system, he could cultivate both martial arts and beast taming. However, the only thing was that since he was young, his family background was ordinary. If he cultivated both at the same time, one could imagine that it would cost a lot of resources. But fortunately, I have the system in hand. Even ordinary spirit beasts can evolve. When I have enough money, I can buy high-grade spirit beast eggs. Thinking of this, Lin Bai already had a plan in his mind. Chapter 2, Azure Dragon Bloodline 1 Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. After walking out of the Awakening Hall, Lin Bai could use his Identity Jade pendant to go to the side hall to receive the basic cultivation technique. Hey, did you guys see that white light just now? I wonder what happened in the Awakening Hall. Someone must have awakened their spiritual power. I've been here for more than 10 years, but I've never seen a white light. It's really rare. Then, would this white light represent the strong or the weak? When Lin Bai walked over, the group of people were talking fervently. They casually threw basic cultivation techniques over, completely unaware that the main character they were talking about brushed past them. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged couple stood there, looking at the buildings halfway up the mountain. Even if they couldn't see anything, they were Lin Bai's parents in this world, Lin Ruhai and Su Yun. Both of them looked very ordinary and didn't have much ability. They couldn't cultivate martial arts, nor did they have the ability to awaken it. The burden of life was on their shoulders, and overwork made them wrinkle. The couple had high hopes for Lin Bai. Even though they had failed a few times before, they had never given up. Su Yun paced back and forth anxiously. Lin Ruhai, who was next to her, half squatted on the ground and said helplessly, "Can you sit down and rest for a while? You're making me dizzy." It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he spoke, Su Yun was instantly infuriated. "I say, why aren't you worried? I wonder how Lin Bai is doing. Will he succeed this time?" While Su Yun was rambling on, Lin Ruhai saw a blurry figure walking over. He hurriedly stood up and said, I see Lin Bai. Not long after he said that, the figure not far away became clearer. It was Lin Bai, who had come down from the mountain. When he saw the figures of his parents, he was also a little surprised. Why are you here? The couple looked at Lin Bai's expression and saw that his expression was calm. They did not know whether he had succeeded or failed. Their hearts instantly hung in their throats. Lin Ruhai cleared his throat and carefully asked, Lin Bai, did you succeed in awakening your spiritual power this time? I succeeded. Hearing this answer, the huge rock in the couple's heart finally fell to the ground. They were instantly overjoyed. Su Yun even handed the card in her pocket to him. There are 150,000 crystal coins in this card. Hurry up and buy a pet egg. As Lin Ruhai and Su Yun were ordinary people, even if they emptied their savings, they could only squeeze out this little bit from the gaps between their teeth. It was enough to show that raising a pet was an extremely expensive thing. After all, in order to improve the pet's cultivation and skills in the future, they had to throw more money into it. The pet's aptitude went from 1 star to 9 stars. The higher the stars, the better the aptitude. Whether it was a martial artist or a beast master, they were divided into Haoshin, Xianxia, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and so on. Each large level was divided into 1 to 9 small levels. With this little money, they could only buy a 2-star pet, the most common type. Even so, this was the couple's entire savings. Lin Ruhai urged, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. If you run out of money, we can earn more. Don't worry about your mother and me. We have hands and feet, we won't starve to death. Lin Bai held the card and felt a warmth in his heart. There was a place in the town that specialized in trading pet beasts. It was located on the west side of the city. It was bustling with activity as far as the eye could see. There were shops on both sides of the street. There were even hawkers hawking their pets along the street. However, the hawkers were too mobile, so there were good and bad pet beasts that they sold. It was very likely that even though a pet was a high-star pet beast, it had an unknown hidden disease or defect. Therefore, it was sold cheaply. By the time the buyers realized it, the peddlers would have already fled to another place and resurface after the heat. There was simply no way to reason with them. Therefore, there was a gambling element to buying at the stall. The only advantage was that it was cheap. If one was lucky, they might run into a high-star cheap pet, but it was very rare. Most wealthy families would choose to go to the store to buy them. Lin Bai went straight to the biggest pet beast shop here. There were all kinds of pets here, and the price was relatively fair. The price was clearly marked on the counter. God-cracking condor, 1-star aptitude, 100,000. Kunwu blood auspicious colt, 1-star aptitude, 110,000. Silver thread anaconda, 2-star aptitude, 160,000. Frost cicada sparrow, 2-star aptitude, 170,000. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Bai could not help but click his tongue when he saw the price. After all, with this little money, he could only buy a 2-star aptitude, and it was the kind with average combat strength. A 1-star or 2-star pet was already like this, not to mention a 3-star or 4-star pet. To him, this was simply an astronomical figure. If he didn't have a mountain of gold and silver at home, he really couldn't afford it. Ordinary people could only watch from the side. As for 5-star pet beasts, there weren't many of them. There weren't any here either. It was possible that in larger cities, as long as they appeared, there would be people fighting over them. After all, a mature 5-star pet beast's battle prowess was comparable to a human grandmaster. It could guard a region of land and provide security. There were even fewer 6-star and 7-star pet beasts. Currently, only martial grandmasters possessed them, and it was difficult for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of them. As for 8-star and 9-star pet beasts, they were almost all legendary divine beasts, and no one had ever seen them before. Lin Bai walked around. He felt that it was a pity that he did not have enough money to buy a suitable one. Since he had the system with him, it was not impossible for him to make do with it. Do you have any cheaper ones here? The shop assistants here were well trained, and they did not reveal any other expressions when they heard this. Please wait a moment. Ding! At this moment, the system in Lin Bai's mind made a move. Pet beast with the bloodline of the Azure Dragon detected. Lin Bai's expression changed slightly. The Azure Dragon was one of the ancient ferocious beasts, and its bloodline is extremely noble. He did not expect that this town would actually have its bloodline. I don't want it anymore. After saying this, he left without hesitation. Looking at his hurried back, the shop assistant was a little confused. Lin Bai walked out of the shop and followed the system's directions to the southeast corner. On a shabby black cloth, there were a few pet eggs scattered around. The vendor was dozing off in the corner, wearing a straw hat. It was hard to see his face clearly. Hearing the footsteps, he knew that a customer had come. He immediately raised his head and revealed a warm smile. It is fate that we met. To tell you the truth, the things I have here are very good. I have everything here, such as azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise. I guarantee that you will be able to contract a divine pet from now on and walk on the path to the peak of your life. He looked at the gray eggs and then at the enthusiastic and cunning peddlers. He was not afraid of bragging. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth could not help but twitch. Just this, the Azure Dragon Bloodline, Chapter 3 10 times Return, 1 Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, perhaps the meaning in Lin Bai's eyes was too straightforward. The peddler smiled foolishly and did not feel embarrassed. You don't understand, right? The most high-end pet beasts usually appear in the most ordinary form. How about this? Since we are fated, you can choose any of these eggs. The price is 500,000 yuan. This was too greedy. For a moment, Lin Bai wanted to turn around and leave. He even suspected that the system's instructions were wrong. After all, the quality of the pet beast eggs at the stall was really hard to guarantee. Moreover, the hawker's tone was obviously unreliable. His gaze swept past the egg on the left. It was gray and only half the size of a palm. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. It was very inconspicuous and could not be found in a crowd. No matter how he looked at it, it had nothing to do with the Azure Dragon. Seeing that Lin Bai did not respond for a long time, the peddler was a little anxious. Forget it. We haven't opened up yet today. I'll give you a discount. This is a high price for spitting blood. 400,000? Lin Bai was expressionless. 50,000. This time, the peddler was really going to vomit blood. He probably did not expect Lin Bai to be so ruthless. He slashed down with the dragon-slaying saber and stunned the hawker. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. You can't be joking, right? Lin Bai asked in return. Do I look like a fat sheep to you? Only then did the hawker clearly see Lin Bai's attire. It was half old and not new, and there were balls at the edges. It was obvious that it had been worn for a long time. Even his shoes were the cheapest type of cloth shoes. As if he had lost his temper, he sat back down in the corner and answered very sincerely, "You don't look like one." Lin Bai spread his hands and said, "Then that's it." Sigh, what bad luck. I hadn't made a sale the entire day. Forget it, let's just treat it as a good relationship today. 50,000 it is. Seeing the dispirited peddler suddenly become lively, Lin Bai even felt that the price of 50,000 was a little high. He glanced at it casually and pointed at the one on the left. Then I'll take that one. The peddler swiftly passed the pet egg to Lin Bai and did not forget to brag. Sigh, I'm not lying to you. Although I sold it cheaply, this divine beast bloodline is real. Lin Bai looked at him strangely. He thought to himself that this peddler was addicted to bragging. If he really knew that this egg had the Azure Dragon bloodline, he did not know how he would feel. When Lin Bai got home, Lin Ruhai and Su Yun weren't there. They must have gone out to work. He closed the door and went to the bedroom. According to the system's instructions, he took out a knife from the side and cut a wound on his hand. He dripped it on the pet egg and muttered something. A golden array appeared on the pet egg. There were obscure words carved on it, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. All kinds of beast patterns were faintly discernible and surrounded the entire egg. The room was filled with a mysterious aura. At the same time, Lin Bai could feel an ancient pressure, as if something had been awakened by him. That feeling was fleeting. Soon after, the blood was completely absorbed by the pet egg. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, and the contract was completed. He had seen other people's contracts before, and they were completely different from his. Presumably, it was because he had the system. When he thought of the pet beast that could have the Azure Dragon bloodline in the future, Lin Bai was still a little excited. There was probably no other person in the world who had this. After the contract was completed, he only needed to wait for the beast pet egg to hatch. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Bai began to practice the basic technique that was given out. Although it was a basic technique, it did not mean that it was very ordinary. Whether it was a martial artist, a beesmaster, or other professions, they all needed to practice it. Only after reaching the second state would one cultivate other techniques according to one's talent and focus. Lin Bai sat cross-legged and formed a sign with his hands. His expression was somewhat cautious. After all, the most important thing was to build a good foundation. If one did not build a good foundation, there would be more or less problems in the future cultivation. A bit of spiritual energy gushed out from his dantian like a small stream. It swam between the 8 extraordinary meridians and finally converged into a small river, shuttling through the major acupoints. First, it was Taiyuan, Shank, Qihai, then Crooked Bone, Zhangmen, and Guanyuan. Lin Bai only felt the warm current surging, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on his body expanded and dispersed. As he breathed and breathed, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, drilling into his body and expanding. Lin Bai had never felt like this before. It was extremely comfortable, and at the same time, the impurities in his body were constantly being expelled. The air was filled with an indescribable smell. Is this the effect of the refining the body with spirit energy? It is indeed extraordinary. Lin Bai could not help but sigh. Unknowingly, more than 10 hours had passed. When Lin Ruhai and his wife saw that he was cultivating, they did not disturb him. Catcha, a slight movement came from beside him. Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. It was already dark and late outside the window. His gaze fell on the table next to him. He saw a small crack on the pet egg. If he wasn't careful, it would be easily overlooked. It's about to hatch. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai hurriedly stopped meditating and stopped cultivating. He observed the movement of the pet egg. Then, the fine lines gradually expanded like the dense lines on a spider web. A green shadow quietly drew out and quickly climbed onto Lin Bai's arm. Hiss, hiss. He looked at the little green snake that was circling around his wrist, hissing and spitting its tongue. Its eyes were like little black beans embedded on it. They were full of intimacy and trust, making it look exceptionally lively and cute. Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. Azure Dragon bloodline? There was still a long way to go. There was still plenty of time in the future. The tiny scales felt a little cold, but they were extremely smooth. They were like jade, as if they were exquisitely crafted. The little green snake was not even as thick as his thumb. At a glance, those who did not know would think that Lin Bai was wearing a small green bracelet. Lin Bai thought for a moment and said, "I'll call you Little Green from now on." Little Green was even more excited. It clearly liked this name. Although Little Green looked very weak now, Lin Bai believed that with the system in hand, it was only a matter of time before it grew. After all, Little Green had the Azure Dragon bloodline. In the future, it would be easy for it to evolve and regress to its ancestors. Let's try out the system's functions now. It just so happened that Little Green hatched. H could test the system's 10,000 times return. Lin Bai placed his hand on Little Green's body, and with a thought, he said, "Transfer power." Something invisible connected him and Little Apple together, and an inexplicable power poured into Little Green's body from his body. Whether it was a human or a snake, both of them felt a strange feeling. Ding! You have transferred a day's worth of cultivation to Little Apple. You have successfully triggered the 10 times return. The host has received 10 days of cultivation. Lin Bai could clearly feel that his cultivation state had increased, and it was a completely different level from before. This was only the basic cultivation method that he had been given when he had awakened, but it had already had such an effect. If he were to swap to a better cultivation method, one could imagine how effective it would be. Right now, the most pressing matter was where to obtain a better cultivation method. Chapter 4. It's too difficult, you can't grasp it. Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. When Lin Bai opened his eyes again, the sky was already the color of a fish's belly. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating all night. Not only did he not feel tired at all, he felt refreshed instead. Hiss, Little Green, who was at the side, was like a green branch and leaf that was embellished on his wrist. Su Yun had already prepared the meal. She left it at the door because she was afraid of disturbing Lin Bai's cultivation. After he finished his meal, he returned to his room to continue meditating. This feeling of becoming stronger was too good. He took advantage of his opportunity and continued working hard. Night fell once again. Little Green's eyes flickered with green light in the darkness. Its entire body disappeared into the night. At first glance, it looked like two fireflies floating in the air. Lin Bai slowly woke up and covered its body with his big hand. The warm current in his palm touched Little Green's cold body, and that mysterious feeling appeared once again. Although he was imparting his power to Little Green, and the spiritual energy in his body was slowly flowing out, the feeling only lasted for a second. Then, a large amount of warm current squeezed back into the meridians in his body like a tidal wave, almost drowning Lin Bai. A mysterious power washed through his body powerfully. Ding, the host has passed on a day's worth of cultivation to Little Green. 15 times of return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 15 days of cultivation. After a moment, Lin Bai let out a deep breath. He could feel that the meridians in his body were expanding. If the spiritual meridians in his body were only the size of a hair before, they should be as thick as a pinky finger now. It actually increased so quickly. Sensing the change in his cultivation, Lin Bai couldn't help but be surprised. Even though he knew the system was powerful, he didn't expect it to be so heaven-defying. Lin Bai looked at Little Green and said with some doubt, "Why do I feel like you've grown up a little?" Little Green seemed to be showing off and kept circling in the same place. Even its scales seemed to have become smoother, like a piece of top-quality jade. The water-green color was pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but touch it. It was cool to the touch, but it didn't freeze people. If it was in the middle of summer, it would definitely be a very good heat-extinguishing divine weapon. You actually learned a skill so quickly. A light screen appeared in front of Lin Bai again, just like the online games he used to play before. All kinds of information about Little Apple appeared at a glance. He had only passed his cultivation to Little Green twice, and it had directly leveled up to Haoshan level 2. Moreover, it had comprehended Bind, which was a skill that could temporarily control the opponent. This skill was extremely practical, and the battlefield was constantly changing. If he could bind his opponent, even if it was only for a few seconds, he would be able to do many things. Meanwhile, he himself had also reached Haoshan level 3 through the buff. One had to know that 2 days ago, he was just an ordinary person. If others were to know about this speed of advancement, they would probably be scared to death. For ordinary people to advance so quickly, they would have to rely on a large number of spiritual treasures. However, if one didn't have a powerful family background, they wouldn't have such a huge amount of resources. This is really insane. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh. He was only in the Haoshan state, and he could only impart this little cultivation. If he reached the Xianxia state, Grandmaster state, Great Grandmaster state, and so on through the 10,000 times return system, one could imagine how much cultivation would be returned. With his current progression speed, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to use the basic cultivation method very soon. He had to find a cultivation method that suited him as soon as possible. The next day, Lin Bai woke up early and brought his awakening verification and identification to the library pavilion. The ancient building was located in the east of the city. It had a vermilion-colored green roof, and its slanted eaves looked like an eagle that was about to fly. The trees on both sides of the street were lush and verdant, and the growth rings on the trees were round. It was unknown how many years had passed. There were many cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques collected here, and every awakened person could obtain them for free. This was consideration for some of the awakened people from poor families were cash-strapped. After all, whether it was to buy pet eggs or cultivation techniques, they needed to spend a lot of money. It could be said that money was needed everywhere. Therefore, this benefit was set in a humane way. Of course, it was only limited to one time as they would have to spend their own money later on. However, most of the cultivation techniques placed in the library were extremely ordinary. After all, there was no truly cheap lunch in the world. You can go in now. After verifying his identity, Lin Bai came to the hall on the first floor. The library was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was filled with Haoshan state books. The bookshelves made of high-quality agar wood emitted a faint, strange fragrance. They were carved with simple patterns. It was said that they could keep the books from rotting for 1,000 years and protect them from being eaten by insects. The books on the shelves were dazzling. Lin Bai looked at them carefully. Although they were not very top-tier cultivation methods, they were very complete and had everything. Generally, medium-grade cultivation methods required a lot of money. High-grade cultivation techniques were rare and collected by some ancient families, so they were not easily shown to others. However, even if the cultivation methods here were ordinary, it was enough for people who had just awakened not long ago to cultivate them. Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, Tri-Flower Tripod Technique, 5 Elements Supreme Fist, these were all good, but they were not what Lin Bai wanted. These cultivation techniques were easy to get started with, and it was not difficult to cultivate them. He wanted one with a high threshold. It would be best that it took a long time to cultivate so that he could use the system to return the cultivation. Lin Bai really didn't expect that he would find it in the corner. It was a light blue book with a cover. Probably because no one was interested in it, it was placed at the bottom of the shelf. If it was not for Lin Bai's good eyesight, he would have almost ignored it. He pulled it out. The words on the cover were drawn with iron and silver hooks. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, giving off a domineering aura. It was as if there was a man who could hold off 10,000 enemies. Perhaps it had been a long time since someone had touched it. The cover was covered in a layer of dust. Lin Bai did not care and casually flipped through it. Octane Blast, as the name implied, this required one to open up the meridians in 8 directions in order to be able to cultivate. However, for ordinary awakened ones like them, it was already very good enough to open up 2. Opening 4 was considered very excellent. If they did not rely on external forces, such as the effects of medicinal pills, they would not be able to open up these meridians at all. If they were unable to open it, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Even if they were able to open half of it, the effects would be extremely poor. Even though the Octane Blast could be considered a mid-grade cultivation technique, very few people were able to successfully cultivate it. After all, the threshold was really too high. It made people feel intimidated by it, so much so that it was piled up in a corner and no one paid attention to it. When the librarian saw that Lin Bai actually wanted to borrow this book, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" he kindly reminded him. "This cultivation technique is too difficult and you can't grasp it. Why don't you change it to another one?" Lin Bai shook his head. "Thank you, I'll borrow this one." To outsiders, cultivation techniques that were very difficult were tailor-made for him. Chapter 5, Sparring Mode Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. After returning home, Lin Bai did not even bother to eat. He immediately went into his room and impatiently flipped open the Octane Blast to study it in detail. If it were not for the fact that the Octane Blast was too difficult to cultivate and the starting threshold was too high, it definitely would have not been placed on the first floor. After all, the further he went, the greater the spiritual chi and cultivation required to open up the meridians. However, with the system in hand, it shouldn't be difficult for Lin Bai to open up 8 meridians. He glanced 10 lines in one go and quickly browsed through the entire cultivation technique. Following the first page's introductory guide, he made a strange pose. In just a few breaths, he felt an inexplicable pulling force, and countless spiritual energy drilled into his body through his pores. Light circulated around his body, and countless divine rays revolved around him. One could vaguely hear the cracking of his bones and tendons, as if a pair of invisible hands were stretching his meridians. It was as if he had drunk a mouthful of cool water in the heat of the day. In short, the feeling was indescribable, and he could not wait to immerse himself in it. The amount of spiritual power that he had cultivated today was probably even more than the amount of these few days combined. "I wonder how much will be returned this time," Lin Bai muttered to himself and waved at Little Green next to him. "It's time to pass on the power." Little Green swam to his side very spiritually. Its pea-sized eyes seemed to have a lot of spirituality. It raised its head and hissed, looking very expectant. "Ding! The host has passed on a day's cultivation to Little Green. 20-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 20 days of cultivation." Boom! The majestic spiritual energy was incremented by several times and flowed like a surging river feeding back into Lin Bai's body. It was as if he had been enlightened. He slowly exhaled, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. For a moment, no one dared to look directly at him. The octane blast began to circulate spontaneously, absorbing all the spiritual energy and attacking the acupuncture points that had not yet been opened. This cultivation method is indeed unusual. The meridians that were originally somewhat blocked and stagnant in the body actually became unprecedentedly smooth. This was the effect of being opened up. In the future, whether it was absorbing spiritual energy or medicinal pills, it would become easier. This time, there is actually a return of 20 times. It seems that my luck is not bad. That stream of air came menacingly. It only slowly calmed down after a few seconds, like a gurgling stream. In the end, it returned to its calm state and was stuck there. The octane blast had actually directly opened up the first 3 blasts. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. This speed was simply comparable to riding a rocket. If this news got outside, he was afraid that it would shock everyone. One could not be this fast even if one was taking drugs. Level 3 was a small milestone. If one reached the next level, there would be a qualitative leap, and the effects would be incomparable. Seeing that there were only a few hours before daybreak, Lin Bai finally fell asleep. He rested up to prepare to go to class the next day. As long as each awakened individual paid a small amount of money, they would be eligible to enter the school. However, people like Lin Bai, who came from a poor family, could only go to the ordinary class. The teachers in the elite class were more powerful, and the things they taught were more comprehensive and detailed. However, it was a pity that they were expensive. Lin Bai came to the front office to register. When the dean saw his information, he could not help but take a few more glances at him. After all, it was rare for someone to successfully awaken after 5 times. He asked in a professional manner, "What is your cultivation level?" "3rd level of the Haoshan." For a moment, the dean thought that he was hearing things, and his expression immediately became serious. Young people don't joke around. After all, he had just awakened a few days ago, and now he was already Haoshan level 3. If word of this got out, it would simply be unimaginable. It was almost comparable to those outstanding geniuses in the imperial city. Lin Bai said with a serious expression, "I'm not joking." The dean looked at the results of the spirit energy test and was momentarily stunned. His gaze fell on Lin Bai as if he was looking at a monster. Then, he was incomparably excited and decided immediately, "You can report directly to the elite class." Under the dean's warm smile, Lin Bai took the report card and walked towards the elite class. Looking at his back view, the dean couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. With such a good seed in his hands, one could imagine the achievements he would achieve in time. He would be able to add luster to the upcoming academy competition. By the time Lin Bai arrived at the elite class, most of the students had already arrived. The classroom was bustling with activity. Everyone was in groups of 3 to 5, conversing with each other. Seeing the appearance of a new face, everyone cast curious looks at him. "He looks so unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Why are there new students coming in at this time?" The elite class started earlier than the regular class, so most of the students had already signed up. It was the first time that Lin Bai was an exception. The dean had already greeted the teacher. The teacher was a middle-aged man named Li Chang'an. He looked amiable, and his cultivation was at Xianxia level 5. Li Chang'an nodded at Lin Bai and said, "You can sit here." He cleared his throat and said, "Students, please be quiet. I will explain to you how to better use cultivation methods or martial techniques in actual combat in these few classes." Compared to the normal classes, the elite class valued actual combat techniques more. Everyone had to be assigned a sparring partner. Soon, Li Chang'an sent out pieces of paper with everyone's name on it. It was drawing a lot. The sparring exercise this time is to randomly form teams. It's good to go all out. Everyone must act according to their own abilities. At the same time, remember to not hurt your partners. Some people were happy while others were worried. Some people were happy as they felt they could find their weaknesses in actual combat. Those who were scared about facing stronger opponents and just getting beat up one-sidedly. "Please bless me that I draw someone with average strength." I drew Zhao Rui. "I'm on the same team as Qian Hongshuan." Sighs could be heard from time to time. Lin Bai unfolded the paper ball in front of him and saw the name on it, Chen Wu. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. It sounded like a girl's name. At this moment, someone curiously came over. It was a chubby little fatty with a chubby face. He looked very festive. "Who did you draw?" When he saw the name, the little fatty immediately showed a sympathetic expression. "I thought I was unlucky enough. I didn't expect you to be even more unlucky than me. You actually drew her. Is Chen Wu very powerful?" The fatty looked around before he lowered his voice and said, "You don't know. Her identity is mysterious, and I don't know what her background is. Her weapon is a fan, which makes her extremely powerful. In short, she's not someone to be trifled with. When you meet her, you'll know how powerful she is." Chapter 6. A Trip to the Misty Forest Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Just as the little fatty was chattering on the side, he heard Li Chang'an suddenly call out Chen Wu's name. Li Chang'an liked to call out to his classmates who had higher cultivation levels to practice with them every now and then. Firstly, it was to put pressure on the other students, and secondly, it was to better motivate them. Here, accompanied by a cold female voice, a woman walked out. The red robe wrapped around her exquisite body. It was actually sewn from the fur of a fire dragon beast. It was said that swords and spears couldn't penetrate it, and the robe was invulnerable to water and fire. It was a rare spiritual robe. The woman's skin was fair, and her delicate facial features gave off a cold temperament. Her hair stood up high, making her look valiant. She held a fan in her hand. It was antique, and the handle of the fan was made of 1,000-year-old glass wood. It was carved into the shape of a beast pattern, but no one knew what kind of totem it was. It looked mysterious and gorgeous. It's said that the face of this fan is made from a Xianxia level 7C beast. "It's extremely powerful," the little fatty said from the side, as if he knew everything. Chen Wu's face opened, and golden light leaked out. It actually gave off a feeling that it was as sharp as a sword. Lin Bai vaguely heard the sound of the waves, and at the same time, a moist and salty smell assaulted his face. He could not help but praise her in his heart. She was indeed extraordinary. She flew out and swept up streams of air currents. It was as if she could split the air in half. At the same time, the sound of the waves became louder and louder. Some of the students who were close to her even had their clothes blown up. Immediately after, the fan spun faster and faster, as if it had been given life. Everyone seemed to see an afterimage flash past. It was so fast that it was difficult to catch it with the naked eye. Boom! With a loud sound, the rocks not far away shattered, and countless rocks fell. Only then did the fan fall back into Chen Wu's hand. Everyone was dumbstruck, and it took them a long time to regain their senses. Chen Wu's control over her strength and speed was simply accurate to the extreme. If she released all of her power, even a house could be destroyed by the fan but less rocks. "It's only been a few days since I last saw her. I didn't expect her to be so powerful again. Based on the situation just now, I'm afraid that she has already reached Haoshen's 7th stage or even higher. Everyone is in the same class. Why is there such a huge difference between people?" Everyone was discussing enviously. Only Lin Bai's expression was a little grave. This opponent's strength was indeed powerful. If he didn't improve quickly, it would be difficult for him to win in the official sparring 1 month later. Seeing that the others were still immersed in Chen Wu's stunning attack, Lin Bai left the classroom and walked towards the back of the mountain. He had previously discovered an abandoned basement there. Not only was the environment quiet, but it was also rather desolate. It was the most suitable for cultivation breakthroughs. Bang! For a few days in a row, the movements of thin ropes would be heard from the back of the mountain. Fortunately, there were very few people here. Lin Bai had been cultivating without sleep or food. As the last few cycles of spiritual qi circulated, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, and Little Green, who was dozing off beside him, immediately crawled over. Lin Bai frowned. He had encountered a bottleneck in the past few days of cultivation. He had a feeling that no matter how he cultivated, it would be difficult for him to break through. Right now, he was like a bottle full of water. He just lacked an opportunity. "Looks like I won't be able to just cultivate in seclusion. I still need to have some actual combat." After thinking for a while, Lin Hai set his eyes on the misty forest outside the city. He acted upon this, immediately called out to Little Green beside him. The misty forest, as its name implied, was named this way because it was shrouded in mist all year round. In addition, it occupied an extremely large area, and the trees formed a sea. It was very easy for people to lose their way if they walked in, hence it had this name. Furthermore, there were many ferocious beasts in the forest, and ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter easily. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the stronger the ferocious beasts became. It was said that there were even grandmasters among them. If it was before, Lin Bai wouldn't have dared to take the risk. After all, he was just an ordinary person. However, things were different now. With his Haoshan level 3 strength and Little Green's help, it shouldn't be a problem for him to venture into the outer area. Just as he neared the outer regions, there was already a layer of faint fog. However, it wasn't obvious. Stepping into the forest, he could clearly feel that the temperature here was a little low. The surroundings were filled with towering trees that reached into the clouds, almost blocking out the sunlight. Tiny shadows fell from the gaps between the leaves, and Lin Bai's footsteps came to a halt. He seemed to have heard some movement not too far away. Even Little Green, who was originally wrapped around his wrist, had moved to his shoulder. It stood up high and stared ahead. The bushes that were half the height of a human rustled. Both Lin Bai and Little Green were on guard. It was too late. A black boar that was half the height of a human dashed out. Its sharp fangs flashed in the air, and its fur was slippery. It kept digging at the ground with its hooves. It stared at Lin Bai like a tiger and rushed over like lightning. Lin Bai shouted loudly, "Little Green, bind!" In the next second, Little Green's eyes flashed with a green light. The ferocious wild boar was instantly stunned on the spot, as if it was restrained by some inexplicable power. Then, Lin Bai clenched his fists and punched out without hesitation, Octane Blast. The wild boar let out a miserable cry, and its huge body instantly flew dozens of meters away, crushing a few big trees. It laid on the ground and twitched for a moment before finally stopping its movement. Lin Bai walked over. The black wild boar's skin was rough and thick, and its defense was strong. An ordinary person would have a tough time dealing with it, but who would have thought that it would not be able to last even one round with him? He looked at his own hand and could not help but click his tongue, as expected of the reputation of Octane Blast. Moreover, it was a perfect match with Little Green's bind, skill, killing people in an invisible manner. Lin Bai took out the tools that he had brought along with him. He peeled off the skin, extracted the flesh, and collected the materials. This way, not only could he cultivate, but he could also sell it for money. It was killing two birds with one stone. The wild boar's entire body was full of treasures. With so many items to harvest, it could be sold at a decent price. With a rough understanding of his own strength, Lin Bai was even more confident. After finishing off the wild boar, he was ready to continue on his journey. He did not encounter any ferocious beasts after that. They were nothing more than small animals like rabbits and wild deer that did not have any offensive power. After a short rest, Lin Bai was ready to impart his cultivation to Little Green. Ding! The host has imparted 2 days of cultivation to Little Green. Successfully triggered 10 times return. The host has obtained 20 days of cultivation. The results this time were obvious. Not only had Little Green leveled up to Haoshan level 3, but it had also comprehended a new skill, suppression. This was probably due to its Azure Dragon bloodline beginning to grow. Even Lin Bai could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 7. Berserk Yak, a small test translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai wandered around the outer perimeter. For some reason, other than the wild boars at the beginning, there were only small animals behind him. He did not even have the interest to fight. His gaze could not help but fall into the depths of the dense forest, with a hint of eagerness. Should I go take a look around the inner area? It was said that risk and opportunity coexisted. With his current strength, even if he could not win, it should not be a problem for him to run. Moreover, he would not go too deep into the forest. After Lin Bai made up his mind, he walked along the path towards the inner area. It had probably been a long time since anyone had walked this path. The traces left by the footsteps on the ground were almost indistinct. In addition to the cover of dead branches and leaves, it looked no different from the other areas. The deeper they went, the taller the trees became, almost blocking out the sun and sky. The light inside was dim, and the intertwined vegetation interweaved together, like an unknown giant beast opening its bloody mouth. The faint roar of a beast could be heard. Those who were slightly more timid might have already started to retreat, but Lin Bai's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Suddenly, he frowned. A few deep pits appeared not far in front of him. He walked over to take a look and said uncertainly, "It should be the footprints left by the golden iron bull or the one-horned winged horse." These marks looked like they had been there for a few days, and the soil beside them had long dried up. It was likely that he would not bump into them. After all, with his current strength, it would still be a little tricky to deal with these marks. Even so, Lin Bai did not dare to let his guard down. He was even more alert. Hiss hiss, at this moment, Little Green suddenly stood up. Its small eyes were fixed in the southeast direction. Its body was like a tight bowstring, and its head was slightly lowered. This was the state of an attack made when it was in danger. Lin Bai followed its line of sight. In the green leaves, a pair of scarlet beast eyes had unknowingly appeared. The cold glint and bloodlust in its eyes made people shudder. He did not know how long it had been hiding here. Now that it had been discovered by Lin Bai, it no longer hid itself. Moo! Accompanied by a furious roar, the ground trembled violently. The creature rampaged and the trees cracked. A yak that was as big as an elephant rushed out. Even Lin Bai felt a great pressure. This was actually a berserk yak. The violent aura was even worse than the wild boar and the howling moon's sky wolf from before. His eyes focused, and his gaze was unprecedentedly serious. It probably has a cultivation state of Haoshan realm level 5 or even more. Those who had gone mad could reach level 6 to 7. Even now, Lin Bai could not retreat. The surroundings were full of shrubs and withered vines, and the terrain was very disadvantageous to him. Moreover, the speed of the berserk yak was even faster. If he was caught by it, the battle would be even more passive. It would be better to take the initiative to attack. Lin Bai did not dare to underestimate it and immediately assumed a battle stance. It was as if the yak had been angered by his actions. The yak kicked its front hooves and instantly shot out like a sharp sword. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch it with the naked eye. Fortunately, Lin Bai was already prepared. His figure flashed, and he narrowly avoided it. Boom! Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Bai, and it kept breathing out air from its nose. The hooves of the berserk yak stomped on the ground, and a huge rock was instantly smashed into pieces. One could imagine that if this attack landed on him, he would be either dead or crippled. As expected of a beast at Haoshan's 6th stage, its strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Bai's eyes did not show any signs of retreat. Instead, there was a burning desire to fight. It's my turn now. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Bai moved like the wind. His 5 fingers formed into claws as he clawed towards the yak's eyes. The berserk yak was just like the wild boar from before. Its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. Its defense was difficult to break through. Only its eyes were its weakest point. Lin Bai circled around the yak's side at lightning speed, dodging the sharp horns that were flashing with cold light. Roar! A miserable and furious cry sounded, startling the birds in the forest. The yak had never suffered such a serious injury before. Even if it wasn't a local overlord, it was at least an existence that could do whatever it wanted in this area. It turned around and wanted to use its horn to pierce the guts of this audacious human. Lin Bai was prepared to fight, but he saw the yak's huge body suddenly stop in place. Upon closer inspection, it was actually still trembling. The originally berserk yak was now like a frightened little quail. His gaze landed on his shoulder. Greenie's eyes were like jade, suddenly emitting a green light that enveloped the yak's body. Although it was small, it couldn't be ignored. This was the pressure that came from the depths of the bloodline. Even if Little Green was weak now, the Azure Dragon bloodline could crush everything. Lin Bai was a little surprised. He didn't expect this skill to be so useful. Little Green was only at Haoshan State Level 3, but it could actually make a Haoshan Level 6 berserk yak so afraid. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he exerted his strength and grabbed the yak's horn. He poured all the spiritual energy in his body into it, as though he was trying to topple a mountain. The indestructible horn actually broke in a crack. The berserk yak already had a sense of fear. It realized that this was a tough bone that was not easy to gnaw on. It raised its iron hooves and wanted to escape. However, Lin Bai would not let it leave so easily. Rumble, one punch after another landed on the yak's body. Its elephant-like body crashed to the ground, and another wave of dust flew up. Lin Bai panted slightly. He looked at the lifeless berserk yak on the ground, and his expression was a little excited. One had to know that this was a ferocious beast at Haoshan level 6, and he was only at Haoshan level 3 now. He had crossed 3 realms in a row and killed the yak without any injuries. No one would dare believe him if he told them this story. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The hearty battle did not exhaust him. On the contrary, he felt refreshed, as if something in his heart had relaxed. Lin Bai hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the octane blast cultivation method. Countless spiritual energies surrounded him and impatiently drilled into his body. When he opened his eyes again, his entire body was filled with a cold aura. It was as if as long as he waved his hand, he would be able to move mountains and fill the seas. This trip to the misty forest was indeed not in vain. I can only make greater progress in actual combat. He had cultivated the octane blast to the 4th level. Both he and Little Green had broken through to Haoshan level 4. It could be said that they had made a qualitative leap. Little Green hissed and hissed. Sensing its joy, Lin Bai smiled and patted its little head. "You've done great this time." Little Green had played an important role in killing the yak. This time, it had comprehended a new skill, Soaring Cloud, which could greatly increase its own and its speed. Whether it was to escape or to pursue the enemy, it was a very good choice. Chapter 8, Martial Arts Association Test Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. The sun was setting in the west. Lin Bai looked at the sky and realized that it was already late. Moreover, the light here was even dimmer than the outside. If it was any later, he would not be able to see the road clearly and would easily lose his way. With his current strength, it was still dangerous to spend the night in the misty forest. Immediately, he stopped hesitating. He gathered the ingredients from the yak and walked towards the direction of the town. The wild boar meat was extremely firm. Although it had a slightly pungent smell, after being roasted with a special method, it would become extremely fragrant whether it was frying or barbecuing. It would make one's appetite soar. In addition, it could quickly replenish one's strength and was extremely loved by the mercenaries. Not to mention the yak, its entire body was full of treasures. Even its bones could be used. Lin Bai estimated that it could be sold for a lot of money, and this trip would definitely not be a loss. At this moment, the sun had not completely set. The afterglow of the sunset shone on the city wall as if it was plated with a faint layer of golden light. The market was still bustling with activity, and there were endless hawking sounds. High-quality ink fox skin. Don't miss it when you pass by. It's the best material to make a Taoist robe. Longevity tiger drunken bone wine. I guarantee that you'll want more. Detox pills, strength pills, healing powder, and all kinds of pills are available. It's a must-have item for family and travel. The price is fair and honest. As soon as Lin Bai placed the wild boar and yak ingredients on the table, someone came to inquire about the price. His skinning method was clean and complete. Soon, the transaction was concluded. Then, all the bones, horns, and other bits and pieces were bought too. He earned a total of 5,000 crystals. With money on hand, Lin Bai did not panic. He went straight to the shop, wanting to buy a basic storage backpack. Not only was it convenient to carry, but it also did not take up a large area. There were too few things that he could carry with his 2 hands. If he had a storage bag, he could hold even more prey. However, the basic storage bag could only store very little things. If he could make do with it now, he could change to a higher level one in the future. Even so, looking at the price behind it, Lin Bai couldn't help but click his tongue. It's so expensive. Why don't you go rob someone? It was only a beginner's item, yet it was already 7,000 to 8,000 crystals. The money he had earned just now was not enough. If it was a higher level item like a storage ring, it would probably be an astronomical figure. Hello, it's a total of 6,000 crystals. After a discount, it'll be 54,000 crystals. Just as Lin Bai felt that it was a pity, he suddenly heard the shop assistant next to him calculating the bill. He immediately asked in puzzlement, "Can I get a discount when I buy things?" Of course, he's an ordinary member of the Martial Arts Association. He can get a 10% discount. If he's a senior member, he can get a 40% discount. Lin Bai had a thoughtful expression on his face. He planned to go and join it too. After the discount, he could afford the basic storage bag. Moreover, he could save some money when he bought things in the future. He hurriedly walked out of the shop and walked toward the Martial Arts Association. There were still many people taking the test. When Lin Bai walked over, there was already a long line. If you want to become a member of the Martial Arts Association, you need to take a test. You need to pay a registration fee of 3,000 crystals. If you pass, you can have it returned. If you fail, you will not be given a refund. 3,000 crystals was not too much, but it was not too little. The main reason was to prevent some people from trying to cheat their way through the test and wasting time and manpower. The test focuses on 3 aspects: strength, speed, and skills. That is, pure strength, speed, and skill. The content of the test will be randomly selected. This was also to raise the threshold, to prevent those who had passed the test from informing others, and to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Lin Bai paid the money without hesitation to register his name. With his current strength, passing the preliminary test shouldn't be a difficult task. The others in the line didn't hesitate either. Soon, everyone picked their own test subjects. Those who have chosen number 1, please follow me this way. Soon, a few people dressed in blue walked out. Judging from their appearance, they should be the stewards. There was a faint pressure between their brows. They should be at the Xianxia state. Lin Bai was number 1. At the same time, more than a dozen people walked out from the large line and followed the stewards to the training ground of the association. The place was extremely spacious. There were no other decorations as far as the eye could see. There were only dozens of targets 100 meters away. Lin Bai already had a guess about the assessment content. As expected, the steward said, "The assessment subject is strength. At the same time, you have to control your accuracy. This is not an ordinary target, but one made of the hardest black iron. What you have to do is to hit the bullseye and pierce through it." After the steward finished explaining the rules, he signaled everyone to start. What was handed to everyone was not a stone, but a dull wooden chip. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The wooden chip was light and not sharp. It would not even be able to scrape off the iron chips, much less penetrate the black iron. Immediately, someone shouted in dissatisfaction, "Are you asking us to use this to scrape some shillings?" Lin Bai, on the other hand, calmly picked up the piece of wood. The octane blast began to circulate on its own, and all the spiritual power in his body was poured into a few major acupuncture points on his wrist. Swish! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air rang in everyone's ears. At the same time, a small piece of wood pierced through the bullseye 100 miles away, directly piercing through the bullseye. The bullseye made of black iron instantly shattered into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not believe who it was. Black iron was the strongest material. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate it, let alone a small piece of wood. Lin Bai had just put down his hand when he received everyone's enthusiastic gazes. The steward's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "You call this scraping?" The others looked at each other speechlessly. After all, just because Lin Bai could do it, it did not mean that they could do it. Lin Bai walked out of the examination room calmly and proceeded to the next examination. He did not notice the resentful gazes behind him. Seeing that he could do it so easily, the crowd could not help but feel a little more hopeful. Perhaps it was not as difficult as they had imagined. However, when they really started to try it, they realized that they had been thinking too much. The wooden piece was light. If the strength used was not enough, it would fall halfway. Even if the strength was enough, as there were no sharp edges and corners, being able to sink an inch or two into the bullseye was already the limit, much less piercing the bullseye. While everyone was grimacing in response, they were more and more impressed by Lin Bai's move just then. They did not know how he did it. The strength test alone had already eliminated many people. Congratulations on passing the first test. Now it's the second test. I hope everyone can continue to work hard. Lin Bai looked at the piece of paper in his hand. The word speed was written on it. Following the leader, they arrived in front of an empty hall. He could not help but wonder what this test would be like. Chapter 9, each displaying their own powers translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the light in the hall was very dark. Through the gaps, everyone could vaguely see dozens of blurry shadows inside. There seemed to be people was inside. Creak, accompanied by the heavy sound of the wooden door, everyone finally saw the scene inside the hall clearly. The 18 lifelike bronze figures were revealed. Some were glaring at each other, some were beaming with joy, and some had tears in the corners of their eyes. Their expressions and actions were all different, and they were all very real. It was as if they were about to come to life. The crowd did not understand what was going on. Other than these bronze figures, the entire hall looked ordinary. There was nothing special about it, so it should not be difficult to pass this stage. With this thought in mind, someone relaxed a little. He even teased, "The stage is speed. Could it be that they want us to race against these bronze men to see who runs faster?" Immediately, a burst of laughter erupted in the hall. Lin Bai was indeed looking carefully at the scene in the hall. His gaze fell on the top. There were a few vague and huge outlines lurking in the dark. They seemed to be gears. The supervisor gave an ambiguous smile and stretched out his hand to pull to the side. Catcha, catcha. The sound of the gears turning startled everyone. The floor started to move. A few pillars rose from the ground while a huge meteor hammer dropped from the ceiling. If they had not dodged in time, they might have been hit in the head. At the same time, all kinds of mechanisms and tools began to operate spontaneously, dazzling everyone. Most importantly, the previously stationary bronze men had changed their positions and movements. The only similarity was that their gazes were fixed in the direction of the crowd. Their gazes were truly terrifying. As everyone can see, there are all sorts of mechanisms and 18 bronze man arrays. What you need to do is to avoid these obstacles and successfully reach the other side of the hall. The traps and bronze men were so fast that it was as if dozens of engines had been installed. The person who had ridiculed them earlier could not help but swallow his saliva and subconsciously take a step back. The steward said with a fake smile, "Good luck. Why don't you go?" "No, no, no. You go first. Hey, didn't you say that this test was very easy? Why don't you go?" I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Everyone started to push the matter to each other. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crab. After all, doing the test later could allow them to absorb the experience of previous failures. The most important point was that they didn't have much confidence. On the other hand, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. This time, he could try out Little Green's new skill, Soaring Cloud. He stood out boldly. At the same time, a few others who were confident in their abilities also stood out from the line and walked into the trap formation together. Those people summoned their pet beasts. Since they were clearing the stage, they could bring their pet beasts to provide assistance. Everyone was curious about where Lin Bai's pet beast was. However, they did not know that the green bracelet on his wrist moved. If someone took a closer look, they would definitely realize that this was not a bracelet. It was clearly a little green snake. Little Green hissed its tongue, and the green light enveloped Lin Bai's body. His whole body felt light, as if he was going to float up. Chasing the wind and soaring, the clouds was not a problem for him. Before everyone could react, Lin Bai had already rushed out. "Wait, what was that just now? I really want to see a beam of light?" Everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that Lin Bai was like a gust of wind blowing past them. Those traps could not even touch the corner of his clothes, much less hit him. This speed is too fast. By the time they came back to their senses, Lin Bai had already arrived at the other side of the hall. On the other hand, the people who had challenged the stage at the same time as him hadn't even crossed half the distance. Where did this monster come from? Under the envious and admiring gazes of the group of people, Lin Bai walked out of the hall slowly and arrived at the final stage of the assessment. At this moment, there were even fewer people than before. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you. To be able to reach this stage is indeed not easy. It can be said that the people who remain in the assessment are all very outstanding, but this is far from enough. The final stage was the actual combat assessment. Compared to the previous two stages, this stage was the most difficult and also had risks. One could freely choose to participate or not participate. Those who participated were high-level members, and there was also a reward. Those who passed could split the registration fees of those who did not pass. If they quit now, they would become ordinary members. If they failed, they would get nothing. It was not easy for everyone to get here. Moreover, there was such a big reward for clearing the level. How could they give up so easily? Therefore, no one chose to quit. After the steward explained the rules clearly, he brought everyone to the side of a lake. The surface of the water was shining, and the green lotus leaves were like waves. When the breeze blew, the green waves surged, revealing a faintly discernible wooden bridge. In the deepest part of the lake, there was a big bell that was half the height of a person. Everyone had a bad premonition. Every 10 people will form a group and carry 2 sandbags. The first person to ring the bell will be the winner of the competition. The person who falls into the lake will be eliminated. Everyone looked at the wooden bridge. It was really difficult to say that it was a wooden bridge. There were only about 2 poles that were as wide as a palm. Call this a bridge? It was ridiculous. This match was a combination of strength and speed. Moreover, it was different from the previous one-on-one mode. One had to be wary of the interference of the opponent. In addition to the limitations of the venue, all sorts of factors made it extremely difficult. Very soon, the teams were divided. Everyone stepped onto the single-plank bridge one by one. With the order of the steward, it could be said that everyone began to display their own powers. A divine light suddenly appeared, and all the pet beasts and magical treasures appeared. Next to Lin Bai was a man in his 30s. He was the first to make a move. He turned his fist into a palm and struck out, wanting to eliminate him first. However, Lin Bai was as unmoving as Mount Tai. Not only that, the force of the rebound made the man lose his balance and fall into the water. While he was secretly amazed, Lin Bai had already dashed a few meters away. Wherever he passed, the people were like dumplings falling into the water. Splash, splash. Accompanied by the occasional sound of the water, a few stewards were watching the scene. I guess there will be some noise. I'm afraid it will take some time to decide the winner. In fact, one of the stewards suddenly stammered as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say just now? His companion felt that his expression was a little funny. I said that this group of people still needs some time. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. It seems that someone has already reached the finish line. What? How is that possible? The moment his voice fell. Dang, a melodious bell sound came from the center of the lake. Chapter 10. Hello, I'm Luo Qin Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. The stewards looked at each other. Their mouths were so wide that they could stuff an entire egg into them. Their expressions were comical and funny. They stammered, We can't be hallucinating, right? The bell sounded melodious. There was a person standing on the lotus leaf in the middle of the lake. His toes tapped lightly, and ripples spread out on the surface of the lake. His clothes fluttered in the wind, forming a sharp contrast with the other contestants who looked like they were drenched in water. From afar, he looked like an immortal who was riding on clouds and mist. One man, one bell, the color of the water and the sky were the same. His imposing manner was extraordinary. Everything paled in comparison and became his background. I want all the information about this man. Soon, someone passed the information registered by Lin Bai to the supervisors. Their pupils constricted, and they couldn't help but rub their eyes, suspecting that they were hallucinating again after hearing things. A few big words jumped into their eyes, and they couldn't help but exclaim, He's actually Haoshan level 4. A few of the supervisors were the supervisors of Lin Bai's assessment earlier. When they suddenly saw a familiar face, they recounted what they had seen and heard just now. Only after everyone exchanged information did they learn that Lin Bai always left everyone behind in every test. You call this a Haoshan level 4? Who is as freakish as him? Is there a mistake in the information? It's written, it can't be wrong. Besides, we have seen his identity certificate. There is absolutely no mistake. Everyone had mixed feelings. Based on Lin Bai's outstanding performance and strength, they had thought that he was at least at level 6 or level 7. However, they had never expected this. There was a total of 70 to 80 people who came to the Martial Arts Association this time, but only 2 of them had passed the advanced member test. Other than Lin Bai, there was also Luo Qin from another academy. It was said that he was also a famous figure in their academy, and he always ranked at the top in every test. Lin Bai looked at the advanced member card in his hand. It was made of high quality or amethyst, and it looked like it was carved with complicated and exquisite patterns. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. This time, not only did he become a high-level member, but he also received 30,000 yuan from the registration fee. He could even buy the intermediate storage backpack, much less the basic one. Just as Lin Bai was leaving, he heard someone calling his name. The man wore a light blue robe, and his hair was tied up with a purple gold crown. There was a jade pendant of the same color on his waist, and he looked very imposing. Although there was a hint of arrogance between his brows, it was not annoying. It seemed that this was how it should be. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked down on all living things. "Hello, I'm Luo Qin." Lin Bai had heard of Luo Qin's name before. He was also a powerful character. He did not expect that his age was not much different from his. On the other side, Luo Qin was also carefully sizing up Lin Bai. His eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he spoke with some regret. "I heard them say just now that you're not bad. It's a pity that we weren't in the same group just now. Otherwise, we could have sparred with each other." The two of them had not been assigned to the same test point previously, so they did not meet. "In your school, the only people I want to make friends with are you and Chen Wu." Lin Bai only smiled faintly at this. There's still plenty of time in the future. Their gazes met in midair, and there seemed to be sparks flying out of nowhere. They actually felt like they had met their match. Luo Qin's expression of appreciation became even more pronounced. "Then I'll wait and see." After the two of them bade farewell, Lin Bai went straight back to the store. Without hesitation, he chose an intermediate storage backpack. Not only did it have a larger capacity, but it also had a better preservation effect. Looking at the high-level membership card that Lin Bai showed him, the shop assistant stared at him for a long time and couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Strange, this person even asked me about the membership card before, but he became a high-level member so quickly." He scratched his head and was puzzled. After all, everyone knew that the high-level membership card of the Martial Arts Association was notoriously difficult to obtain. It was considered very good if only a few people in 100 had it. Moreover, the advanced membership card was bound to the person's identity and had to be used by the person himself. Therefore, it was impossible to use other people recklessly. After buying it, there was still half of the money left. Lin Bai was not in a hurry to go home and continued shopping. However, there was a slight movement in his pocket. Little Green stuck its head out as if it was attracted by something. It clung to Lin Bai's wrist and disappeared among the containers in a flash. "Little Green?" Lin Bai quickly chased after it, but found its shadow by the side of the freezer. If one did not look carefully, one would think that it was a thin and long green leaf stuck to the cabinet. "So you are here. Why are you running around making it hard for me to find you?" Normally, Little Green would have returned to Lin Bai's side a long time ago. However, it was staring at the freezer with its eyes fixed on it. White gas kept coming out of the freezer and accompanied by waves of coldness. Lin Bai did not know what was in it, but it was actually so attractive to Little Green. While he was puzzled, a shop assistant came over and explained, "This is spiritual water. It can effectively improve the quality of the pet beast in all aspects." No wonder it made Little Green salivate, so it was such a good thing. Lin Bai could not help but laugh. "You really know how to find it. You can even smell it out. Even a dog's nose is not as sharp as yours." Little Qing raised the tip of her tail and circled around Lin Bai's hand in a fawning manner. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. With such a cute expression, he believed that no one would refuse. "How much?" 2,000 per bottle. Upon hearing this price, Lin Bai immediately revealed a pained expression. Moreover, the entire bottle was not big. Even then, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 10 bottles." Hearing this, the shop assistant's smile became even more enthusiastic. "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away." Lin Bai had spent all the money he had earned previously. He brought the intermediate storage bag and the medicine back home. Little Green's tail was wrapped around the medicine bottle. On the way, it was reluctant to leave, as if fearing that someone would snatch it away from it. He fed Little Green a dozen drops first, but who would have thought that it would dive straight in? Lin Bai could not stop it even if he wanted to. More than half of the bottle was gone in an instant. Little Green looked as if it was drunk, and its entire snake body became soft. It was not as cold as before, but it was actually a little hot. Little glutton, who told you to be so greedy? Seeing that Little Green was only in such a state because of the effects of the medicine, and that there were no other problems, Lin Bai finally felt at ease and began to transmit his cultivation. Ding, the host has passed on 3 days of cultivation to Little Apple. The 100-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 300 days of cultivation. Chapter 11. Taking part in the end of semester exams translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, his luck this time could be said to be extremely good. He had actually triggered a 100-fold increase. It seemed that he would be able to reach a powerful state soon. Lin Bai only felt a stream of air rush into his body and travel around his body in an extremely overbearing manner. His meridians were somewhat sore and swollen, as if they were being continuously widened. The uncomfortable feeling disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, like the warm sun in winter. At this moment, Lin Bai's entire body was emitting a brilliant divine glow, causing people to not dare to look at him directly. When he opened his eyes once again, he slowly exhaled a breath of spiritual energy that was also extremely concentrated. As he examined the condition of his body, Lin Bai was extremely pleasantly surprised. This time, he had actually broken through the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Little Green had also reaped a lot of benefits and reached the 5th level. 100 times increase is actually so terrifying. If I could do it a few more times, the speed would be simply astonishing. Not knowing if it was because of the spiritual water, Little Green had comprehended a new skill after this breakthrough. Headbutt, as the name suggested, this skill was more offensive. Little Green attacked the enemy at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the area on its head would transform into a layer of armor, giving the enemy a heavy blow. Now, Little Green's body was even bigger than before. Although it was still a small one, and it was not eye-catching when it circled around the hand, compared to when it was just born, the change was still more obvious. Lin Bai's gaze paused and fell on Little Green's pointy head. There seemed to be a slightly bulging small bump there. If he did not look carefully, he would have overlooked it. What is this? He could not help but reach out to touch it. Little Green very cooperatively stretched its head over and rubbed against his palm. It felt a little hard, as if something was about to grow. Now, it actually looked like a flood dragon. Just as Lin Bai was observing Little Green's transformation, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It turned out that there would be a Grandmaster-level lecture tomorrow, and Lin Bai was required to attend. The lecture was held in the largest classroom in the academy. Lin Bai thought that he had arrived relatively early, but he did not expect that there would be so many people already. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few empty seats. When the little fatty saw Lin Bai's figure, he waved his hand non-stop and said, "Hey, over here." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Bai still walked over. The little fatty's name was Li Zichen, and he acted as though he was extremely familiar with him. "Looks like you've never attended such a lecture before. Don't you know to come earlier and take a good seat?" Li Zichen was very familiar with the way. It was obvious that he had attended many similar lectures before. Such lectures were only targeted at the elite students of the academy. Students from the ordinary class very rarely had the opportunity to participate. "I haven't seen you in school these past few days. What have you been doing?" Without waiting for Lin Bai to speak, he continued, "You don't know. Chen Wu has been practicing on the martial arts practice field every day. It's said that she has made some small improvements. You haven't seen what she was like?" Li Zichen was chattering nonstop. He didn't care whether Lin Bai answered or not. For a moment, Lin Bai wondered if it was still too late to change seats. Suddenly, the classroom was completely silent. Li Zichen also shut his mouth and stared straight ahead. The person standing in front of the podium was none other than the dean who had accepted Lin Bai into the elite class that day. "It's actually him," Lin Bai muttered to himself. Li Zichen happened to hear him. He came over and asked curiously, "What do you mean? Do you know Dean Zhao before?" "Nothing." "Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to meet you all here today. I believe that you all already know who I am, so there's no need to introduce me here." Everyone was listening attentively. At this moment, other than Dean Zhao's voice, it was so quiet that a pin could be heard when it landed on the ground. Although Dean Zhao was a Grandmaster-level figure, he did not put on airs at all. He was very amiable. In addition, he spoke with humor. He would also quote from the classics and go from shallow to deep. Therefore, even if it was just a basic cultivation theory, everyone did not find it boring. Although everyone here is very talented, in the path of martial arts, it's 99% of sweat and 1% of talent. This also shows the importance of diligence. Just because you are extremely talented, you cannot be lazy. Doing so will only make you fall behind others and become ordinary people. Zhao Shiheng's gaze swept across the classroom. Some students did not think much of it. It was not their fault. Some of the more ambitious ones thought that outstanding talent could crush everything, but they did not know that the acquired diligence was also extremely important. Thinking of this, Zhao Shiheng decided to dampen their spirits. You will encounter many bottlenecks. For example, Haoshan level 5 is a bottleneck. From level 5 to level 9, the difficulty of each level will increase. This sentence really hit the sore spot of many people. Many people were stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through. How many people here broke through to level 5? Stand up and let me see. After a moment, only Luo Qin and Chen Wu stood up. After waiting for a long time, there was no third person. Zhao Shiheng said earnestly, "See, it's not so easy to break through to the 5th level, so you guys have to continue working hard. There's still a long way to go." Lin Bai did not like to be in the limelight. He lowered his head and sat inside again, worried that Luo Qin would recognize him. Who knew what he was afraid of? Luo Qin looked around the venue as if he was looking for someone. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Bai. Wait a minute, he has also broken through. In an instant, nearly 100 pairs of eyes landed on Lin Bai. They were fixed on him, and it was difficult for anyone to ignore them. Lin Bai could only raise his head helplessly. After seeing his appearance clearly, Zhao Shiheng was stunned on the spot. Wasn't this the student whom he had specially assigned to the elite class a few days ago? He had only awakened not long ago, and he had already reached Haoshan level 4 in a few days. Now, just a few days later, he was already at Haoshan level 5. One wouldn't be as fast as him even if they took steroids right. Everyone's astonished gazes were within Lin Bai's expectations. Zhao Shiheng revealed an expression that said that he was a promising young man to teach. He felt that he really had good taste back then and didn't let this promising young man slip away. Very good. In that case, those of you who have already broken through, prepare to participate in the assessment in 3 days. Every semester, the Academy would conduct multiple assessments to check on the cultivation of the students. The assessment was considered to be a relatively large-scale one. Regardless of whether they were freshmen or seniors, they could all sign up to take the assessment. If they were to obtain outstanding results, the Academy would place great emphasis on nurturing them. By giving priority to entering the Academy's secret realm, they would be able to obtain more resources and their cultivation speed would also be faster. Chapter 12. Assessment begins. Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. After Zhao Shiheng finished his lecture, Lin Bai was about to leave when he was stopped by a pair of slender hands. He looked up and saw that it was Chen Wu. "Lin Bai, I want to spar with you." Her clear and cold female voice was like jade in the mountains, but also like an aureole coming out of the valley. Chen Wu stared at him, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. If it was before, Chen Wu might not have taken this sparring partner seriously, but now she had no choice but to take him seriously. Lin Bai was only at Haoshan level 4 before, and now he was already at Haoshan level 5 after just a few days. This really surprised her. Level 4 to level 5 was a small hurdle. Chen Wu was really curious, how did Lin Bai do it in such a short time? Fortunately, they did not know that Lin Bai's true strength was actually at Haoshan level 6. Otherwise, there would have been another wave of commotion. Many students stopped and looked around. Their eyes were filled with gossip. After all, Chen Wu had never challenged someone in public like this before. The boos were endless. "Lin Bai, answer her. Lin Bai, we support you." Many boys were still whistling. Chen Wu swept a sharp glance over and they immediately fell silent. One could see how powerful her pressure was. Seeing that Lin Bai did not respond for a long time, Chen Wu could not help but raise her eyebrows. "How is it? Do you want to spar or not?" Lin Bai's expression was indifferent. He did not have the will to fight. He still wanted to go back and continue his cultivation. However, looking at Chen Wu's expression, if she did not get an answer, she probably would not give up easily. "I can't beat you, and I have to continue to cultivate." It was impossible for anyone to believe what she said. Chen Wu saw through Lin Bai's intention to avoid a fight, and her eyes turned cold. If that's the case, she unfolded her folding fan, and a divine light suddenly appeared, as if it could cut people's eyes. All the spiritual power in her body pressed down on Lin Bai, trying to force him to make a move. However, a green shadow coiled around Lin Bai's shoulder, and it was so fast that it looked like a ghost. The green light in Little Green's eyes flickered, and it accurately landed on Chen Wu's fan. Click, the fan that had just been opened was quickly closed by an unknown force. At the same time, Chen Wu felt as if she had been targeted by some ancient, ferocious beast. A chill ran down her back, and her shoulder seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. She couldn't move at all. In just an instant, by the time Chen Wu reacted, Lin Bai had already walked far away. Everyone saw that Chen Wu's expression was a little ugly and thought that she was feeling unwell. Her companion asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Chen Wu shook her head and said in a low voice, "I'm fine." Looking at the direction in which Lin Bai had left, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Recalling the feeling just now, could it be that she was hallucinating? Meanwhile, Lin Bai, who had already walked far away, revealed a smile and flicked Little Green's head. "You little smartass. It's all thanks to your help that I was able to get away. Otherwise, if I really had to fight with her, wouldn't it be a waste of time and energy? If I have the time, I might as well go back and give my cultivation away." Hearing the words, "give my cultivation away," Little Green's eyes lit up, and her tongue spat out even more happily, as if she was urging Lin Bai to hurry back. Lin Bai once again came to the abandoned basement at the back of the mountain. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy. A faint white fog surrounded him, layer after layer. From afar, it looked like a huge white cocoon. As he breathed, the spiritual energy became purer and rushed into his meridians. If Lin Bai's meridians were like a small stream before, they were now as wide as a river. Even so, a lot of spiritual energy still flowed out of his body, which benefited Little Green. It stretched its body to its heart's content and absorbed the spiritual energy into its body. Ding, the host has passed on 3 days of cultivation to Little Green. 20 times of return has been successfully triggered. The host has gained 60 days of cultivation. Lin Bai opened his eyes. He felt as if every pore on his body had been opened, and spiritual energy flowed through his body like a river. He threw a casual punch to the side. Although the basement was abandoned, it was extremely sturdy. Even the materials used were top-quality ores, so it was difficult for external forces to damage it. However, the ground was shaking and the mountains were shaking. It could fall at any time. If Lin Bai had not stopped his attack in time, there might really have been a risk of collapse. He could only walk out of the basement to avoid destroying his cultivation grounds. He found with great difficulty, bang. With the force of Lin Bai's punch, the boulder that was half the height of a man actually shattered, as if it was tofu. Even Lin Bai himself was a little surprised. He had no doubt that if he fought a beast that was on the same level as him, they would probably not be able to last more than a few rounds in his hands, even though they were known for their defenses. Since it's so powerful. At the same time, Lin Bai fed Little Green a lot of spiritual essence water. This little guy was also greedy. It didn't reject anything that came at it. It collapsed on the ground as if it had drunk too much. Even its small belly was bulging. "Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating?" Although that was what he said, Lin Bai wasn't worried. After all, Little Green had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Little Green crawled over and rubbed itself against him. The small bump on its head grew a little bigger. Lin Bai also noticed that there were a few pairs of tiny claws growing out of its belly. Although its body hadn't changed much, the scales on its body had been forged to become even more translucent and emerald green, making it look extremely hard. It looks more like a flood dragon now. From a snake to a flood dragon, Lin Bai was looking forward to the day when Little Green could evolve into an azure dragon. Soon, it was time for the assessment. There were quite a lot of people participating this time, about half of the people in the academy. For our assessment this time, the first place will be rewarded with 100,000 crystals, a martial arts manual, and 2 pet skill books. The second place will be rewarded with 50,000 crystals and martial arts manuals, and the third place will be rewarded with 30,000 crystals and pet skill book. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. They did not expect the academy to be so generous. Compared to the previous rewards, the reward this time was several times more. The format of the competition was also different from the previous ones. It was a one-on-one format, just like the one in the ring. The ring master would guard the ring well, and the others would challenge the ring by drawing lots at random. There were pros and cons to this format. For a moment, everyone had different expressions on their faces. If we were to encounter a powerful ring master, we would be in trouble. However, if we were to encounter a weak one, we might still have a chance. The academy isn't stupid. How could they let you take advantage of this loophole? Didn't you hear the teacher say that the final few ring masters left still have to compete against each other? The students were discussing animatedly over there. However, the first person to appear had already walked onto the stage. It was actually Luo Qin. What? It's actually this demon god? Oh my god, please don't let me fight with him. Everyone was a little flustered. Who didn't know Luo Qin's strength? He was one of the best in the academy, and encountering him basically meant that there was no hope. Chapter 13, 4-star Pet Beast, Frost Ape Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, I wonder which unlucky person will draw Luo Qin. Lin Bai looked at the name tag in his hand. He became the unlucky person that everyone was talking about. Li Zichen revealed a sympathetic look, patted his shoulder and said, Brother, your sparring partner is Chen Wu, and your opponent is Luo Qin. Your face is really dark. He actually picked Luo Qin. Lin Bai is said to be a newcomer in the elite class. He seems to be at Haoshan Realm level 5. He has just broken through not long ago, so his chances of winning against Luo Qin are not high. Luo Qin has already broken through long ago. He is now at Haoshan Realm level 6, and his strength is still unknown. It might even be at Haoshan Realm level 7. The gap between the two of them is quite big. How are they going to fight? If he fought anyone else, it would be fine, but it had to be Luo Qin. The crowd whispered among themselves. They did not think highly of Lin Bai from the inside out. Just when everyone thought that he was done for, Luo Qin's expression on the stage was somewhat serious. I remember that I had hoped to spar with you back then. I didn't expect it to be realized so quickly. I didn't expect it either. Hearing this conversation, the two seemed to know each other, and the crowd felt a little strange. After all, Luo Qin was relatively powerful, and he disdained to associate with others. He was used to being alone in the academy, and they had never heard of him having any friends. Lin Bai slowly walked onto the arena, and the invisible pressure that he released made Luo Qin frown. This powerful spiritual power was even stronger than what he had seen last time. Could it be that Lin Bai had broken through again? Thinking of Lin Bai's performance in the Martial Arts Association, Luo Qin did not dare to let his guard down. A dazzling white light flashed past, and a cold aura blew towards them. The huge and complicated array on the ground was faintly discernible, revealing a supreme majesty. Everyone could not help but retreat in unison. A huge beast with snow-white fur appeared in the center of the array. It carried the wind and snow as it came. Even the arena shook. It was the 4-star pet beast, Frost Ape. At the same time, Luo Qin also put on a defensive and offensive stance as he waited. Everyone was flabbergasted. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Luo Qin's other assessment tests before, but this was the first time they had seen such a battle. It gave everyone the feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. What's wrong with Luo Qin? He summoned a 4-star pet beast right from the start. Does he still want to let people live? The combat power of this man and beast can be said to have increased exponentially. Could it be that he intends to end the battle quickly this time and kill Lin Bai in one move? The Frost Ape has extremely high agility and attack power. If one is hit by it, it will trigger the effect of slowing down. Frost Barrage is also a sure kill skill. If it hits the enemy, not only will it cause great damage, it will also freeze the enemy into ice cubes and make him lose the ability to move. Everyone looked at Lin Bai with even more sympathy. I wonder what Lin Bai's pet is. Maybe it can make up for the lack of battle power. At least it won't lose so badly. Only a pet beast of the same star level or a stronger pet beast would have the ability to fight. Little Green, Lin Bai shouted in a low voice. The green shadow was like a green vine that twined around the mountain. Everyone tried their best to open their eyes wide. Only then did they see clearly that it was not a green vine, but a little green snake. Could this be Lin Bai's pet beast? Everyone was even more speechless. This 2-star pet beast was not even as thick as an arm of the frost ape. Just this, it could probably be killed with a slap. A 2-star versus a 4-star pet beast, there was no suspense. The level suppression between pet beasts was not just for show. This time, Lin Bai was definitely finished. Looks like there really isn't much hope this time. Go! Following Luo Qin's command, the frost ape was like a white lightning bolt as it charged in the direction of Lin Bai. Its speed was simply hard to catch with the naked eye. Its sharp claws flickered with a cold light. Just as it was about to hit Lin Bai's body, Lin Bai dodged the attack. His body was like a ghost. It was like the ever-changing and unpredictable clouds and mist. Someone cheered, "Good movement technique." Everyone thought that it was some kind of cultivation technique that made the frost ape, which was famous for its agility, unable to catch up to Lin Bai. However, they did not know that it had the buff of Little Green's skill, soaring cloud. It's not a good idea to continue dodging like this. Blindly defending won't work at all. When Luo Qin uses his ultimate skill, I'm afraid the battle will be over. Lin Bai doesn't have any hope of winning if he attacks head-on. However, if he wants to find another way to win through movement techniques and find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the chances of success are slim. Even so, everyone still didn't have high hopes for Lin Bai. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all unorthodox methods were like floating clouds. Everyone thought that Lin Bai couldn't beat Luo Qin, so he chose to avoid his attacks. They thought he wanted to stall for time so that he wouldn't lose in an ugly manner. Seeing that his attacks had been unsuccessful, Luo Qin gradually lost his patience. More importantly, others couldn't see the battle clearly and would think that he was going easy on Lin Bai. However, he could see it clearly from the stage. Not only did Lin Bai look at ease, but he even looked a little casual as if he was playing a game. This made him feel a little uneasy, and he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Roar! A beast's roar resounded through the sky, and the temperature in the air dropped rapidly. Even the arena was gradually covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The light blue crystals, with Luo Qin as the center, spread rapidly toward Lin Bai. Wherever the frost ape passed by, it became even colder, as if even blood had been frozen. Countless ice crystals condensed in the air and floated around Luo Qin, weaving into a dense net that enveloped Lin Bai. Even if he had wings, it would be difficult for him to escape. Let me see how you will dodge this time. Even the audience below the stage felt a great pressure. Even the breath they exhaled was stained with frost and snow. They could not help but shrink their bodies and close their clothes. Is this Luo Qin's true strength? The 4-star frost ape is indeed worthy of its reputation. They were all like this, not to mention Lin Bai. Little green scales seemed to have light blue ice crystals. It was as if they would be frozen into ice sculptures in the next second. However, Lin Bai shook his head. I've never thought about hiding. I'm just waiting for an opportunity. What kind of opportunity was it? Luo Qin wanted to ask, but he knew that now was not the time to talk. Could it be that Lin Bai was deliberately mystifying things, trying to disturb his mind? With a hint of doubt, he said without hesitation, "Frost barrage." Countless ice crystals and tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. The situation on the field was very bad for Lin Bai. The crowd seemed to have already seen the outcome of Lin Bai and his pet being pierced into sieves. They could not bear to see this and looked away. At this moment, a sudden change in situation occurred. Under the powerful pressure, Little Green's eyes burned with a desire to fight. It suddenly straightened its body. Green light descended from the sky and condensed into a huge shadow in the air. It disappeared in a flash. The stronger the opponent, the stronger it was. Little Green was just a little bit away from breaking through yesterday, and now it had finally broken through. Chapter 14, Breakthrough in Battle, Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, looking at the faintly discernible magic formation on Little Green's body. Luo Qin's pupils suddenly dilated, and an idea flashed through his mind. He seemed to have understood what Lin Bai meant by the timing. It turned out that Lin Bai wanted to use the pressure of the 4-star Frost Ape to temper Little Green. After all, it was only one step away from advancing to the next level, which was why it avoided the battle in the beginning. Not to mention Luo Qin, even the others did not expect Lin Bai to be so bold in this aspect. After all, it was difficult for a 2-star beast pet to withstand the pressure of a 4-star beast. The slightest carelessness could cause irreparable damage. However, Little Green was different from the other 2-star beasts. It had the powerful azure dragon bloodline in its body, so how could it be afraid? The few elders sitting on the high platform also saw through the trick, and their eyes were filled with amazement. I didn't expect him to use such a method to level up. After all, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. He wants to try everything. As expected, the new generation surpasses the previous generation. Although the others didn't know why Luo Qin's expression changed, they could feel that the atmosphere on the stage was a little strange. Like the calm before a storm, everyone's mood became a little nervous. Little Green's skill, suppression, had been upgraded to bloodline domination. The originally aggressive Frost Ape actually showed a timid attitude at this moment. It retreated a few steps back and actually didn't listen to its orders. What's going on? Luo Qin sensed that something was wrong. There seemed to be an insurmountable gap in front of him, pressing him down so hard that he couldn't move. His circulation of spiritual energy also became sluggish. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his face. Luo Qin's eyes revealed a rare look of panic. The ice crystals that were originally suspended in midair were actually slowly falling down because they were not supported by spiritual power. The corner of Lin Bai's lips curled up. He slowly spat out 2 words, headbutt. Little Green's head was instantly covered in a layer of dark green armor. All the power in her body was concentrated on her head. Her body was petite, but it was indestructible, like an arrow that had left the bow. The shadow behind her also revealed a mysterious section. Bang! The earth and the mountains shook. Everyone almost thought that the arena was about to collapse. The ice crystals that filled the sky turned into icy rain that sprinkled down. Everyone felt their faces turn ice cold. At the same time, a man and a beast flew out of the arena. It was Luo Qin and the Frost Ape. Their clothes were drenched, as if they had just been fished out of the water. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had not expected such an outcome. The entire arena was silent. Even the referee was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He stammered as he announced, "This round, Lin Bai wins." The entire arena was silent. The expressions on their faces were strangely similar. It was as if they had seen a monster. Then an uproar broke out. How is this possible? Lin Bai actually won. What exactly happened just now? I think I saw the phantom image of a giant beast. Could it be that I had an illusion before I woke up? They did not dare to believe what they had just seen, even though they had seen it with their own eyes. They felt that this world had become even more mystical. Little Green was a pet beast with a 2-star aptitude, but it was able to crush a Frost Ape with a 4-star aptitude. Since when did a 2-star become so powerful? I think this is more like 20 stars. Someone couldn't help but tease, but said what many people were thinking. If all 2-stars were as powerful as this little green snake, who would buy those 3- or 4-star ones? It was simply against common sense. Admiration, shock, and confusion intertwined with each other. They all fell on Lin Bai, who was in the center of the arena. At this moment, he was almost the center of everyone's attention. No one had thought that Lin Bai would win. Lin Bai's expression was neither arrogant nor impatient. The few elders beside him saw his calm expression and nodded in admiration. Whether it's his strength or temperament, he is different from others. He is a talent that can be molded. Just now, I saw that his pet beast is a 2-star green snake. It might have some flood dragon bloodline in it. That's why it was able to ignore the talent suppression and affect the Frost Ape. An elder pointed out the secret, and everyone suddenly understood. I was wondering how this 2-star pet could be so powerful. It's because of this. Flood dragons were fierce beasts. They were naturally strong and outstanding combat strength. They could be encountered but not obtained, It was even more difficult for ordinary people to tame them. Since ancient times, only a few people had the ability to tame flood dragons. Although pet beasts with the flood dragon bloodline were rare, there were still some. All of them had outstanding talent and could crush pet beasts of the same level. Although everyone still had doubts in their hearts, the power of the bloodline was too overbearing. They only thought that Little Green had mutated. They did not expect that its bloodline was not a flood dragon, but an azure dragon. Although the two were similar, they were worlds apart. After all, dragons were legendary creatures. A single breath of the dragon was enough to overturn mountains and rivers. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Bai merely smiled and let them misunderstand. This could also be used to conceal Little Green's true identity. It could also be considered a trump card. Luo Qin tidied up his clothes and walked over. Although his face was a little disheveled, he did not suffer much injury. Lin Bai stopped where appropriate, but it was because of this that he admired Lin Bai even more. It could be seen how precise Lin Bai's control of strength was. Luo Qin revealed a self-mocking smile, but he was completely convinced. Congratulations, I thought our strengths were about the same, but I didn't expect you to be far above me. You're not bad either. To be honest, if it wasn't for the system, it would have been a little risky to fight Luo Qin. Looks like Lin Bai will be a dark horse this time. He even defeated Luo Qin. I think there are only a handful of people in the academy who can match him. Top 5 shouldn't be a problem for him. Everyone wanted to walk over and congratulate him, but they didn't expect Lin Bai to disappear after speaking with Luo Qin. Strange, they were all here just now. Why don't I see them anymore in all of a sudden? Lin Bai left his group behind. Rather than wasting time here to deal with the crowd, he might as well watch the other people's arena matches. He had always believed that only through actual combat could he improve. Similarly, watching other people's battles would also allow him to gain a lot of insights. Great! Waves of cheers could be heard from the arena not far away. One could only see the heads of people moving about there. There were 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside, and it was almost impossible to pass through. Lin Bai walked over. An antique fan drew a sharp arc in the air. It was gorgeous, but it was filled with killing intent. It brushed past the edge of the arena. Even he could feel a powerful aura. Bang! A figure fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were closed, and he had lost the ability to fight. Chen Wu wins. The person standing on the arena was none other than Chen Wu. Chapter 15. Duel with Chen Wu Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. She was still dressed in red, but for the sake of convenience, she had changed into a neat outfit, which made her figure even more exquisite. Standing on the stage, Chen Wu looked like a blooming red rose. She was breathtaking. Her exposed skin seemed to glow, and her snow-white skin and red lips coupled with her exquisite facial features made people forget about her danger. Who will be next? Chen Wu has already won 9 in a row. Who else can beat her? I don't think anyone can beat her. It seems that her first place is well-deserved. We have seen the consequences of challenging her. It's getting carried away unconscious. Who would dare to fight her with such brutality? It's better to save your lives. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Chen Wu played with her fan casually. Her movements were lazy. She looked around the crowd, but no one dared to look her in the eye. How boring, they're all a bunch of cowards. Hearing this, the crowd didn't dare to retort. They were afraid that Chen Wu would suddenly give them a fan to wake up from their stupor. Suddenly, her gaze paused and met Lin Bai's gaze. It's you, then. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. I heard that Luo Qin lost to you. Although Chen Wu was fighting, the discussions of passerbys drifted into her ears. She only needed to win one more match to win 10 consecutive victories. She was in the mood to fight, and Lin Bai was a good candidate. Do you dare to fight with me? After the victory in the defense ring, the ringmaster could choose his opponent for the final battle. Lin Bai defeated Luo Qin. The others thought that they were not strong enough, so they gave up. Chen Wu took the initiative to invite Lin Bai. Lin Bai wanted to refuse, but Little Green, who was on his shoulder, was a little excited. She hissed, and it was hard for people to ignore her. It clearly didn't have enough of the battle just then, and now she wanted to continue. Dragons were like this. Their bodies were filled with a combative nature, and they were not willing to admit defeat. When they encountered strong opponents, they would become stronger. Lin Bai revealed a doting expression and said somewhat helplessly, "I really can't do anything to you." Looking at the two people in the arena, the others were looking forward to their battle. Chen Wu had won 9 in a row. Moreover, she had obtained the first place in the assessment before, so her strength was obvious to everyone. As for Lin Bai, he had just become a dark horse and defeated Luo Qin. Currently, his cultivation level was a mystery. He had a powerful beast pet that seemed to have the bloodline of a flood dragon. Although it was a 2-star beast, it could crush a 4-star frost ape. The two of them were evenly matched. For the time being, it was impossible to tell who was stronger. On the arena, a huge magic array lit up. With a long howl, a 5-star god-cracking eagle appeared in the center of the magic array. Its golden feathers sparkled in the air like dazzling sunlight. Its huge wings cast a shadow in front of everyone. Its sharp claws and teeth could tear everything apart. Its ice-gold beast eyes stared in Lin Bai's direction, making people shudder. Lin Bai frowned. He had not expected Chen Wu's beast pet to be a 5-star grade god-splitting eagle. Eagles and snakes were natural enemies. Even if Little Green had the azure dragon bloodline in her body, it didn't change the fact that she had not fully awakened it. Furthermore, the difference in star levels was too great. As such, the bloodline domination skill would lose its effect. What, are you afraid? It's still not too late to admit defeat. Xiua Chen Wu opened the folding fan in her hand. The beast patterns on the surface of the fan were vivid and lifelike. The dark patterns were like a single eye, staring at Lin Bai like a tiger watching its prey. She gently fanned the fan, and a strong gust of wind blew over. It swept towards Lin Bai with an overwhelming momentum. Previously, there were a few opponents who had been slapped out of the arena due to their carelessness and underestimation of their opponents. Even if the people behind them were on guard, they would not be able to stand against the huge gust of wind for a few minutes. Lin Bai's robe was blown all over the place. If it was not for the fact that he was already on guard, he would have probably joined one of the unlucky ones before him. Chen Wu made a gesture with her hand, and the fan was ever-changing. With her slender hands and the folding fan, everyone could finally see what it meant to have one's fingers as thin as the roots of a scallion. Although the scene was pleasing to the eye, Lin Bai was not in the mood to enjoy it. The strong wind was incessant. It was as if the arena was about to be lifted up much less people. Even he could not help but take a few steps back. If it were not for the spiritual power in his entire body pouring into his feet and firmly adhering to the ground, he would have already floated into the sky. Chen Wu didn't expect Lin Bai to hold on for so long. She formed a spell with her hand, and a vortex was formed on the ground. The strong gales turned into tornadoes. Fortunately, the referee was quick-witted and set up a protective array on the side. Otherwise, the arena might really be lifted up. Even so, the floor inside the arena was all turned up. Everyone was dumbfounded. So Chen Wu didn't use her full strength before. If this wind blew on them, a layer of skin would probably be blown off. Lin Bai frowned slightly. If this continued, he was afraid that it would not work out. When the tornado arrived, he would definitely not be able to stand steadily. Bind! Little Green suddenly changed into a green light. One end was tied to Lin Bai's body, and the other end was tied to the pillar beside the ring. Only then did he manage to stand steadily. Hoo! The tornado swept over. Between the flying sand and stones, the color of the sky and earth changed. It blew so hard that people could hardly open their eyes. Chen Wu was indeed more powerful than Luo Qin. The storm not only restricted Lin Bai's mobility, but also made it impossible for him to use his spiritual power. If this continued, he would be out sooner or later. With a thought, he poured his spiritual power into Little Green. As if sensing Lin Bai's intention, Little Green swung its tail forcefully, and Lin Bai jumped with the help of the force and successfully escaped from the storm. However, the storm followed closely behind like a shadow. Looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Lin Bai's figure shuttled through the arena, his speed almost becoming an afterimage. As he dodged, he thought of countermeasures. Chen Wu's body was also surrounded by strong winds, which were equivalent to a protective barrier. It was impossible to break through her defense in a short period of time, so Little Green's head hammer skill was not very effective. However, before Lin Bai could think of anything, the fan in Chen Wu's hand spun again, and countless golden lights shot out in all directions. Mixed with the strong wind, it felt even more ferocious. A strong wind landed on the ground, and Lin Bai narrowly avoided it. A huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and he was injured by the chi force. He did not dare to imagine what would happen if it hit a person's body. The people below the stage could not help but sweat for Lin Bai. Chen Wu is really ruthless. This is a competition, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, there's a teacher watching from the stage. I feel that Lin Bai has always been at a disadvantage. If things continue like this, I'm afraid that Chen Wu will win. That's hard to say. It's not the last moment yet, so the outcome is still unknown. Chapter 16. Heaven-Swallowing Myriad Phase Technique 7 Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai and Chen Wu were trembling on the stage. The crowd was not idle either, and they were discussing animatedly below the stage. Right now, Lin Bai was barely able to stand firm on the stage by relying on Little Green's soaring cloud and binding skills. Little Green's offensive skills were limited, and they could not break through Chen Wu's defense. The bloodline domination was even more ineffective. Although Chen Wu is powerful, it's not like there's no way to beat her. As long as I gets close to her, her means will lose their effectiveness. If the fighting on the stage was a martial artist, the situation would be much easier. Break through with force. Beast masters like them were most afraid of close combat. After all, their physical fitness is not comparable to us martial artists in all aspects. Some of the martial arts practitioners below the stage could not help but nod, feeling that these words were very reasonable. However, some beast trainers did not feel good hearing it. Forget it. We are not fools. How could we let you get close so easily? I'm afraid that you will be slapped down by our pet beasts halfway. If you ask me, beast masters are more powerful than martial arts practitioners. After all, their methods are ever-changing, and they have the support of their pet beasts. They are not like martial arts practitioners who only have brute force. The arrogant looks of the beast masters were somewhat annoying in the eyes of the martial artists. Originally, the topic revolved around how Lin Bai could break out of the encirclement. Who was better, him or Chen Wu? Unexpectedly, they had leveled up the argument to whether a martial artist or a beast tamer was stronger. With your fragile bodies, if you didn't have the protection of your pets, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to last more than 15 minutes on the stage. You still have the nerve to say such arrogant words. If you're strong, don't hide behind your pets. This is so funny. You guys are simple-minded and have well-developed limbs. We don't even need to fight you personally. The pet beasts that we summon can crush you. The awakened martial arts and the awakened beast tamers were in a dispute. Both sides stared at the other like black-eyed chickens, trying to prove the power of their profession. The smell of gunpowder in the air became more and more intense, but the people on the stage didn't notice it. Chen Wu frowned. If it were in the past, an ordinary person would have been knocked out of the stage by her fierce attackess. However, Lin Bai was able to hold on for so long, which was really surprising to her. Although Lin Bai was in a passive position, it could be seen that he was very powerful. It was likely that he would have some other tricks up his sleeve. Her mind moved slightly, and she formed a spell with her hand. At the same time, she waved her fan in the air. It instantly became incomparably huge, and the wind that was fanned out became even more powerful and violent. Even the air seemed to have been split into two halves. Countless floors were overturned, and even the pillars on the side were on the verge of collapsing. Seeing that Little Green's body was starting to tremble, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous to Lin Bai. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Wu was controlling the fan, Lin Bai finally found the right opportunity. Octane Blast! With a loud shout, Lin Bai's aura changed. He stood firm on the spot and seemed to have transformed into mountains and rivers. No one could shake him. His ferocious fist turned into a towering green mountain and crushed down on Chen Wu, suppressing everything with a crushing force. Even the previously violent squall dissipated under the powerful pressure. Chen Wu's pupils suddenly constricted. She wanted to defend, but it was too late. Boom! The loud noise on the arena instantly attracted everyone's attention. The two groups of people who were still quarreling with each other just now looked at the scene on the stage and suddenly revealed a dreamy expression. I didn't see wrongly. What Lin Bai used just now seemed to be a martial skill. You didn't see wrongly, that is the Octane Blast. The incomparably huge deep pit on the stage was a mark that could only be left by a martial skill. At this moment, everyone was staring blankly. Didn't they say that Lin Bai is a beast master? How could he still be able to use martial arts techniques? Could it be that he was both a martial artist and a beast master? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at the broken stage, it was already on the verge of collapsing under the force of their power. It was also fortunate that when the Academy built the stage, they didn't cut corners. Otherwise, it would have collapsed by now. After a moment, the referee's voice rang out. Lin Bai wins. At this moment, Lin Bai truly deserved it. Everyone's gaze was filled with admiration. One had to know that Lin Bai first defeated Luo Qin. His 2-star pet beast had suppressed a 4-star pet beast, and then he defeated Chen Wu. It was revealed that he actually cultivated martial arts and beast taming at the same time. He was very outstanding in both professions. Both of the top experts had lost in regret, not to mention the other figures in the academy. Without a doubt, Lin Bai had obtained the first place in the competition. Such an outcome was something that no one had expected. After all, the previous favorites to win the championship were Luo Qin and Chen Wu. Who would have thought that Lin Bai would suddenly appear out of nowhere, and even enter everyone's sight with such formidable strength? Under everyone's envious gazes, Lin Bai walked onto the stage to receive the prize. The 2 pet beast skills were Iron Tail and Water Cannon. Both were relatively ordinary skill. However, the martial arts cultivation technique that was rewarded had some prestige. It was the cornerstone treasure of Academy, Heaven's Swallowing Myriad Phase Technique. This name sounded domineering, but in reality, the book was just like its name. It was also incomparably domineering and extremely powerful. However, it also had a fatal flaw. Ordinary cultivation techniques only required 1 time of spiritual power. Meanwhile, cultivating this cultivation technique required 10 times or 100 times the cultivation time and energy of other cultivation techniques. In other words, it required a large amount of cultivation to feed this cultivation technique. However, how could ordinary people have so much cultivation? Therefore, no one had ever cultivated it. With this martial arts and cultivation, it was better to cultivate other cultivation techniques. There were better choices, so there was no need to waste energy here. When the crowd saw the heaven-swallowing myriad phase technique, their expressions immediately changed. Someone spoke with envy and jealousy, wishing that he could take Lin Bai's place at this moment. No way, they even took out such a powerful cultivation technique this year and gave it to him. Isn't he too lucky? If I had known that there was such a top-grade cultivation technique, I would have given it a shot no matter what. The companion beside him shook his head and had a different opinion. Lucky? I don't think so. You don't know that this cultivation technique sounds very powerful, but in the past 100 years, not a single person has managed to cultivate it. It's just flashy and unsubstantial. There were still quite a few people in the academy who knew the value of this cultivation technique and knew its characteristics. It's a pity to throw it away. It's tasteless to eat it. The academy really has a good plan. Since no one has succeeded in cultivating it, it would just be collecting dust in their warehouse. They might as well use it as a reward. In my opinion, it's useless for Lin Bai to obtain this cultivation technique. I reckon he would have no choice but to keep it at home to eat dust. When Lin Bai heard the words of the crowd, his heart was a little excited. Because he had the return system in hand, what he did not lack the most could be said to be the cultivation that time piled up. This cultivation method was simply tailored for him, it was the most suitable. Chapter 17, The 4 Major Power Factions Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. After the competition ended, everyone wanted to find Lin Bai to congratulate him, but they realized that he had long disappeared. To Lin Bai, time was money. If he had the time to deal with irrelevant people, he might as well use it to cultivate properly. Moreover, he was very interested in the heaven-devouring myriad phase technique that he had just obtained. I need to obtain a lot of cultivation. With the return system in hand, what I don't lack the most is cultivation. Lin Bai, whom everyone had been unable to find, had already appeared in the abandoned basement at the back of the mountain. No one would have thought that the person who had just obtained first place in the academy would actually be able to stay in this narrow room. Lin Bai studied the cultivation technique in his hand. It was unknown what material the ancient book cover was made of, but it looked rather old. The yellow curly corners all spoke of the long history of this book. The heaven-devouring myriad phase technique. The words on the cover were strong and powerful, and the overbearing aura that came at him seemed as if as long as he could cultivate it, even the heaven and earth would be under his control. In reality, no one could tell what was going on. After all, since ancient times, the number of people who had cultivated it could be counted on one's fingers. Some people said that if one cultivated it to the extreme, it could really swallow the sky, while others said that this cultivation technique was useless. This was because the cultivation and spiritual power it required in the later stages were simply too terrifying. It was like a bottomless pit that never had an end. No matter how much ample spirit force cultivation one had, it would be all consumed. He remembered that there was once an ancient aristocratic family who did not believe in this, and used the entire clan's strength to support the disciples of the clan who were able to cultivate this cultivation technique. That person had indeed lived up to their expectations. After cultivating this cultivation technique, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and he became the chosen one of the generation. However, as time passed, regardless of whether it was resources, cultivation, or spiritual power, the requirements became greater and greater. It was as if a whale was swallowing them. Even the ancient aristocratic families could not afford it, and they almost died because of it. Fortunately, they stopped their losses in time and gave up. Even so, their vitality was still greatly damaged. Falling from a first-rate aristocratic family was enough to show how terrifying this technique was. Lin Bai circulated one cultivation cycle and could already feel the profoundness of this cultivation technique. It was as if there was a force flowing through his meridians to all parts of his body. It gave people the feeling that a new meridian had opened up in his body. It was based on force. 10 forces were one ox, 10 oxen were one elephant, and 10 elephants were one flood dragon. It went on like this, and it was given the name heaven-devouring myriad phase art. If one could cultivate this art to 10,000 elephant force, one could imagine its power. It was a pity that the person who cultivated the highest record in this cultivation technique seemed to have only cultivated to the strength of 1,000 elephants and stopped there. But this consumption of cultivation is indeed large. Lin Bai was a little surprised. The spiritual energy he had accumulated was only enough to circulate a few cycles before it was swept away, forcing him to stop cultivating. No wonder it's a money-burning cultivation technique. If one don't have any spiritual stone veins at home, he wouldn't even dare to cultivate it. Although Lin Bai didn't have any mines at home, he had the system. He looked at the environment around him and immediately showed a disdainful expression. Alternate heaven and blessed land was very important to cultivation. If one could cultivate in a good alternate heaven and blessed land, their efficiency would almost double. And the alternate heaven and blessed land were divided according to rank. From high to low, they were heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, and unrated. The living environment in the basement was too poor. The conditions were even less rated than unrated. He had to find a way to change his residence. Lin Bai calculated his own wealth. All the crystal stones he gained from before were used to buy storage bags and spiritual energy water. Now, he only had the 100,000 bonus that he had just received. It was a drop in the bucket. It was far from enough to buy a better place. A penny can defeat a hero. It seems that I still have to earn money. Lin Bai thought for a moment and decided to go to the Martial Arts Association to accept missions. After all, with his current strength, not to mention high-level missions, at least mid-level missions would not be a problem. When he walked to the Martial Arts Association, compared to the usual few people, there was now 3 layers of people inside and outside. It was almost impossible to get through the door. He did not know what had happened, but today was especially busy. On both sides of the street, there were many people who were watching the show. Lin Bai could not help but ask, "What's going on today? Everyone is crowded here. Could it be that something special happened?" That person said excitedly, "You don't know yet, right? If it's an ordinary member selling money in name, they can get 1,000 crystals. If it's a senior member, they can get 5,000 crystals. Hearing this, Lin Bai was even more confused. What do you mean by selling money in name? He revealed a surprised look. You don't even know such a big piece of news. The four major forces are all rushing to snatch people. Lin Bai was completely focused on cultivation, and he didn't talk to anyone from the academy. It could be said that he didn't pay attention to the outside world. He only found out after asking in detail. There were four major forces in the city, namely the Broken Sword Escort Agency, the Green Lotus Medicine Shop, the Wind and Cloud Taoist Dojo, and the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce. It turned out that they had recently discovered a new paradise. It actually had a middle-level mystic-grade spirit vein. Coincidentally, this spirit vein did not belong to any of the powers. Therefore, they all wanted a piece of the pie. In order to determine the ownership of the spirit vein, the four major powers had many disputes. In the end, they decided to hold a competition. For the sake of fairness, it was only limited to the younger generation's participation. The final victor would receive half of the spirit vein, and the remaining three powers would split the rest equally. The competition would be conducted as a team, and external assistance could also be sought. Therefore, everyone ran over to the Martial Arts Association's side to recruit people. Among them, the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce was extremely wealthy, and they had spent a large sum of money. It seemed that they were determined to obtain the spirit vein this time. Then, what will be the reward for their victory in the competition? That person shook his head, indicating that he did not know. How could people like us know? Perhaps we will only know after we participate in the competition. After all, the four great factions have joined hands to organize it, so the rewards should not be too bad. Even if there are no rewards, if we can go to the alternate heaven-blessed land to cultivate for free, I think it would not be a loss. He revealed a self-deprecating smile. However, for small figures like us who do not have high cultivation levels, we can only go there as cannon fodder. It would be good enough if we can get the money, but forget about the rewards. The four major factions in the city could be said to have occupied the best alternate heaven-blessed lands. Unfortunately, they were not open to outsiders and were only available for people from their own factions to cultivate. After explaining everything to Lin Bai, that person hurriedly ran into the Martial Arts Association. I won't talk to you for now. If the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce has hired enough people, then I'll suffer a great loss. Lin Bai watched him leave, his heart slightly moved. Whether it was for the unknown rewards or the opportunity to cultivate in the alternate heaven-blessed land, participating in this competition would only bring him benefits and no harm. Chapter 18. Chance Encounter with Chen Wu 5 Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Just as he walked into the Martial Arts Association, he saw a few conspicuous signboards. The Broken Sword Escort Agency was a small sword that shone with a cold light. He did not know why a corner of the sword was missing, but even so, it did not detract from its dignity. The Green Lotus Medicine Shop was a piece of green leaf and branch that were full of vitality. It was filled with an exuberant smell of green. The Wind and Cloud Taoist Dojo had the symbol of white clouds. It looked free and uninhibited, and there was a carefree feeling permeating. As for the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce, it was a ferocious beast head, eyeing the passing crowd with covetous eyes. Because the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce was rich and overbearing, it had the most people on its side. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment before walking over. According to the current situation of the four major forces, the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce had a very high chance of winning first place. It was better to go to it. When the person in charge saw Lin Bai hand over a high-level membership card, his expression was indifferent. Perhaps it was because they was rich and overbearing. There were already quite a number of people who had signed up previously. High-level members who were usually rare were also very common here. Everyone was not a fool. There were quite a number of people who had some strength, but were not from the four great factions. They also held the same thoughts as Lin Bai and wanted to use this opportunity to obtain some benefits. They all came over to the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce's side. As a result, they had recruited quite a number of people here, and they were almost full. It was no wonder that he had an indifferent attitude. How's your cultivation level? Let's take a look at your identification. As Lin Bai had been busy with cultivation previously, coupled with the upcoming competition, he had forgotten to update it. As a result, the identification was still written at Haoshan Level 4. What? Only Haoshan 4th stage. The manager looked at the advanced membership card and looked at Lin Bai suspiciously. He said bluntly, how could a mere Haoshan Level 4 obtain an advanced membership card? Could it be that he used some improper means? It was no wonder that he had such thoughts. The names of the advanced members on the list were all at 7th or 8th level. There were even those who were at Xianxia realm. Lin Bai's cultivation level would not look good on the list. The person in charge impatiently opened his mouth to chase them away. He did not want to deal with Lin Bai anymore. We are already full. We don't need any more people. You can go and take a look elsewhere. Lin Bai frowned. But you guys just, before he could finish his sentence, the person in charge opened his mouth with an unfriendly expression. I said that we are already full. Do you not understand human language? Hurry up and move aside. Don't block the way. The person in charge waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. Lin Bai gave him a cold glance, picked up the advanced membership card, and turned around almost at the same time. The Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce received another person with an advanced membership card, but his cultivation had already reached the Xianxian state. Our Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce welcomes your arrival. We hope to work hard together in this competition. Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Bai smiled indifferently. He felt that it was extremely ironic. Hess, we're full of people. Forget it. Since there was no one left here, there was a place for them to stay. He only hoped that when the time came for the competition, the members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce would not regret it. Lin Bai returned to his usual calm appearance. However, there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his gaze. Just as he was about to head to the Broken Sword Escort Agency, he heard a familiar female voice coming from the southeast. Wan Helyang, you're really going too far. Lin Bai stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction of the voice. It was from the direction of the Wind and Cloud Dojo. This voice seems to be, at the same time, at the Wind and Cloud Dojo. Chen Wu stared angrily at the man in front of her. 2 red blobs appeared on her snow-white cheeks. It was unknown whether she was angry or embarrassed. Wan Helyang, you are really abusing everyone in the Wind and Cloud Dojo. You actually dared to touch me in public. The man standing in front of her wore a purple robe. It was made from the fur of a superior purple-gold coiling cloud beast. Not only did it have the effect of increasing spiritual power, but its defense was also top-notch. The purple-gold crown on his head made him look even more imposing. His gaze fell on Chen Wu's body, which was somewhat revealing, making him appear a little frivolous. Why are you so angry? Anyway, it's only a matter of time before you're mine. Why do you have to say such harsh words and make everyone laugh at you? Seeing his self-righteous manner, his words seemed to treat her like a piece of cake. Chen Wu couldn't take it anymore. She waved her fan and was about to make a move, but was pulled back by the person beside her. Senior Martial Sister, don't be rash. You've fallen for this villain's trick. This is the Martial Arts Association. We can't cause trouble here. The Wind and Cloud Dojo was already having a hard time. It wasn't worth it to offend the Martial Arts Association for such a villain. Chen Wu gripped the handle of her fan and reluctantly closed it. She stared coldly at Wan Helyang. Get out of my way. Wan Helyang smiled indifferently. You have a bad temper. If we really get married in the future, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll say it again. Get lost. The killing intent in Chen Wu's eyes was almost tangible, but Wan Helyang did not seem to notice it. Even if we're going to fight, we should fight on the day of the competition. Let's save our energy. After saying this, he swaggered off with his men. He gave Chen Wu a meaningful look, his eyes full of determination to win. Lin Bai happened to see this scene in the crowd. It turned out that Chen Wu was the eldest daughter of the Wind and Cloud Dojo. In the past few years, the Wind and Cloud Dojo had been declining day by day, to the point that only Chen Wu could be considered to have some strength. Some of the others were good, some were bad. Fortunately, she was still quite capable. Not only was her talent outstanding, but she was also quite hardworking. However, even so, she still couldn't save the Wind and Cloud Dojo from its decline. If she couldn't get first place this time and obtain the Spirit Vein, their bloodline would be eliminated. And Chen Wu herself would also be forced to marry Wan Helyang. the young master of the Thousand-Beast Chamber of Commerce. Senior Marshal Sister, what do? We did not manage to recruit many people today, and all of them were snatched away by the Thousand-Beast Chamber of Commerce. If this continues, I'm afraid. Chen Wu bit her lip and looked around the crowd. Her eyes met Lin Bai's gaze, and her eyes could not help but light up. There was a ready-made helper now. She had experienced Lin Bai's strength before. If he could lend a hand, she would have a greater chance. Chen Wu greeted him. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Bai nodded. What a coincidence. Seeing that Chen Wu seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Lin Bai already had some guesses in his heart. If you have something to say, just say it. Chen Wu might as well get straight to the point. I want to ask for your help. I hope that you can join our Wind and Cloud Dojo. Lin Bai pondered for a short while before answering. It's not impossible for me to help. If I can win this competition, you must give me priority to cultivate in the alternate heaven-blessed land. If we can win the competition, that's easy. Lin Bai and Chen Wu looked at each other. The two of them hit it off. Chapter 19. Crisis of the Wind and Cloud Dojo Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the competition would only begin a few days later. During this period of time, Lin Bai had been cultivating without any sleep or food. After all, he had reached an agreement with Chen Wu, and the strength of the Thousand-Beast Chamber of Commerce's people was not to be underestimated. In the basement of the back mountain, under the dim light, one could faintly see a huge white cocoon. If anyone else were to come closer to take a look, they would be shocked to discover that it was actually Lin Bai. They could only see his body floating in midair, the spiritual energy within his body circulating, swallowing clouds and exhaling fog. The air was congealed with wisps of white fog that drooped down like a distant Milky Way, wrapping him within. The scene was like a dream and an illusion. Even this dilapidated basement seemed to be shining brightly. Heaven-devouring myriad phase art was circulating at a high speed in his body. It was as if it was a bottomless pit and drained spiritual energy and cultivation rapidly. If this continued, they would be completely exhausted. Little Green, Lin Bai shouted. Little Green, who was dozing off beside him, immediately stood up and quickly landed in his hand. Ding! The host has passed Little Green 10 days of cultivation. The 100 times return has been successfully triggered. The host has obtained 1,000 days of cultivation. Boom! A loud noise could be heard as a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the basement. The huge white cocoon was now like a small boat floating in the boundless ocean. Countless spiritual power washed through Lin Bai's veins. Under the baptism of the spiritual power, even the blood vessels on his hands revealed a faint golden color. His body and dantian were constantly tempered. The bottleneck that he could not touch was suddenly opened, and something gushed out. Lin Bai frowned. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was undergoing reconstruction and forging. It was as if his bones had been broken, and the impurities hidden in the depths of his flesh and blood had been removed. If it were any other ordinary person, they would have probably fainted by now. However, he did not make a single sound. Other than his pale face, no one could tell how much pain he was suffering at this moment. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his forehead. Lin Bai's eyes were bloodshot, and his original white cocoon had turned a little more blood red. He did not know how long this inhuman pain had lasted. Lin Bai was almost numb. He only felt his body relax, as if there was a warm current flowing through his body, repairing the previous wounds. That feeling was like a dead tree coming back to life and everything sprouting. It was extremely magical. All the pain disappeared and was replaced by abundant spiritual energy. A divine light flashed in his eyes, making people even more afraid to look at him directly. A divine light flashed in the air. Lin Bai's figure was nowhere to be seen. In just a breath, he appeared on the back mountain. Boom! He punched the mountain rock. The originally indestructible mountain body was like tofu. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. Broken stones flew in all directions. Birds flew up in shock. It was as if the sky was about to collapse. After a moment, everything calmed down. It was as if a fierce wind had passed by, destroying everything, especially the marks on the mountain. He couldn't believe that this was actually done by a human. Even Lin Bai himself was a bit surprised. He looked at his hand. I didn't expect that the combination of heaven-devouring myriad phase art and the octane blast would be so powerful. He had only casually waved his hand just now and didn't even release 50% of his power, but it was already so terrifying. Now, his heaven-devouring myriad phase art was already quite effective. He had cultivated the power of 2 elephants, and he had only obtained this cultivation technique for a short time. If this speed were to be spread out, it would scare people to death. His strength could be said to have multiplied. Hiss, hiss! Hearing Little Green's movements, Lin Bai saw that it seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the small bulge on its forehead also became more obvious. What is this? He took a closer look and saw that 5 inches in front of the snake, there was an additional bulge, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Bai touched it, and that feeling was somewhat indescribable. It was a bit like the bones of a bird. Could it be that these are wings? The more Lin Bai looked at it, the more he felt that it was highly possible. Little Green should be evolving towards the direction of the rain dragon. He didn't know what would happen on the day it matured. I almost forgot the date of the competition. Lin Bai hurried down the mountain, but he didn't know that the competition between the 4 major forces had already begun. The Wind and Cloud Dojo and the 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce stood facing each other. Not only were the people from the Wind and Cloud Dojo in a sorry state, but they also had wounds of varying sizes on their bodies, making them look rather miserable. On the other hand, the 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce was acting high and mighty for no other reason than that the competition was divided into 8 matches. Other than Chen Wu, who had won, the Wind and Cloud Dojo had lost 2 matches in a row and were already on the verge of elimination. The Wind and Cloud Dojo had sent out all of their elites. On the other hand, the 10,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce still had a few elite disciples who had yet to make a move. Chen Wu could not help but reveal a look of despair. Could it be that the Wind and Cloud Dojo was really going to stop here? Wan Helyang walked over smugly. Why do you have to put up a stubborn resistance? The competition is already set in stone. Your Wind and Cloud Dojo will definitely lose. Why don't you follow me earlier? After saying that, he stretched out his hand to touch Chen Wu's face, but was flung away by Chen Wu. This is a competition ground. Please show some respect. Wan Helyang seemed to have heard a huge joke. You're about to become my woman. I can do whatever I want. Chen Wu bit her lips tightly. It's not the final moment yet. The outcome is still uncertain. Don't be too pleased with yourself. At this moment, the referee's voice came from the arena. The 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce versus the Wind and Cloud Taoist sect. The 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce wins. Another loss. Chen Wu's face instantly turned pale. If she lost another match, she would lose the qualification to participate in the competition. If she wanted to win, it meant that she had to win 4 matches in a row. This was simply impossible to accomplish. Wan Helyang's ambiguous gaze swept across Chen Wu. Looks like I'll have to immediately order people to arrange our wedding. He turned around and left with a savage smile. Chen Wu's eyes were red with anger. She clenched her fists and made cracking sounds. The others were afraid that she would do something impulsive. Senior Marshal Sister, the big picture is the most important thing. We will definitely not let you marry that scum. Although she said that, the expressions on everyone's faces did not look good. Senior Marshal Sister, what should we do? Almost no one from our side can go on stage. The sobbing voice of the little junior sister came from beside her. Hasn't Lin Bai arrived yet? The junior marshal brother guarding the door shook his head. Could it be that he had retreated on the spot, or that he was afraid of offending the 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce? Various thoughts flashed through Chen Wu's mind, and she couldn't help but sigh. She had originally thought that Lin Bai was an important figure, but she hadn't expected him to be just so. In the end, it's me who overestimated him. After hearing this, the members of the Wind and Cloud Dojo were even more flustered. Then, what should we do next? It was about to be time to enter the arena, but none of them were able to enter. Chapter 20, Who is the one asking to die? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat and let your eldest marshal sister marry our young master directly. Who says so? Now that the Wind and Cloud Dojo is out of people, it's a waste of our time to struggle here. The people from the 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce looked condescendingly and immediately burst into laughter. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. The people of the Wind and Cloud Dojo were so angry that their bodies were trembling. "This is too much. I must teach them a lesson." Seeing that a disciple was about to forcefully stand up, Chen Wu ordered him to leave. "You can't beat them at all. If you go, there will be meaningless casualties." The referee announced the rules of the competition with an expressionless face. "At the last moment, if no one else goes on stage, you will lose the qualification to compete." The pale-faced young man coughed and said, "Cough, cough, senior martial sister, let me go. I can still do it." "No, martial brother Zhang, you were seriously injured in the match just now and haven't recovered yet. If you go up now, you will only be courting death. You can't joke about your own life. Even if I die, I will fight until the last moment. I will never let that scumbag Wan Heliang succeed." Zhang Heoran coughed even harder when he talked about his excitement. However, how could she let him go on stage in his current state? Chen Wu's eyes were red. Her heart was filled with deep despair. Could it be that there was no room for negotiation? Just as the referee was about to announce the results, a cold male voice was heard. "I'm late." To Chen Wu, it was like the sound of nature. She suddenly turned her head back. It was the late Lin Bai. "I'm sorry, I was too engrossed in my cultivation and didn't pay attention to the time. I'm not too late, am I?" "Not too late. As long as you're here, it's good, I thought." Chen Wu lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't finish her sentence, but the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce were filling in for her. "I thought you were a coward. After hearing our name, you didn't dare to appear." The Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce was still wondering who the external aide Chen Wu had invited was. When they saw that it was actually an unfamiliar face, it was fine if that was the case. But the identity plate also showed that he was at Haoshan level 4, so they didn't take Lin Bai seriously at all. Chen Wu glanced at Lin Bai worriedly, worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Lin Bai's people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce are indeed not easy to deal with. "If you choose to withdraw now, I won't blame you." She was already very grateful that Lin Bai could come. Just as Wan Heliang had said, the matter was already settled. Even if Lin Bai was powerful, it was simply impossible for him to win 4 matches in a row. Moreover, the few great experts of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce hadn't even entered the arena yet. Lin Bai gave her a reassuring look. "Since I've promised you, I'll definitely do it. There's absolutely no reason for me to retreat at the last minute. You just need to remember one thing and prepare the alternate heaven-blessed land." His face was calm, as if all the difficult problems could be solved easily. Chen Wu was stunned as she watched Lin Bai walk onto the arena, still in a daze. The unrestrained and uninhibited back view was frozen in her eyes. For some reason, it actually made her feel somewhat at ease. However, senior brother Zhao and a few other senior brothers and sisters from before revealed suspicious gazes and said uneasily, "Senior sister, is this person you're looking for okay? He's only at Haoshan State level 4. He definitely can do it." For some reason, Chen Wu had an inexplicable trust in Lin Bai, but his cultivation level doesn't mean everything. He once defeated me in a competition in the academy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gape. After all, Chen Wu was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful person in the Wind and Cloud Dojo. Wan Heliang looked at the commotion and could not help but narrow his eyes. He asked the people beside him, "Does anyone know this kid?" Everyone shook their heads to show that they did not know. The people beside him said fawningly, "I think he should be a small fry, the kind that is not famous. Young Master Wan, don't take him to heart." However, Wan Heliang saw the interaction between Lin Bai and Chen Wu. He had already treated Chen Wu as his own possession. Seeing her suddenly show such a dependent expression towards Lin Bai, it was extremely glaring. He sneered and said, "Find someone to play with him properly. Don't let others underestimate the strength of our Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce." His subordinates understood the hidden meaning of his words and immediately nodded in agreement. Originally, to deal with a character like Lin Bai, it would have been fine to just send a random person. But now, it was Li Zhangheng who had appeared. Chen Wu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her expression slightly unsightly. How could it be him? Initially, she had been hoping for a fluke, thinking that the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce would underestimate their opponent. This way, Lin Bai would be able to win one round effortlessly, and the subsequent matches would be more assured. Who would have thought that he would actually be one of the 3 great experts of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce? Li Zhangheng, who was known for his strength and believed in using his strength to defeat all living things. On the stage, Li Zhangheng clearly didn't put Lin Bai in his eyes. Even if you want to stand up for someone, you should first weigh your own strength. You're just a mere Haoshan 4th stage, yet you dare to step onto the stage. You really don't know how the word death is written. Lin Bai's gaze was cold, and his expression was a little impatient as he said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Li Zhangheng saw that his attitude was even more arrogant than his, and he instantly became angry out of embarrassment. "You're courting death." The instant he finished speaking, a huge array lit up on the stage, and a faint tiger's roar could be heard. A 6-star saber-toothed tiger leaped out from within. It was so awe-inspiring that even the deaf could hear it. It stared coldly at Lin Bai as if it was looking at food on a plate. Its 2 fangs flickered with a sharp light. The figures of a man and a tiger overlapped in the air. With every step that Li Zhangheng took, the ground trembled a little. It was as if a ferocious tiger had descended from the mountain, bringing with it a crushing force as it pounced towards Lin Bai. Because the force was so strong that the ground could not bear it, spider web-like cracks appeared on it. This was Li Zhangheng's famous ultimate skill, Tiger Roar Mountain Forest. A powerful pressure came at Lin Bai's face, weaving into a huge net that covered Lin Bai. Lin Bai did not even blink, showing no intention of avoiding it. Everyone could not help but sweat for Lin Bai. It's over. If he gets hit by Li Zhangheng, it will be a problem whether his corpse will be intact. The people of the Wind and Cloud Dojo should just wait to collect his corpse. He's such a fine young man, yet wants to provoke the people of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce. Now he's scared silly and doesn't dare to move. Seeing that Li Zhangheng was almost within reach, Lin Bai finally moved. However, he didn't dodge. Instead, he assumed an offensive stance. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this guy a fool? Li Zhangheng is famous for his strength, but he still wants to fight head-on. Even Li Zhangheng looked at Lin Bai in disbelief, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "Goodbye, you reckless brat." Lin Bai's expression did not change. The heaven-devouring myriad phase art was circulating in his body, and no one could see where he was. The ground had already sunk in, as if the Pangu giant had descended. Just as Li Zhangheng thought that he had won, his smile suddenly froze on his face, replaced by a look of extreme fear. Chapter 21. Next, I'm in a hurry translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the person in front of him was clearly extremely ordinary, but when he approached, it gave him a feeling of great pressure and danger. At that moment, Li Zhangheng's hair stood on end, and an unprecedented chill surged into his heart. Lin Bai smiled indifferently. Heaven-devouring myriad phase art in his hand was already ready, but in contrast, Li Zhangheng's expression was flustered. He wanted to withdraw his move, but it was already too late. Outsiders did not know what was going on. Seeing Li Zhangheng's aggressive approach and thinking of the bloody scene that might happen next, they could not bear and looked away. Rumble. After the loud sound, there seemed to be a few clear sounds mixed in. It was unknown if it was because of broken bones or something else. Sand and stones flew in the arena. Dust and smoke burst out. The aftermath of spiritual power swept over everyone's bodies, shocking them to take a step back. What happened? Why is there such a huge impact? Such a huge amount of spiritual power. Could it be that Li Zhangheng has broken through again? As the dust blocked everyone's vision, they couldn't see clearly what was going on. For a moment, everyone felt an itch in their hearts, and they stretched out their necks to look. Logically speaking, although Li Zhangheng's ultimate skill was powerful, it definitely couldn't create such a huge pressure. The members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce were similarly puzzled. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. On the other hand, Wan Helyang frowned, suddenly having a bad premonition in his heart. How is this possible? After the dust had cleared, everyone finally saw the scene inside clearly. However, they were all stunned. They only saw Lin Bai standing with his hand. On the contrary, it was Li Zhangheng who had fallen to the side unconscious. Even the saber-toothed tiger, no, it should be called the toothless tiger now. The 2 huge and sharp fangs were held in Lin Bai's hands, and he played with them. Everyone finally knew where the crisp voice came from earlier. Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. That's it. The Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce? It was a very short sentence and did not say anything else. However, those who understood it. This was even more lethal than saying 100 words. When had the people of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce ever suffered such a great humiliation? The person who shouldn't have fallen had fallen. On the other hand, the small fry in their eyes were so arrogant. This was no different from an ant showing off in front of an elephant. I'm in a hurry. Hearing this, Wan Heliang's face immediately darkened. The next person to go on stage was Sun Ming's. His strength was even more powerful than Li Zhangheng's. With Li Zhangheng's example, he would be even more cautious and wouldn't let down his guard. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You were just lucky just now. Many people below the stage thought so too. No one dared to believe that Lin Bai could really kill Li Zhangheng in one move. He might have used some special method. Lin Bai spoke very sincerely. The person who spoke like you just now was already unconscious and carried off. I hope you won't be the second one. Sun Ming's didn't say anything more after being choked by him. He immediately assumed an offensive stance and summoned his pet beast, a 6-star skyripping ape. Similarly, Lin Bai also summoned Little Green to fight. Sun Ming's wasn't like Li Zhangheng. In terms of strength, no one present could compare to Lin Bai. After all, he had the heaven-devouring myriad phase art and octane blasts double buffs. That was why Lin Bai was fearless just now, taking Li Zhangheng's attack head-on. However, Sun Ming's had learned his lesson this time, and he drove the skyripping ape towards Lin Bai. Although it was only a test, he had used the skyripping ape's ultimate skill, soul-subduing roar. Along with the ear-piercing screech of a beast, everyone's eardrums seemed to be pierced. Some people with lower cultivations had already covered their ears, but even so, their faces still revealed an extremely pained expression. The others hurriedly circulated all their spiritual power to resist. The sound waves on the stage swept up streams of air currents, and they were actually able to form corporeal forms. This was sufficient to show how terrifying the skyripping ape's sound waves were. Little Green, Lin Bai shouted loudly, and Little Green instantly soared into the air. Like green lightning, it wrapped itself around the skyripping ape's body at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Bind, the skyripping ape was caught off guard and was forced to stop its attack. A circle of green was wrapped around its neck, and from afar, it looked like a leaf. It was Little Green's masterpiece. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a 2-star beast pet. Since when can a 2-star pet be able to bind a 6-star pet? Everyone looked as if they were in a dream. Sun Ming's didn't understand this point either, but he quickly reacted as he had plenty of combat experience. Heaven Splitter! He shouted loudly, and a deep trench suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking at the scar, it seemed as if it had really been split into two by something. The pressure that emerged from it shocked everyone. Seeing that the crack was rapidly heading in Lin Bai's direction and was about to devour him completely, Lin Bai calmly struck out with his palm. This is the end. It's time for everything to end. An even more terrifying aura emerged from his hand. It was as if a skyscraper was about to collapse. The sky and earth changed color because of it. That kind of power was as if 5 mountains could be easily crushed. This time, everyone could finally see Lin Bai's actions clearly. He only waved his hand lightly, and Sun Ming's was like a paper man, swept up into the air by the boundless palm force. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They saw Sun Ming's fly through the air, drawing a beautiful parabola before he fell heavily to the ground. Next, Lin Bai said casually. That expression looked as if he wanted to be beaten up as much as possible in the eyes of the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Wan Heliang's expression was like the bottom of a pot. Let me have a go at you. That man was tall and burly. His tiger-like eyes were bright and full of vigor. He looked like he was not to be trifled with. His eyes were cold and stern, and he did not say any unnecessary words. A golden light suddenly appeared. On his shoulder was a majestic eagle. It was actually a 7-star 9 evolution thunder eagle. It flapped its wings slightly, as if there were tiny bolts of lightning shuttling through it. It was enough to tell how extraordinary it was. The 9 evolution Golden Thunder Eagle was famous for its speed. It took a person's head from 1,000 miles away. Coupled with Xiao Bo's unpredictable movement technique, Lin Bai wouldn't even be able to know how he would die. Wan Heliang smiled coldly, as if he could already see the scene of Lin Bai's head being chopped off. Chapter 22. It's the same no matter who comes translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, even Chen Wu and the others couldn't help but sweat for Lin Bai. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be countered. His speed has already reached the limit. Lin Bai doesn't seem to have much of a chance of winning. Although Lin Bai is powerful, he had already expended a lot of energy fighting the two of them just now. He might not be able to deal with him. The crowd began to belittle Lin Bai, causing the members of the Wind and Cloud Dojo to be in an uproar. On the other hand, Chen Wu was calm and composed, as if she was certain that Lin Bai would win. "Senior sister, why aren't you worried?" Chen Wu silently looked at the arena, her watery eyes brimming with trust. "I believe in him." The instant her voice fell, the outcome of the battle between the two had already been decided. Golden feathers danced in the air, scattering down like snowflakes. Accompanied by tiny bolts of lightning, they appeared even more beautiful and colorful. It was just a little tiring. The originally awe-inspiring 9 evolutions Thunder Condor had now turned into a bald bird. However, its body was huge, and from a distance, it looked like a big meatball. If it weren't for the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce, everyone would have laughed out loud by now. Even so, everyone's shoulders were still trembling. One could imagine how hard it was to hold in their laughter. The expressions of the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce were not good, especially Wan Heliang. His face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. "Useless trash." He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. The other members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce lowered their heads in shame. They were proud of being the best among their peers, but now they had all fallen into the hands of an unknown person. The most important thing was that that person was only at the Haoshan level 4. If word got out, the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce would lose all its face. Lin Bai calmly said, "Next." This sentence was like a demonic tune. When the members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce heard it, they actually showed some fear, so much so that they looked at each other. No one actually dared to go on stage. After all, a few of the best fighters had already been beaten down by Lin Bai. "You bunch of useless people. At such a critical moment, you actually can't use any of them. What's the point of feeding you?" Wan Heliang was flustered. His expression was sinister as he looked at Lin Bai on the stage. "If that's the case, then I'll go up personally." "Young master, you can't do that." When the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce and the others heard this, they were a little anxious. "This kid is a little strange. I don't know what his background is." Previously, Sun Ziming, Li Zhangheng, and the others were all defeated. Before he could finish his words, Wan Heliang's expression was dark, and his gaze was frighteningly cold. "You mean that I'm inferior to him?" Seeing that he was so insistent, the crowd couldn't persuade him any further. Moreover, although Wan Heliang's personality wasn't good, his strength was unquestionable. He was even above the 3 of them, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Seeing Wan Heliang personally step onto the stage, many people revealed different expressions. Now there's a good show to watch. Even the young master of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce has personally stepped in. Who do you think will win this time? It's hard to say. Although Wan Heliang rarely makes a move, his strength is not to be underestimated among the younger generation. As for Lin Bai, his 3 consecutive victories are enough to show his strength. If you ask me, this Wan Heliang will definitely lose. Since the 3 great experts have already lost, it doesn't matter if he goes up too. That person opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his companion beside him gave him a crazy look. Only then did he notice that the faces of the people in the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce was getting darker and darker. His companion lowered his voice and reminded him, "You don't know your limits when you speak. So what if that Lin Bai is powerful? He has no one behind him, so how could he possibly fight against the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce, which has a strong background?" The whispers of these people also reached the ears of Lin Bai and Wan Heliang. Wan Heliang's ugly expression eased a little. Even so, the viciousness in his gaze could not be hidden. If he had only wanted to teach Lin Bai a lesson before, now he was filled with killing intent. "You do have some ability and luck, but you will stop here because you've met me." Lin Bai was a little impatient. Why does your thousand-beast chamber of commerce always say such nonsense before the battle starts? You've already seen the fate of the first 3 people. You won't be the last. Arrogant? Too arrogant. Not to mention the people from the thousand-beast chamber of commerce, even the people from the other factions could not help but cast sidelong glances when they heard these words. It's a good thing to have strength, but to be overly arrogant and overconfident is to overestimate oneself. Does this kid really think that we are just putting on a show? He actually dares to say such words. Can he beat everyone in the arena to the ground all by himself? The people below the stage discussed animatedly, but the battle on the stage had already reached a stalemate. Following Lin Bai's loud shout, "Octane Blast!" the violent airflow swept across the entire stage, causing everyone to step back one after another. They were afraid of being affected by this force, and several cracks had already appeared on the floor tiles on the stage. They were all traces left behind by battle techniques and spiritual energy. Wan Helyang immediately took out a transparent defensive barrier. The surface of the barrier rippled with a transparent water light, and it looked very extraordinary. However, in the next second, his face turned deathly pale. The defensive barrier actually shattered completely. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, it was actually like a thin layer of paper. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Young master!" Seeing the scene in front of them, the members of the thousand-beast chamber of commerce were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. One after another, they stood up from their seats, and Wan Keazong, the grand elder of the Wan family, was even more furious. Who exactly is this kid? Does anyone here know him? However, after a round of questioning, everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. He should be a high-level member that the Wind and Cloud Dojo randomly pulled over from the Martial Arts Association. I don't know the exact details. Wan Keazong took a deep breath and cupped his hands towards the people from the Broken Sword Escort Agency and the Green Lotus Medicine Shop. This kid is really detestable. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'll really be unable to resolve the hatred in my heart. I hope that everyone can lend a hand. The people from the Broken Sword Escort Agency had always had a good relationship with the Thousand-Beast Chamber of Commerce. They didn't want to offend them, so they naturally agreed. Since Brother Wan has said it, we naturally have to do it. As for Elder Zai from the Green Lotus Medicine Shop, although he had a kind face, he was used to being the one who took matters into his own hands. When he saw that the Broken Sword Escort Agency was also on the Thousand-Beast Chamber of Commerce's side, he immediately said without hesitation, "Don't worry, Brother Wan, we will definitely do our best to help you vent your anger." After saying that, he took out his own signature product. It was a medium-level mystic, grade small fortune pill. This pill could double a person's cultivation in a short period of time. The elite disciples of several factions took the pill together and walked towards the arena. Chapter 23. In terms of taking drugs, can you compare to me? Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Damn, they are too shameless. They are actually taking drugs. When the people of the Wind and Cloud Dojo saw this scene, they clenched their fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Pui, to think that they are also people who dominate a region. If they can't beat someone, they will take drugs. How can they be so shameless? Looking at the situation now, they are actually planning to take turns fighting. No matter how powerful Brother Lin is, I'm afraid he will be exhausted to death by them. Senior sister, what should we do now? Will Brother Lin be all right? The disciples of the Wind and Cloud Dojo were initially unfamiliar with Lin Bai. However, when they saw him shine brilliantly on the stage, their expressions were filled with admiration. One by one, they turned into fanboys and fangirls. One had to know that Lin Bai's victory also meant the victory of their Wind and Cloud Dojo. The head of the Wind and Cloud Dojo, Chen Kun, who was also Chen Wu's father, handed over a bottle of pills. Although Chen Wu's family was a dojo, specialized in talisman seal, and was gradually on the decline, it was said that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The huge family business was still in stock. "Thank you." Lin Bai took the pills and thanked him. The round porcelain bottle warmed his hands. Before he opened it, he could already faintly smell a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Lin Bai poured it into his palm. There were only 2. However, each pill was surrounded by golden-edged medicinal patterns. They were high-quality pills. Chen Kun took out his trump card. Originally, he wanted to leave it for Chen Wu to prepare for the last desperate battle. Lin Bai fought against 4 experts. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tired. Now that he had taken these pills, a warm current rushed up from his lower abdomen to his head. Not only did it replenish the energy that he had lost, but it also increased his cultivation by a few days. In terms of taking pills, who could compare to him? Those people could only double their cultivation, and it was only temporary. However, what he got back through the system was real benefits. Ding, host has given Little Green 2 days of cultivation. 100 times critical strike return has been successfully triggered. Host has received 200 days of cultivation, 100 times critical strike. Lin Bai's eyes shone, and he seemed to have endless strength. The spiritual energy in his palms slowly condensed, as if the sky was pressing down, giving off a great pressure. The people who were about to go on the stage were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Golden light surrounded his body, condensing into a shadow that hovered behind him. Although it was a little blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, the outline of the shadow was clearly the shape of a dragon. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the changes in Lin Bai, not to mention the pressure that couldn't be ignored. If the original Lin Bai was a towering green mountain, now he seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth. What's going on? This kid took a bottle of medicine and broke through? The people from the major factions were confused. Everyone was taking medicine, but Lin Bai was different. The people from the Green Lotus medicine shop stared at Chen Kun with bright eyes. Their gazes were too hot. Even Chen Kun's old face was embarrassed by their stare. He said embarrassedly, "Don't look at me like that. You saw the medicine just now. It's only a high-grade medicine. It's still considered normal." Although Elder Zai and the others were doubtful, they knew that Chen Kun wasn't lying. After all, they were specialized in making pills. Everyone was puzzled. They only thought that Lin Bai had extraordinary talent. It wasn't that there weren't people who had broken through in battle, but they didn't know that it was because of the system. Wan Keizong's expression was dark and cold as he said, "This kid is really lucky. At first, we thought that he had used up most of his strength. We didn't expect him to advance at this critical moment." The people from the Broken Sword Escort Agency comforted him. "Brother Wan, don't worry. So what if he has advanced? There are so many of us. Can we not beat him when he's by himself?" The moment he said that, Lin Bai said indifferently, "It's a waste of time for you guys to come up one by one. Come fight me all together." This was too arrogant. Everyone gasped. After all, this was the elite disciple of the 3 major forces, the kind who had taken drugs. Yet, Lin Bai asked them to go up together. No way, what did he just say? Fight together. He's a ruthless man, I respect him as a man. Hearing that Lin Bai wanted to fight more than one, the crowd was in an uproar. No matter what the result of this battle was, he could be said to have become famous in one battle. After all, he had won 4 consecutive matches, and the top experts of the 1,000 Beast Chamber of Commerce had all returned in defeat. After that, he had advanced on the stage and fought against the people of the 3 major powers. This was something that had never happened before. Rumble, the loud noises on the stage continued without end. Everyone did not have the time to discuss. Their eyes were burning, and they did not want to miss out on any exciting scenes. The people from the 3 major powers were also extremely angry, and they swarmed forward. "If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Kid, if you want to step on our name and rise to the top, then you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." All kinds of martial techniques and battle techniques interweaved together, like a huge net, enveloping Lin Bai's entire body. That kind of pressure made even the other people on the stage feel a little uncomfortable. However, Lin Bai's left hand had martial techniques, while his right hand had spiritual power. Little Green was accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed. There seemed to be a vague shadow behind him, as if an ancient giant beast had descended. The man and the beast were extremely fast. They shuttled through the arena like ghosts, and the huge dragon body circled the entire arena. Outsiders could not see clearly, but they could only see vague shadows. Such a strange phenomenon made the Wan Keizong, who had thought that they were sure to win, stand up from his chair. He actually felt a sense of unease in his heart. Lin Bai shuttled through the arena. His eyes were completely bloodshot from killing, and he swept through everything with the momentum of sweeping away everything in his way. Bang! All kinds of forces collided together, forming a huge ball of spiritual power that exploded in the air. For a moment, the sky and earth changed color. It felt like the end of the world. Who won? I don't know. Was it the three major forces or Lin Bai? Everyone was extremely curious. When the smoke slowly dispersed, a deep ravine was revealed on the ground. Even the arena had been destroyed. One could imagine how intense the battle was. Lin Bai stood in the middle. Although he looked somewhat wretched, there were no injuries on his body. On the other hand, the people from the three major factions were laying on the ground in disarray. At this moment, the entire stadium was completely silent. No one had expected that Lin Bai would really win. We won. We actually won. After a moment, the people from the Wind and Cloud Dojo finally reacted. They hugged each other in ecstasy and cried tears of joy. The importance of this match was self-evident to them. Previously, everyone had almost given up hope, but now they had come back from the brink of death. Even Chen Wu's eyes were slightly red as she looked gratefully at Lin Bai. The people from the three major factions were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were as unsightly as they could be, especially the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 24. Alternate Heaven-Blessed Land Scarlet Luen Peak Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Chen Wu slowly walked over. Thank you so much this time. Her cheeks were flushed red, and even her watery eyes were unbelievably gentle. It was as if a pond of lotus flowers had bloomed, making people unable to look away. No one had ever seen Chen Wu show such an expression before. Even the people from the Wind and Cloud Dojo were flabbergasted when they saw this. Their gazes landed on Chen Wu and Lin Bai, and they immediately revealed ambiguous and mischievous smiles. However, Lin Bai seemed to be blind. With a calm expression, he said, "There's no need to be so polite. This is the agreement we made before." He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he solved the problem of the cultivation grounds, but even Little Green had also broken through in the battle just now and reached the 9th stage of the Haoshan state. It was now only one stage away from reaching the Xianxia state. The person from the Green Lotus medicine shop opened his mouth and asked, "Elder Zai, are we still going to fight?" Elder Zai raised his hand and gave him a big slap, not caring that the people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce were still present. "You blind thing. If you have the ability, go up on stage and fight with him." Now that the competition venue had been destroyed by Lin Bai, if they continued to fight, who knew what kind of scene would be created? When Wan Keizong heard these words, his heart immediately felt a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, although the Broken Sword Escort Agency didn't express their attitude directly like Elder Zai did, they just looked at their nose. Their actions had already explained everything. The people from the three major powers weren't fools. They all knew that if Lin Bai was just geniuses from the younger generation, they might be able to nip the bud. However, Lin Bai's strength wasn't below the elder level. One had to know that he was only in his early 20s, and his future was already limitless at such a young age. There was no point in killing him. If they didn't eradicate him, they might even offend a terrifying enemy. It was better to be on good terms with him. In short, it was best not to become an enemy. The people from the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce were still at a loss on how to face Lin Bai. After all, they had been itching to get rid of him just now. If they went up to him now, it would be a slap in the face. Before they could make up their minds, Elder Zai from the Green Lotus medicine shop was already walking towards Lin Bai with a smile on his face. "Little brother, you have such strength at such a young age. The younger generation is indeed formidable. May I ask what school you are from?" When the people from the Broken Sword Escort Agency saw this, they cursed in their hearts. Elder Zai was a little too quick to act. However, before Lin Bai could speak, Chen Kun directly said, "The one who won this match is my son-in-law." Lin Bai, not to mention him, even Chen Wu was dumbfounded. The redness on her snow-white cheeks became more and more obvious. It was as if layers of rouge had spread out, making her look extremely beautiful. She did not refute, but just lowered her head and did not say anything. Seeing Lin Bai and Chen Wu's reactions, the others immediately understood. In order to rope in Lin Bai, Chen Kun had actually gone to such great lengths, even pushing out his own daughter. They had never seen such a shameless person. He was even more shameless than Elder Zai. A deep sense of crisis welled up in the hearts of the leader of the Broken Sword Escort Agency. They had already been taken advantage of by the Green Lotus medicine shop, and with Chen Kun's words, there was no room for them anymore. They could no longer sit still. What do you mean your son-in-law? He's my son-in-law when I see him. Everyone. Someone could not help but question, well, isn't your 3 children all sons? Fortunately, the escort leader's son had gone out to escort a mission this time, so he did not participate in the competition. If he knew that his father would even say such words in order to win Lin Bai over, he didn't know how he would feel. The escort leader coughed a few times to cover up his awkwardness, as if nothing had happened. Lin Bai looked at them, feeling a little speechless in his heart. When the members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce saw that the Green Lotus medicine shop and the Broken Sword Escort Agency had defected one after another, they didn't know what to do for a moment. They carefully opened their mouths and asked, Elder Wan, about that, do we still want to take revenge? The Wan Kaizong glared at him fiercely. Looking at Lin Bai, who was in the limelight, they could only sigh helplessly and harumph. Let's go. Staying here was also a joke. They could not afford to offend Lin Bai, so they might as well leave as soon as possible. Compared to the high profile they had before coming here, the departure of the members of the Thousand Beast Chamber of Commerce did not attract anyone's attention. They walked out of the back door dejectedly. After bidding farewell to the people from the Wind and Cloud Dojo, Lin Bai prepared to go back and move the house. This trip could be said to be a great harvest. Not only did they obtain the alternate heaven-blessed land, but Little Green had also broken through during the battle. It was already at the Haoshan State Level 9. One more level, and it would be able to break through to the Xianxia State. Just as they reached the door of their house, Lin Ruhai and Su Yun had already prepared food. When they saw Lin Bai's figure, they could not help but reveal joyful smiles. I participated in a competition and was rewarded with a new place to live. Let's pack our things and move there in a while. The couple looked at each other and felt extremely gratified. They did not ask where their new home was. The family of 3 did not have much to pack. After packing their luggage, the couple followed Lin Bai on the road. Only when they reached their destination did they realize that their new place was actually a paradise. They had thought that it was just an ordinary house when they saw Lin Bai's carefree appearance just now. They had never expected that it would give them such a big surprise. This place was called the Chrisman Luan Peak and was worth 5 million crystals. Even if Lin Ruhai and Su Yun worked day and night for several lifetimes, they wouldn't be able to earn the money. Su Yun stammered, Zio Bai, we didn't go to the wrong place, right? Lin Ruhai pulled the 2 of them and was about to leave. He was afraid that he might accidentally barge into the territory of a high-level cultivator, and he was afraid that he might offend someone, but he was stopped by Lin Bai. From now on, this will be our new home. The 2 of you can stay here in peace. You don't have to go out anymore in the future. The scenery here was clear and beautiful. Not far away, the mountains were lush and verdant. There were layers upon layers of mountains, and the scenery was beautiful. The chirping of insects and birds could be heard endlessly. It was as if they had arrived at the peach blossom paradise. Even the air here was incomparably fresh. One could only feel relaxed and at ease. Lin Bai sized up the place in front of him and was very satisfied. It was indeed a place with good feng shui. It was no wonder that the 4 major factions were fighting so fiercely. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the scenery here was also unique. Not to mention that a cultivator like him would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort if he cultivated here. Even an ordinary person like Lin Ruhai and Su Yun could be nourished by the spiritual energy here if they lived here. Their meridians would be cleansed, and their life would be prolonged too. The couple felt as if they were in a dream, but they could not believe it now. They could not help but ask again, will this be our home in the future? When they saw Lin Bai nod his head affirmatively, their hearts were extremely excited, and they were so happy that they could not say a word. Chapter 25, Scarlet Luin with Phoenix Bloodline Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. In the early morning, clouds and mist lingered above the Scarlet Luin Peak. Rays of multicolored light shot out in all directions, and one could vaguely see purple clouds gathering in this place. At times, 10,000 immortals came to pay their respects, and at other times, immortal beasts cried out in unison. All kinds of strange phenomena flocked over, as if one was in the 9 heavens' immortal palace. It was like a dream and a fantasy. Under the song tree, Lin Bai sat down cross-legged. Beside him was a precipitous cliff. The wind was biting cold, and the slightest carelessness could cause one's body to shatter into pieces. However, he was like an old monk in meditation, unmoving. With the colorful clouds covering his body and the spiritual energy gathering here, he had reached an extreme. Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes, as if a god had descended, and his eyes were full of divine light. Lin Bai could not help but exclaim, "Cultivating here is indeed twice the result with half the effort." Ding. The host has passed on 30 days of cultivation to Little Green. 30 times the return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 900 days of cultivation. Boom. Lin Bai felt as if something inside his body had loosened up. It was as if a tightly shut door had suddenly been pushed open, and his entire body felt lighter and lighter. At this moment, golden light flickered on Lin Bai's body, and even his blood and bones were coated with a faint layer of gold. The small stream-like meridians had also been widened into a river, and spiritual energy swirled and gathered. He had broken through to Xianxia state first level, and that feeling was completely different. It was as if he could reach out his hand and pluck the stars and embrace the moon. Lin Bai gazed into the distance. The mountain ranges and the boundless mountains were nothing more than this feeling in his eyes. Needless to say, in terms of cultivation techniques, he had made a small achievement in the Octane Blast, and he had even made a breakthrough in the heaven-devouring myriad phase art. I have few cultivation techniques, and they are both offensive types, so the type is relatively simple. He only had 2 cultivation techniques in his hands. Although they were both quite powerful, they were still not enough to face a truly powerful enemy. Just as Lin Bai was thinking, he heard a clear cry. The sound grew closer from afar and finally became clearer. Little Green, who was originally beside him, had unknowingly arrived on top of the huge rock. Its taut body was like a taut bowstring, ready to be drawn. Its beast eyes were also stretched out in a narrow straight line, flickering with a dangerous light. It stared at a certain direction in the sky. The hissing sound from its mouth became more and more obvious. A huge shadow suddenly swept over Lin Bai's head, bringing with it a powerful airflow that made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. At the same time, the temperature in the air became somewhat higher. What is this thing? Lin Bai was secretly vigilant. However, the speed of that creature was really too fast, so he did not see it clearly at all. The shadow once again flew over. Its gorgeous tail feathers were like flames, each and every one of them was distinct. It drew a blazing arc in the air, almost burning people's eyes. He finally saw clearly that it was a scarlet loon. It was approaching Little Green. Its sharp claws were like hooks. It was obvious that it had considered Little Green as food. Little Ching had a 2-star talent and obviously could not compare to the scarlet loon. However, it had awakened the azure dragon bloodline in its body. It had not yet evolved to the mature stage, so it could be said to be a great tonic for the scarlet loon. Clearly, the scarlet loon's actions had angered Little Green. It hissed and spat out its tongue, transforming into a green light as it charged forward. A red and a green shadow instantly intertwined together. Lin Bai sat on the wall and watched. He did not intend to interfere in the battle between them. He took this opportunity to let Little Green train. The scarlet loon was different from what he had seen in the past. Its body was exceptionally huge. As it flapped its wings, a hot current surged. Countless sparks burst forth as it rushed over from the clouds. Even the morning glow on the horizon seemed to be burning. The multicolored glow was like fire, paired with the azure blue sky. It was like a dream and a fantasy. However, behind this scene, there was a powerful killing intent. Countless fire meteors fell one after another. The scorching temperature was so hot that even mountain rocks could melt. Little Green shuttled through them, and the emerald green scales all over its body faintly emitted a red light. The bulges on both sides of its body became more obvious, and a pair of small wings suddenly grew out. The scarlet loon probably did not expect it to be able to fly, and for a moment, Little Green wrapped itself around the scarlet loon's neck. A powerful air current swept up the huge rock and fell. but Little Green was like a 1,000-year-old iron chain, tightening its body in circles. The Scarlet Lewin struggled with all its strength, and its body emitted a huge flame, burning like a fireball. Little Green had no choice but to dodge to the side. Rumble, a loud sound could be heard, and sharp claws fell on the steep cliff, instantly hollowing out a large piece. If this landed on a human body, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Therefore, the Scarlet Lewin's target was Little Green. Although the Scarlet Lewin was huge and Little Green's body was smaller, it was agile and dodged most of the attacks. From time to time, it would turn around and give it 2 bites, causing feathers to fly in the air. However, it didn't cause any substantial damage to the Scarlet Lewin. The two beasts fought back and forth, and they were evenly matched. The situation was in a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. Seeing this, Lin Bai couldn't help but look sideways. One had to know that Little Green was still 1 level away from reaching the Xianxian state after passing on its cultivation. At that time, it wouldn't have changed much. The powerful true dragon bloodline would make it stronger than many Xianxian state masters. But this Scarlet Lewin was actually so powerful, and it was able to fight evenly with Little Green. It could be seen that its strength couldn't be underestimated. Its cultivation level should be between the Haoshan 9th level to the Xianxian 1st level. Does Little Green need help? A thought came to Lin Bai's mind. Although Little Green couldn't speak, it could communicate simply through the sea of consciousness. No need. Watch how I teach it a lesson. This little bird actually treats me as food. Isn't it afraid of breaking its own teeth? Little Green's fighting spirit was also completely stimulated, and it rushed forward again. Since this alternate heaven-blessed land was called the Scarlet Lewin Peak, it might have been its nest in the past. Lin Bai looked carefully and saw that the feathers in the middle of the Scarlet Lewin's tail were particularly gorgeous, longer than the others. At first glance, it looked like it was like a phoenix tail feather. There was a high possibility that there was a trace of the divine beast phoenix bloodline in its body. Lin Bai reminded, "Little Green, don't be ruthless. I want to take this Scarlet Lewin as a beast pet." Master, you don't know. This Scarlet Lewin's phoenix tail feather is a blessing and also a curse. If it don't cultivate as soon as possible, it will die in the flames. Although it has some phoenix bloodline that makes it especially powerful, it is also like a life-threatening talisman. Because Little Green's azure dragon bloodline had awakened, it had inherited a part of its memories at the same time, so it knew a lot of things. It was no wonder that this Scarlet Lewin would target Little Green. "Don't worry, I'll pass on my cultivation. All the problems can be easily solved." It just so happened that 1 dragon and 1 phoenix. When they both evolved into mature states in the future, one could imagine how cool it would be if they were brought out. Chapter 26. Awakening Third Profession, Pill Master Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, Little Green and the Scarlet Lewin were in a heated battle. It would be difficult to determine the victor in a short time. Lin Bai looked at the half of the mountain that had been scorched and the scorched earth on the ground. If they continued to fight, half of the entire Scarlet Lewin Peak would be destroyed. "Little Green, you retreat first. Let me do it." This kind of wild Scarlet Lewin was extremely aggressive towards humans, but it was also very vigilant. In addition, it had already left its infancy period and could not compare to those Little Green who had hatched from a young age. The difficulty of the contract was relatively high. The Beast Master had to tame it with his own hands. Little Green flashed to the side, and Lin Bai's palm turned into a fist. Immediately, sand and stones flew, and like sharp arrows, it sped in the direction of the Scarlet Lewin. It seemed to have sensed the arrival of danger. It leaped up and circled in the sky. Its scarlet beast eyes flickered with a ruthless light. It looked coldly at Lin Bai, who had suddenly attacked. Clearly, it had already gained intelligence. The Scarlet Lewin flapped its wings. The hot current in the air surged. The fiery red feathers on its body became brighter and brighter, as if they were about to burn up. In fact, this was indeed the case. The feathers slowly fell off its body and transformed into tens of thousands of fire swords. They interweaved densely into a large net that pounced toward Lin Bai aggressively. The sharp arrows that the feathers transformed into were all extremely hot, not to mention that so many of them had gathered together. Lin Bai shuttled through them. His body was like a ghost that was constantly changing. A burning smell filled the air. Looking at half of his burning hair, he deliberately said, "Looks like we have something for dinner today. Let's just eat the roasted bird." As expected, when the scarlet loon heard his words, it became even more furious. It opened its mouth wide and let out a shrill cry. A huge fireball condensed in the air, wanting to burn this human who provoked him to the point that not even a residue was left. The temperature around his body became higher and higher. Even the original flowers, plants, and trees had already withered. Some of them had already turned into ashes during the battle just now. A layer of sweat condensed on Lin Bai's forehead. Before it fell down, it had already evaporated. His face was red, but his dark eyes were like a 10,000-year-old cold pond, not stirring up any waves. It was as if the situation in front of him was under his control. The scarlet loon in front of him had a ferocious aura. However, after using some energy in its previous battle with Little Green, it was no longer as strong as before. Even the flames were not as exquisite as before. Lin Bai clenched his fists and shouted loudly, "Octane blast!" Invisible air currents gathered in the air and changed in a myriad of ways. It was like a beast tide that was surging endlessly. It was also like an incomparably lofty green mountain that crushed over with unstoppable momentum. The huge fireball was like a brilliant morning sun. When the two forces collided, huge sparks instantly exploded in the air and swept to the side. The fireball was actually shattered by the green mountain and turned into countless tiny sparks. They scattered in the air and were no longer a threat to the scarlet loon. The scarlet loon was stunned on the spot. The man in front of it was actually so powerful that he was a tough nut to crack. It suddenly felt a little scared and spread its wings, wanting to fly into the sky. However, Lin Bai saw that the scarlet loon wanted to escape, so how could he let it leave so easily? He raised his eyebrows and said, "It's too late for you to escape now." He turned around and grabbed the scarlet loon's wings, throwing a punch at it. The scarlet loon didn't expect Lin Bai to be able to endure the high temperature and get close to it. It flapped its wings and was about to take off, but it was pressed to the ground by Lin Bai. For a moment, fiery red feathers flew all over the sky. It was a beautiful scene. No matter how hard the scarlet loon struggled, Lin Bai's big hands were like iron pincers that couldn't break free. Lin Bai used his spirit energy to open up a transparent protective barrier to block its flames. The scarlet loon hardened its heart and pecked off its tail feathers. It transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Lin Bai. Bang! A loud explosion was heard in the air. Lin Bai was thrown to the side by a momentary carelessness. He looked at the scarlet loon that was struggling to fly into the sky and exerted more strength in his hands. With a miserable cry, the scarlet loon fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. He slowly walked over. The originally majestic scarlet loon looked extremely miserable at this moment. However, Lin Bai wanted to subdue it as a beast pet, so he naturally knew what to do. Although the scarlet loon looked miserable and had suffered a lot of injuries, it did not have any real injuries. When the scarlet loon saw Lin Bai walking over, it opened its mouth with force. However, it was already exhausted. After holding it in for a long time, it only spat out a small smoke ring. It did not even have the strength to stand up, let alone resist. It watched helplessly as Lin Bai formed a blood bond. A huge red magic array suddenly appeared on the ground. The wounds on the scarlet loon's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the feathers that had fallen off during the battle had grown back. The scarlet loon's spirit thought also appeared in Lin Bai's mind. "Since your whole body is red, you can be called Little Red from now on." The degree of his naming was really rotten to the extreme. It could be seen from the previous Little Green and then the current Red Loon. It was not difficult to doubt whether he would name red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple in the future. However, Lin Bai did not notice it at all. It was probably because it was hard to tame its wild nature, or because he had just experienced a great battle. Even though they had already formed a contract, the scarlet loon shrank to the side and stared at Lin Bai and Little Green Cultivating. Lin Bai was not worried that it would bite back. If a pet beast wanted to devour its master, it would have to pay a painful price in addition to having a strong cultivation. These few days, he had been working day and night. It was almost comparable to the scenery outside for more than 10 days. No wonder so many people were rushing to the alternate heaven-blessed land. Little green, little red. Lin Bai summoned 2 pet beasts. He did not favor one over the other. Each pet beast received a cultivation of 5 days. Ding! The host has passed on 5 days of cultivation to Little Green. 10 times return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 50 days of cultivation. The host has passed on 5 days of cultivation base to Little Red. 100 times return has been successfully triggered. Host has received 500 days of cultivation. The system's voice continued to ring out continuously. This time, he was actually extremely lucky and unlocked another 100 times critical strike. The Scarlet Lewin's entire body shone with golden light as it broke through to Xianxia level 1. Even the tail feathers on its back had grown quite a bit. As it was the first time it had received cultivation, it still did not understand what had happened. It only reacted when it was about to break through. Although Little Green hadn't broken through yet, he was only 1 step away. It had even learned a new skill, Spread Mist. Not only did they gain a lot from it, but even Lin Bai had also awakened his 3rd profession, Pill Master. It was already extremely rare for an ordinary person to awaken 2 professions, let alone 3 professions. Moreover, it was a rare profession like Alchemy Master that had awakened. One must know that as consumable items, medicinal pills were always priceless and hard to come by. And a pill master who concocted medicinal pills was a superior existence at all times. With the aid of medicinal pills, Lin Bai, who possessed the cultivation returning system, was like a tiger with wings. Now that he had awakened his pill master profession, he wouldn't need to buy medicinal pills in the future. He could just directly concoct his own medicinal pills. This was a great thing. However, there was still an important problem. Pill forging required a pill formula. Thinking up to this point, Lin Bai decided to head to the largest medicinal shop in the city to think of a solution for this pill formula. Chapter 27, Tattered and Small Cauldron Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the largest medicine shop in the city, was the Green Lotus Medicine Shop. Not only did it sell medicinal pills, but it also sold all kinds of items needed to refine pills. It also had a complete range of items. Elder Zai was patrolling around. When he saw a familiar figure, his eyes could not help but light up. He immediately went up to welcome him warmly. "Little brother, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. What kind of medicinal pills do you want to buy?" Lin Bai recognized that this was Elder Zai, whom he had met once during the competition that day. "I don't want to buy medicinal pills. I want to see what kind of pill formulas are available." Elder Zai sized up Lin Bai without batting an eyelid and asked tentatively, "Are you the one who wants to use them?" Seeing Lin Bai nod his head, he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. The smile on his face became even more fervent. If he knew that Lin Bai had awakened more than 2 profession, who knew how he would look like? "You should have just awakened your 2nd profession, right? I didn't expect you to have such achievements at such a young age. The younger generation is truly formidable." Seeing that Elder Zai had misunderstood, Lin Bai did not explain. "We have the most basic pill formulas here. They nourish qi and nourish blood, repair wounds, and basic anti-zero venom. For pills like the small fortune pills, although the materials are expensive, the workmanship is complicated and the price is high. But the pill formulas are relatively common, so it's not that I can't give them to you." It was no wonder that pill masters were a profession that burned money. Even the price of the most basic pill formula was several thousand crystal stones, not to mention the other higher quality ones. Looking at the string of zeros behind it, Lin Bai couldn't help but click his tongue. Moreover, good pill formulas were hard to come by. Just like those cultivation methods, some were even more valuable than others. The more valuable ones were monopolized by the various power factions, and they wouldn't be easily leaked out. Similarly, if an pill master really matured, he would also be sought after by many people. Elder Zai thought that Lin Bai was young and promising. His future was limitless, and he intended to befriend him. In addition, the pill formula for the small fortune pill was not something rare. They were relatively common among pill masters, therefore, he was also willing to give Lin Bai a favor. "Thank you very much. It seems that you are not familiar with pill concoction. In fact, besides the pill formula, Concoction also emphasizes on medicinal ingredients and fire power. Lin Bai had little knowledge in this area, and there was no one around him knew how to refine pills. Therefore, he showed a puzzled expression. Can't ordinary fire do it? It's not that it can't do it. It's just that the effects and quality of the pills will be greatly reduced. Lin Bai didn't know much about pill refinement either. He just wanted to obtain the pill formula first and do the rest slowly. At this moment, when he heard Elder Zai's words, his interest was immediately piqued. I'd like to hear the details. Fire is divided into 9 grades. Take the 3rd grade green lotus fire in our shop, for example. As the name implies, it is 3rd grade. The name of the medicine shop came from this too. When he said this, Elder Zai's expression couldn't help but carry a hint of pride. It should be known that special flames were hard to find. A 3rd grade fire was already not bad. A 4th or 5th grade fire could only be found in a bigger city. A 6th or 7th grade fire could be counted on one's fingers in this world. As for 8th or 9th grade fire, it was a legendary existence that almost no one had seen before. Every type of fire is different. Their main attribute is also different. Some are more offensive, while some are more gentle. As for the medicinal ingredients, magic beast inner cores are also required. The higher the grade, the better. Lin Bai could not help but ask, could it be that the special flames can be used for battle besides pill refinement? Elder Zai was not surprised by Lin Bai's confusion. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Many people have the same thoughts as you. They think that pill masters have low combat power and are not very strong. This is indeed the case. However, there are actually some pill masters who rely on their powerful heavenly flames to have extraordinary combat strength. At this point, his tone paused, and even his expression became serious. However, there is one thing to be careful of. There is a great risk in subduing a heavenly flame. If one is lucky, one will suffer injuries and backlash. If one is unlucky, then not only will one's appearance be destroyed, one will also have to bear the pain of being burned by the heavenly flame. In the end, one will be reduced to ashes. There were once pill masters who blindly pursued the strength of the heavenly flame. They thought that only a heavenly flame of higher quality would be able to refine an excellent medicinal pill. However, they did not think that their bodies would not be able to withstand the tyrannical heavenly flame at all. As a result, they died. However, the attribute of most of the heavenly flames is still relatively mild. However, some of the heavenly flames are also more violent. Upon hearing Elder Zai's words, Lin Bai was deep in thought. It seemed that refining pills was not easy. If there was a chance, he would definitely find a heavenly flame with a higher quality. In this way, it turned out that magic beast cores were the easiest to obtain. Other than hunting magical beasts in the wild, he could also go to Secret Realm. Elder Zai led Lin Bai to a shelf. Of course, we still need tools to refine pills. All the pill cauldrons in our pharmacy are here. Little friend, why don't you pick a suitable one? Elder Zai's voice pulled Lin Bai back to his senses. He raised his head and looked up. The 3-story high shelf was neatly lined with all kinds of pill cauldrons. Some were big and some were small, with different colors and shapes. Some of them were shaped like the sun, and their bodies were full of divine splendor. Some of them were carved with beast patterns that looked lifelike. Some of them were heavy and steady, like the towering 5 mountains. For a moment, Lin Bai's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't know which one to choose. Which one do you like, little friend? I'll make the decision and give it to you. Although he said that, once he said it, Elder Zai began to regret it. After all, there were many high-quality pill cauldron here, and the price was almost 1,000,000 crystals. It was a bit painful to give them away just like that. However, he couldn't go back on his words. Lin Bai looked at each of the pill cauldrons one by one. They were all of excellent quality, but for some reason, he felt that they weren't pleasing to the eye. They seemed to be passable, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong with them. I think this blazing sun cauldron is quite suitable for you, young friend. It's domineering and forceful, and its aura is about the same as yours. This rejuvenation cauldron is also fine. It can neutralize the medicinal effects very well, and it's more suitable for beginners. Elder Zai was introducing the cauldron, but Lin Bai walked straight to the innermost part of the shelves. Probably because very few people came over, the shelves were covered in dust. Elder Zai said embarrassedly, These are all problematic cauldrons that were just cleared out from the warehouse. I was just about to throw them away. Lin Bai's gaze paused, as if he was attracted by something. He saw a small black cauldron laying there quietly. It was different from the glowing cauldron beside it. This cauldron was dusty, and there was nothing outstanding about it. Even the body of the cauldron seemed to be missing a corner. In comparison, it was a little shabby. However, Lin Bai wanted this. Then let's go with this. Elder Zai's expression was a little doubtful. He looked around and saw that there weren't any good cauldrons around. Following the direction that Lin Bai pointed in, he was momentarily stunned. Are you sure you want to choose this? Do you want to reconsider? It was strange that this cauldron had appeared out of nowhere, so he didn't have any impression of it. If it wasn't for Lin Bai, he would have easily overlooked it. However, from the looks of it, it probably wasn't anything good. Lin Bai shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, I'll take it. But this cauldron is broken. It's very likely that it won't work. Elder Zai wanted to persuade him again, but since Lin Bai insisted, he couldn't say anything more. He probably felt a little guilty. They had agreed to give the cauldron to him, but Lin Bai chose a broken and small one. Thus, he gave Lin Bai some more medicinal herbs and politely sent him out. The disciple beside him didn't understand. He couldn't help but ask, Elder, why are you so polite to him? I saw that his clothes are ordinary and he doesn't look particularly outstanding. This disciple did not attend the competition back then. If they knew, they would not be able to say such words. What do you know? If you see him coming in the future, you must inform me. Even if I can't make it in time, you must be respectful. Elder Zai instructed them, afraid that if these people accidentally offended Lin Bai, it would be a waste of his painstaking efforts. Looking at Lin Bai's departing back, he couldn't help but say, It's only been a short while since the last battle. Not only has this kid broken through, he's probably awakened a new profession. His future is bright, and he definitely won't be limited to this place. Who knows, we might need his help in the future. Chapter 28, Mystic Essence Secret Realm Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Just as Lin Bai was about to rush back to the alternate heaven-blessed land to cultivate, the Academy sent someone to send him a message. It was the dean who wanted to see him. Why are you looking for me at this time? When Lin Bai rushed over, he was surprised to find that Chen Wu and Luo Qin were also inside. Chen Wu blinked her eyes. Her previous demeanor was cold and aloof. She was like an ice-cold beauty. At this moment, she appeared lively and charming. Although Luo Qin didn't say anything, he nodded at Lin Bai. Cough! The dean cleared his throat and said, I've gathered the three of you here today because I have an important mission for you. It turned out that the 4 major academies in the city wanted to send their outstanding disciples to participate in the secret realm training. Speaking of these major academies, everyone had long heard of their names. The 4 major academies were respectively the Sword Cultivation Academy, the Talisman Cultivation Academy, the Beast Tamer Academy, and the Body Cultivation Academy. Their names were named after the main fighting style of the current awakened ones. They all had long histories and were well established. At the same time, most of the students in the academy practiced this style. Although there were also students who practiced other styles, that number was very small. Because they specialized in this style, the students who trained in these academies were all extremely outstanding. Lin Bai's school was only the 5th high school that was not ranked in the rankings, so it only received 2 spots. The higher-ups of the school had already discussed that these 2 spots would be given to Luo Qin and Chen Wu respectively. However, a dark horse like Lin Bai had suddenly appeared. His performance was outstanding, so the school had strongly suggested to allow him to go. After listening to the dean's explanation, the 3 of them finally understood what was going on. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. After all, it's rare to be with the people from the 4 major academies. Chen Wu asked, Then which secret realm will we go to this time? The Mystic Essence Secret Realm. The Mystic Essence Secret Realm was the place where the great Grandmaster of Sword Cultivation was born after he died from his tribulation. Although the great Grandmaster of Sword Cultivation failed to pass the tribulation, the spiritual energy in his body dispersed and nourished the land. Over time, the secret realm was formed. There were treasures and demonic beasts. It could be said that dangers and opportunities coexisted. Lin Bai naturally did not have any objections. After all, he had to search for medicinal herbs and magic cores. It was the same no matter where he went. Moreover, there were more resources in the mystic realm. As for Chen Wu and Luo Qin, they were even more willing to agree. They also wanted to take this opportunity to train themselves. You guys go back and pack up. We will be setting off in a few days. Gather at the entrance of the Mystic Essence Secret Realm. There will be a special teacher to bring you in. The dean gave a few more instructions before letting them leave. After the three of them left the academy, they returned home. A few days later, at the entrance of the Mystic Essence Secret Realm, by the time Lin Bai rushed over, there were already quite a number of people there. Some of them knew each other and greeted each other. The gathering was quite lively, but the people from the 4 great academies had yet to arrive. Chen Wu looked at Lin Bai's figure and waved at him. Here, after the three of them successfully met up, Luo Qin couldn't help but say, "It seems that there are quite a lot of people on this trip to the secret realm." Every year, such activities were led by the 4 major academies, and this year was no exception. However, this time, they made an exception to let the other academies participate, so Luo Qin and Chen Wu felt that it was quite new. Just as everyone was talking, they heard a duh-duh sound. It seemed that some creature was rushing over here, and even the ground was trembling slightly. It seems that some creature is coming over. It can't be a demon beast, right? Everyone guessed. They saw several creatures suddenly jump out from the bushes that were half the height of a person. The ground immediately splashed with dust, choking the other students and causing them to cough nonstop. If they had not retreated in time, they would have been stepped on. Someone cried out in surprise, "It's a 3-star Zephyr!" The sharp horns on the horse's forehead flickered with a cold light. At the same time, it snorted. The person sitting on the horse's back surveyed the area from above with an extremely arrogant expression. The Zephyr was extremely fast, and it could travel thousands of miles in a day. At the same time, it did not lack attack power, so it was quite popular. However, there were not many of them. An ordinary person would only be able to see a few of them. Now, there were a total of 10 of them. The group of people wore blue clothes. The upper left corner of their clothes wore a badge of the same color. There was a vivid beast pattern engraved on it, and they looked very majestic. The 10 people on the horses got off and found a place for themselves. There were already people in those places, but they had been driven away by them. The other academies had the principle that it was better to leave things as they were, so they could only swallow their anger and leave. Someone couldn't stand their behavior and couldn't help but say, "Aren't these people a little too arrogant? This isn't their territory." However, he was quickly stopped by his companion beside him. "They are people from the Beast Tamer Academy. Keep your voice down. We can't afford to offend them." The moment he finished speaking, a huge magic array suddenly appeared in the air. A fierce, saber-toothed tiger actually pounced on the person who had spoken just now. The incident happened so suddenly that no one was on guard. Fortunately, the fierce tiger didn't hurt anyone. It only bared its teeth and spat out stinky saliva. Even so, the 2 people were still badly frightened. The people from the Beast Tamer Academy immediately burst into laughter. "With just this bit of strength, they dare to frame us behind our backs. Won't they be scared out of their wits when we enter the secret realm?" With the previous experience, everyone kept quiet. No one dared to speak again. Lin Bai couldn't help but frown. They just casually said a few words, and this group of people is already acting like this. Their actions are a little too overbearing. Fortunately, they were standing quite far away, so the people from the Beast Tamer Academy didn't hear what they said. Chen Wu wasn't surprised. After all, the people from the 4 great factions were also like this. Those with great strength would naturally walk unhindered, wanting that everyone would give way for him. After all, their strength are displayed here. They have the capital to be so strong. The group of people were all Xianxia, especially the leading student. His aura was steady, and as he walked, he gave off an indistinct pressure. He might have already reached Xianxia level 5. One had to know that in their academy, only Lin Bai, Chen Wu, and Luo Qin had broken through to the Xianxia state, and all of them had just broken through not too long ago. The Xianxia state, which was originally rare in the outside world, could actually be seen everywhere here like cabbages. How could Luo Qin not be deeply shocked? He couldn't help but exclaim, "As expected, there is always someone better than you. Before this, I thought that I was strong enough, but I didn't expect that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Luo Qin was known as a heaven's favorite in the 5th high school, but he suddenly came into contact with another level. Only then did he realize how big the difference was. His expression was listless, like a frosted eggplant. Chapter 29, The Despised 3-Man Team Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation after the Beast Tamer Academy. The people from the Sword Cultivation Academy, the Talisman Cultivation Academy, and the Body Cultivation Academy also arrived. After the leading teacher saw that everyone had arrived, it was time to open the secret realm. I believe that before coming here, your teacher has already told you about the situation of the Mystic Essence secret realm, so I won't beat around the bush. Danger and opportunity coexist. There will definitely be disputes in the secret realm. You will have to rely on your own abilities. Every student can have a chance to initiate a confrontation in the secret realm. They can also reject a confrontation with the other party. The leading teacher will decide the decision so as to prevent the loss of lives. After the leading teacher explained the rules clearly, each institution began to form their own teams. Needless to say, the 4 major institutions had formed their own teams. As for the other institutions, they had formed their own teams as well. Only the 5th high school was placed at the end of the line, so their position became a little awkward. The people from the 4 major schools looked down on them, and the other ordinary schools didn't want their teams to be burdened. Having more people meant that everyone would get fewer resources. Moreover, Lin Bai and the others had just broken through to the Xianxia state. Their strength was average, so they wouldn't be of much use. The strength of the 5th high school is average. I don't know why they are able to come this time. They have just broken through to the Xianxia state, so their strength is too weak. This is not enough for the secret realm at all. We are already struggling. We can't carry the 3 of them even if we bring them along. Hearing the whispers of the people around them, Chen Wu's face was thin, and at this moment it was already red. It was unknown whether she was angry or embarrassed. Luo Qin's expression was normal, but his fists were tightly clenched. Only Lin Bai was calm and composed. It was fine if he did not go with this group of people. No one would interfere with his free movement. When the people from the Body Cultivation Academy saw this, they said in a strange tone, "I think the 3 of you should just go home. The secret realm is too dangerous. With your cultivation level, I'm afraid you won't be able to last half a day." Luo Qin's bones creaked. He was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Lin Bai. His black and white eyes had a hint of coldness, like an unfathomable ancient well. The student who had mocked him earlier did not dare to meet Lin Bai's gaze for a moment. He thought to himself, what the hell? He was clearly just a person who had just broken through to the Xianxia state. Looking at the backs of the people from the Body Cultivation Academy walking away, Luo Qin punched the tree trunk. The branches and leaves shook and countless leaves fell down. He was indignant. "Why did you stop me just now?" Chen Wu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "If I didn't stop you, should I have allowed you to have an argument with them and then see things get out of hand?" Luo Qin thought about it, and it was indeed the case. He was just a little unwilling to accept it. That group of people spoke a little too harshly. So what if they're from the 4 great academies? Look at the attitude of the people from the Beast Tamer Academy. You should know that this group of people aren't easy to get along with. They look down on us ordinary academies. Lin Bai consoled, "Actually, this is also good. We don't have to be controlled by others." However, Chen Wu wasn't that optimistic. She shook her head and said, "You don't understand that since it's your first time entering in secret realm. We don't have many people, and our strength isn't high either. If anything dangerous happens, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with it." After all, she was the daughter of the Wind and Cloud Dojo's director. Although the Wind and Cloud Dojo was declining day by day, and the resources they received were very small, Chen Wu had been to a secret realm before, so she knew how dangerous it was. "Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come." Luo Qin walked at the back, wanting to say something, but he hesitated. His expression was a little conflicted, as if he had finally made up his mind. "Calm down and think about it. What they said makes sense. Our strength is indeed insufficient, so I'm afraid it won't be of much benefit if we go." After saying this, he felt a little dejected. Luo Qin, who had always thought that he was talented, was nothing in this place. No wonder he felt so inferior. Although it was uncomfortable, he had to admit it. Chen Wu could hear the intention of retreat in his words. So you mean you want to quit? Luo Qin thought for a moment and nodded. Mystic Essence Secret Realm is full of dangers. It's better to wait until we are strong. It's also possible to go to the outer area to train. Among the three of them, Lin Bai might be the only one who had the strength to go there. If Luo Qin went there, he might even drag down the two of them. Chen Wu also felt that what he said made sense. She asked, Lin Bai, what do you think? I still want to go there. However, what you guys said is the truth. It's also a good choice to train in the outer regions. There were also training grounds in the outer regions of the Mystic Essence Secret Realm. Although it could not be compared to the Secret Realm, it was much better compared to the outer regions. Some students of the academies would also choose this place. Chen Wu said with some worry, but it's too dangerous for you to do it alone. Luo Qin also echoed from the side, that's right. If something happens and you don't have anyone to look after you, why don't you come with us to experience the outside world? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Moreover, do I look like someone who would act rashly? Chen Wu and Luo Qin thought of Lin Bai's unpredictable methods and the pet beast that was clearly a 2-star talent, but was able to defeat other pet beasts of a higher level. It was no wonder that he dared to challenge it. Perhaps he had other trump cards in his hands. A huge magic formation rose from under Lin Bai's feet. After the red and green lights flashed, a crisp bird cry could be heard, just like the cry of a young phoenix. Looking at the scarlet loon hovering in the sky, its fiery red feathers sparkled under the sunlight, making it look extraordinary and awe-inspiring. Luo Qin and Chen Wu were a little surprised. Did you tame this recently? They remembered that Lin Bai's pet beast was a little green snake. Chen Wu thought of Lin Bai's alternate heaven paradise, Scarlet Loon Peak. Could it be that he had tamed it there? As expected, she heard Lin Bai's answer. Luo Qin only found out about this today. He couldn't help but click his tongue and say, Kid, you're lucky. Not only did you get an alternate heaven paradise, you even got 2 for 1. Why don't I have such good luck? Everyone could contract a few pet beasts. The higher one's strength was, the more they could contract. However, Luo Qin and Chen Wu hadn't met a beast that suited their hearts. With the idea that it was better to not have one than get a random one, so they only had one so far. For the Scarlet Loon, it could be seen that there was still a lot of room for it to grow in the future. The magnificent tail feathers were not to be admired. Luo Qin and Chen Wu were both able to recognize the goods, and their hearts were instantly filled with envy. Plus, there was Little Green, who could challenge people of a higher level. It was no wonder that Lin Bai was so confident. Luo Qin and Chen Wu immediately felt much more at ease. Oh right, take this. It will be useful in case you get injured. Chen Wu suddenly thought of something and stuffed a porcelain bottle into Lin Bai's hand. Chen Kun was originally worried that she would get injured and get into an accident. He could faintly smell a medicinal fragrance. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Lin Bai wanted to refuse, but seeing Chen Wu's determined gaze, he could not refuse. Thank you very much. You guys have to be careful too. Okay, Chen Wu replied softly. No one noticed that her earlobe hidden in her hair had secretly turned red. Luo Qin was like a transparent person. He felt that Chen Wu was a little strange compared to usual, but he could not put his finger on it. He could not help but ask, what about mine? At least the 3 of us are together. Why does Lin Bai have one and not me? Chen Wu returned to her expressionless face. Lin Bai is going to the secret realm, and it's very dangerous. As for you, she pursed her lips and snorted coldly. The meaning behind her words was self-evident. Luo Qin, all right. It was clearly a team of 3 people, but he wasn't worthy. After bidding farewell to Luo Qin and Chen Wu, Lin Bai set out on his journey alone. Little Green and Little Red were more sensitive to auras and could easily find traces of demonic beasts. At the same time, if there was any danger, they would be able to immediately warn everyone. Accompanied by a cry, the Scarlet Loon flapped its wings and sped off in a certain direction. In a short while, it turned into a small black dot. Lin Bai stared in the direction where he disappeared. Little Red might have discovered something. At the same time, Little Green seemed to have sensed it too and also sped up and pointed the way for Lin Bai. Chapter 30. Three-Headed Explosion Crocodile. Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon boat translation, the strong trees were intertwined, like ancient dragons sleeping on the land. The exposed branches and leaves were its pulse, and rings of growth rings bore witness to the traces of time. Lin Bai walked among them. The light became dimmer and dimmer. He could barely see the huge marks on the ground, as well as the traces of some kind of creature passing by. He could not help but fall into deep thought. It looked like the footprints of some kind of reptile. Just as Lin Bai was thinking, he vaguely heard the sound of water. He carefully pushed aside the grass that was half the height of a man in front of him. Not far away, there was a white light refracting. When he got closer, he found that it was a lake. Little Red was hovering in the sky. The lake was so big that it had no boundaries. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was like a transparent crystal embedded in the forest. The towering boulders surrounding it were like the most loyal guards guarding this place. Lin Bai looked around and did not find anything unusual. Could it be that we made a mistake? He frowned slightly and saw that the surroundings were quiet. There was no trace of any small animals on the green grass. Logically speaking, there would more or less be the shadow of demonic beasts next to such a water source. However, other than the giant footprints that he had just found, there was nothing unusual in the area. It was quiet and peaceful, as if he had entered a fairyland by mistake. That wasn't right. This place was too quiet, which was why it seemed so strange. Lin Bai did not see the ripples that formed in the middle of the water surface. In the end, they grew larger and larger, as if something was about to come out. Little Red's cry became even more urgent. Rumble! With a loud explosion, water that was half the height of a person surged up from the surface of the lake. Countless water droplets shot up into the sky, as if it was raining, blocking Lin Bai's vision. A huge head emerged from the water. The serrated teeth were arranged in a neat and orderly manner, as if it could swallow a person whole with a single bite. The faint beast eyes stared at Lin Bai in a straight line shape, causing one to shudder at the sight. This was actually an incomparably ferocious explosion crocodile. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a fishy wind blew against his face. At the same time, the air was filled with an indescribable strange smell, and a dark green fog surged over. This fog was obviously poisonous. Lin Bai hurriedly swallowed the detoxification pill that Chen Wu had given him earlier. The flowers and plants that came into contact with the dark green gas instantly withered, showing how powerful the poison was. The explosive crocodile only popped out its head, and most of its body was hidden under the water. Therefore, Lin Bai did not know how big it was, but judging from the movement just now, its body was definitely not small. It should be at Xianxia level 1. Lin Bai himself was also at Xianxia level 1, so it was not difficult for him to deal with it. As long as he did not go into the water, it would be fine. After all, the water was not his home ground. Seeing that Lin Bai had easily dodged its attack, the alligator exerted its strength again. The dark green fog turned into poisonous arrows that almost covered the sky and earth. The dark green light carried a strong wind and came over. It was an almost impenetrable existence. Lin Bai shuttled through it. His figure was like a ghost. Spiritual energy spread out, forming a transparent protective barrier that enveloped his entire body. Little Red would occasionally harass the explosive crocodile in the sky and give it a claw. The explosion crocodile's skin was rough and its flesh was thick. Although Little Red could not break through its defense, it was able to disturb its mind. Clearly, the explosion crocodile was also annoyed by Little Red. However, Little Red had wings after all, and its speed was agile. The two of them could not do anything to each other. Ow! The alligator roared and took advantage of Little Red's attack. It suddenly stood up and bit towards Little Red. Little Red was like a red flame as it quickly flew through the air and dropped a few bright red feathers. Lin Bai could vaguely see that there was a shadow under the water, but it was not clear. It seemed that there was something stirring inside. He immediately had a bad premonition and secretly raised his vigilance. Because Little Green was small and the explosion crocodile was in the water, it was temporarily not of any use to the situation. The explosion crocodile was currently fighting with Little Red. As for Lin Bai, it didn't consider Lin Bai a threat at all. To the crocodile, Lin Bai was just an ant, but it didn't notice that the ant in his eyes had already quietly approached. Lin Bai gathered the strength of his palms with both hands and found the most vulnerable part of the explosive crocodile's head. A dazzling white light shot out from his hands. It was brilliant and incomparably powerful. By the time the exploding crocodile noticed it, it was already too late. Boom! The octane blast and the heaven-devouring myriad phase art were activated at the same time. It was as if a mountain was toppling over. Heaven and earth were turned upside down as they hit the head of the exploding crocodile. It was as if fireworks had exploded. One could even hear the sound of bones breaking. The head of the explosion crocodile fell straight into the water, creating a huge splash. What was strange was that its body was floating on the surface of the water and did not sink. Little Red circled low, wanting to find out what was going on. Lin Bai looked at the place where he found the shadow. The two shadows were no longer there. Sensing that something was wrong, he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful!" Almost at the same time, the water splashed in all directions. Another head popped out. Its sharp fangs were about to bite Little Red's neck, but they were suddenly interrupted by Lin Bai. It opened its mouth unwillingly and shot out a few ice arrows in Little Red's direction. Wherever they passed, even the temperature dropped. Little Red's flying speed slowed down when its wings touched it. The explosion crocodile's gaze landed on Lin Bai. This time, its beast eyes flickered with a scarlet and brutal light. Its gaze was as if it wanted to skin Lin Bai and pull out his tendons. The explosive crocodile just now actually had two heads. If it wasn't for Lin Bai's reminder, Little Red's head would have already been chopped off. The man and the beast were both a little surprised, but Lin Bai felt that things weren't over yet. A chill came from behind him, as if something dangerous was approaching. Lin Bai hurriedly rolled to the side, and a huge fireball descended from the sky, instantly creating a deep pit. Another head popped out from the side. Three-headed explosion crocodile. Even Lin Bai couldn't help but gasp. It had their heads, one poisonous fog, one icicle, and one raging fire. Each head was at Xianxia level 1, and together they were above level 3. If it weren't for the fact that a head had been knocked off just now, it would have been even more troublesome to deal with. The explosion crocodile had suffered quite a number of injuries from its previous carelessness. Although it hated Lin Bai to the bone, it did not act rashly. Clearly, its intelligence was not low either. Lin Bai stood on the mountain by the shore while the explosive crocodile was in the water. The man and the beast looked at each other, and the atmosphere became even more tense. He had a premonition that a fierce battle would follow. Chapter 31, Are You Seeking Playing Fire with a Phoenix? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the explosion three-headed crocodile glared at Lin Bai. Even though one of its heads had already been destroyed by Lin Bai, the remaining two were still not easy to deal with. Instead, they had fallen into a frenzy. Bubbles began to appear on the originally calm surface of the lake. They grew larger and larger. A dark vortex began to condense in the middle of the lake. The clear and transparent waters gradually became darker, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. Half of the exploding three-headed crocodile's body appeared above the surface of the water, and its two heads looked even more ferocious. It looked like a prehistoric giant beast as it opened its mouth aggressively. Boom! A water dragon descended from the sky and charged toward Lin Bai. The dragon's eyes were bright, and it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It gave off a supreme dignity, as if it was a real dragon. A dense and cold water vapor rushed towards him, instantly freezing one's blood. Just as it was about to approach, a green light flashed rapidly and blocked in front of Lin Bai. It was Little Green, who had not made a move all this while. As it turned out, when it saw the scarlet Luin bird and the three exploding crocodiles fighting, its heart had long been itching for an opportunity to show itself. Naturally, it could not wait to rush forward. Although Little Green's figure was smaller than the water dragon, it was agile. It was like a green chain that instantly wrapped around the water dragon, trapping it within and preventing it from moving. The dragon's roars continued, but it was useless. After all, it was still an illusion, so how could it compare to Little Green, who had the bloodline of a true dragon? The water dragon's figure became dimmer and dimmer until it finally disappeared in the air. The water droplets that filled the sky suddenly fell back to the surface of the lake. The three-headed exploding crocodiles saw that their attack was easily neutralized by Little Green, and their beast eyes became more and more irritable. Roar! With a sharp cry, the entire surface of the lake became boiling like boiling water. However, the temperature in the air became lower and lower, and light blue ice crystals condensed on the grass and trees. It was difficult for them to defend against the severe cold, and they gradually withered. This layer of ice crystals rapidly expanded outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obviously very hot in midsummer, but the temperature in the water area was terrifyingly low, as if they were in the middle of winter. Lin Bai felt a bone-piercing chill and immediately opened his defensive barrier, enveloping him, Little Green and Little Red. It was unknown when it started to rain, but when the raindrops fell on the ground, they created a deep pit. Lin Bai had an ominous premonition in his heart. He saw the explosive crocodile spew out cold air. In the blink of an eye, the raindrops formed an ice cone floating in the air, surrounding the man and the two beasts. He didn't expect it to have such an ability. Seeing the explosive three-headed crocodile slowly approaching, Lin Bai would have to expend a lot of energy if he were to fight it head-on, not to mention whether his defensive barrier would be able to withstand it. Little Green, distribute fog. It was damp here, and there was a water area nearby. The three-headed explosion crocodile relied on its advantage here to be able to summon wind and rain. Little Green was also of the water attribute and had the bloodline of a true dragon. It could also do the same. As soon as it finished speaking, the green mist slowly rose and swallowed Lin Bai's figure. The three-headed alligator immediately lost its attack direction, and the icicles fell to the ground. It walked around restlessly. It knew that the enemy was here, but it lost its direction. Its heavy and hurried breathing could be heard, like a huge bellows. Lin Bai was nearby. A stream of divine power slashed at the three-headed explosive crocodile's body like a sharp sword. The originally indestructible scales suddenly split open, revealing the flesh inside. The three-headed explosive crocodile suddenly bit down, but missed. Lin Bai arrived on another tree like a ghost. Bang! Unable to bite down, the three-headed explosion crocodile was like a headless fly. It began to rampage. It kept feeling that Lin Bai was right beside it, but missed. Lin Bai relied on his ability to see and use of sneak attacks on the three-headed explosion crocodile from time to time. Even though it could not cause fatal damage to the crocodile, it had broken through its defense. Its strong tail swept behind it like a hammer. It was like a merciless bulldozer that knocked down towering trees one after another, trying to find traces of Lin Bai. Seeing that the three-headed explosion crocodile had once again revealed its weak point, it was just about to go forward when one of its heads turned around and almost caught Lin Bai off guard. It turned out that the three-headed explosive crocodile had also learned its lesson and wanted to bait him, so it deliberately revealed its weak point. The temperature suddenly rose, and its bloody mouth was just inches away from Lin Bai. A stinky wind blew over, and countless flames were like lava. For a moment, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Fortunately, Lin Bai suddenly bent down and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. Even so, his clothes and hair could not help but be stained with sparks, and the faint smell of his hair being burnt could still be felt. Damn it, 3 heads with 3 elements. The huge flames soared into the sky, as if the entire forest was about to be set ablaze. The moisture in the air was evaporated, and at the same time, the green fog was dispersed. The three-headed explosive crocodile finally saw Lin Bai's figure. It was like a cannonball, and its scarlet beast eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. After all the wounds on its body were caused by this person in front of it. Along the way, it kept spitting out flames like a volcano erupting. Wherever it passed, the ground was scorched. The tongues of fire raged, giving rise to countless manic fire beasts that crazily destroyed everything in front of it. The raging flames were about to swallow Lin Bai whole. A clear cry could be heard. The scarlet Lewin was blocking in front of it. It flapped its wings, and its entire body shone with golden light. Looking at the raging flames, it actually swallowed them in one gulp. With the phoenix bloodline, why would Little Red be afraid of these things? After all, who had the ability to compete with a phoenix in fire? Even if the bloodline in its body had not been activated, it was more than enough to deal with the three-headed explosion crocodile's flames. The scarlet Lewin pecked at its feathers. After swallowing the flames, it became even redder and brighter, as if it was plated with a faint layer of golden light. It seemed as if it still had some unfinished business. The three-headed explosion crocodile was extremely unwilling to accept the fact that its attacks had been neutralized again and again. It let out a long cry, and a huge fireball slowly condensed in the air, just like the sun. The scarlet loon bird's eyes were also burning with fighting spirit, and it also opened its mouth widely. It was the true fire that contained the power of the phoenix. The two forces collided in the air, and a huge airflow swept to the side. Fire meteors fell from the sky one after another, creating a dreamlike scene. Lin Bai gathered the spiritual power in his hand and followed closely behind. Along with the power of the true fire, it hit the body of the explosion three-headed crocodile. Boom! The remaining two heads of the explosive three-headed crocodile were also hit. They rolled into the water and dyed a part of the water red. Chapter 32. 1 against 3, Little Green's Breakthrough Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, if it were any other ordinary person, they wouldn't even have time to run for their lives when facing the explosion three-headed crocodile, let alone fight it. Even if the people from the 4 great academies joined forces to deal with it, it would still be difficult. It was simply unbelievable if news of Lin Bai single-handedly destroying it with 2 pet beasts spread out. This explosive three-headed crocodile is indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Bai held onto the tree trunk and panted slightly. Other than his slightly tattered body, there were traces of icicles and raging flames on his clothes, but there were no other obvious wounds. If not for the fact that the explosive three-headed crocodile had underestimated its enemy and lost a head, the fierce battle would not have ended even now. The biggest reason why this area of water was called the Crystal Lake was because of its beautiful scenery, as if it was a fairyland. The surface of the lake was like a crystal embedded in the forest, hence its name. However, there were also powerful demonic beasts guarding it at the same time, and ordinary people didn't dare to enter easily. The 4 great academies had deep foundations, and they had a part of the map of the mystic Yuan's secret realm, thus they avoided this place. Lin Bai unexpectedly barged into this place by accident and even met the leader of the demonic beast, the exploding three-headed crocodile. He meditated for a moment and soon recovered. This place was originally a paradise. Now it was not only riddled with potholes, but even the vegetation had been lifted up, revealing black scorched soil. Beside it were broken trees. It was a complete mess. The crystal lake was even more turbid, stained with an ominous blood color. The huge beast corpse floated in it. Even though the three-headed crocodile was dead, its 3 heads still retained the malevolence and unwillingness from when it was alive. Anyone who saw this scene could not help but feel apprehensive. Hiss, hiss, next to it, Little Green was anxiously sticking out its tongue. Its entire body was emitting a faint green light as if something was surging within it. It struggled to come out. That ball of light swam all over its body and finally arrived at the 7 inches above its head. It was Wrestle's. The tip of its tail slapped the ground hard, stirring up a cloud of dust. Little Green, what's wrong with you? Everyone knew that the snake's 7 inches was the most fatal part. It rolled on the ground in pain, giving Lin Bai a fright. He hurriedly took a step forward to check its condition. Lin Bai condensed spiritual power from his palm and poured it into Little Green's body, slightly smoothing out the restless spiritual power. Only then did he know that Little Green was actually shown signs of a breakthrough after the battle just now, but it was just a little bit short of an opportunity. I see. The explosive three-headed crocodile had just died, and the cultivation in its body had not completely dissipated. Lin Bai hurriedly stretched out his hand and absorbed all of this into his body. Then he passed it on to Little Green, who was in urgent need of a breakthrough. Little Green, who was still struggling fiercely, suddenly relaxed its body. Even its expression became calm. Lin Bai placed it on the ground. He could only see a huge spell formation covering its entire body, but he could not see clearly what was inside. At the same time, an incomparably huge phantom slowly rose from Little Green's back. Its body was endless. Its head and tail were nowhere to be seen. Its head was like a camel, its horns were like a deer, its eyes were like a rabbit, its ears were like a cow, its neck was like a snake, its abdomen was like a clam, Its scales were like a carp, its claws were like an eagle, and its palms were like a tiger. It was a majestic, true dragon. The scarlet loon bird, which was originally circling in the sky, sensed an inexplicable ancient pressure. At this time, it also retracted its wings and stopped on a branch at the side, silently watching Little Green's transformation. The true dragon's shadow flashed past and quickly entered Little Green's body. It was so fast that Lin Bai almost thought it was an illusion, but the faint residual power in the air could not fool anyone. After an unknown amount of time, the light finally gradually dissipated. Lin Bai finally saw clearly that Little Green's body had become longer. The bulge on its head had finally turned into a small horn. The claws on its abdomen were still short and small, looking like ornaments. However, the flickering cold light spoke volumes about its sharpness. Lin Bai received Little Green's excitement and joy. This time, not only had it obtained the explosive three-headed crocodile skill, Icicle, but it had also leveled up Emanate Fog to Poisonous Fog. This had the effect of causing the enemy to lose their direction while also dealing a certain amount of damage. Just as Lin Bai and Little Green were feeling happy, the scarlet loon on the other side suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of pure flame. The color of this flame was different from what they had seen before. The outside was actually a faint golden color, as if it was surrounded by the light of the sun. The inside was pure red, as if the red sun had just been born. The most surprising thing was that the flame did not have any temperature. Even Lin Bai, who was so close to it, could not feel any burning aura. Boom! However, when it landed on the ground, it suddenly burned a huge pit. One could imagine its power. The scarlet loon burped. As if it was showing off, it spread its wings and circled above Lin Bai's head. From time to time, it would spit out a small ring of fire, and its gorgeous tail feathers would pass through it. Those who did not know the truth would think that it was performing acrobatics. Lin Bai did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw it. It turned out that the scarlet loon's true fire had also absorbed the three-headed exploding crocodile's raging fire and turned into a 6th grade sun true fire. It was much higher than the 3rd grade of fire of the Green Lotus medicine shop. If an ordinary flame wanted to level up, the requirements were extremely harsh. Not only did it have to swallow another type of flame, but it also had many restrictions. The main reason was that the scarlet loon had the phoenix bloodline in its body. When a phoenix controlled fire, the true fire would naturally have a different reaction. That was why it was so easy. If it was an ordinary person, whether they could succeed or not would be a problem. The two pet beasts had both leveled up their skills, but Little Green had also broken through. Based on the principle of not wasting resources, Lin Bai's gaze fell on the three-headed crocodile's corpse. In just a few moments, it was as if he was chopping vegetables and melons. The huge beast body was quickly dismembered, and he quickly found the inner core. When he felt it, there he found that there was actually 3 more, and he was instantly overjoyed. Good fellow, it was not in vain for me to fight with it for so long. It was worth 3 at a time. In front of it were 3 extremely round inner cores. One was covered in green shadows, one was glowing with water and ice gold air, and the other was a scarlet flame. 3 inner cores in one go. It saved me the trouble of looking for other demon beasts. I can try that pill recipe. This was the territory of the exploding 3-headed crocodile. Ordinary demonic beasts would definitely not dare to enter. Refining pills here was a good choice, and there was no need to look for a new place. Refining pills also had requirements on the environment, and it would also affect the quality of the pills. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and there was the residual power of the exploding 3-headed crocodile. It was the most suitable place. Even so, Lin Bai did not let down his guard. He let Little Green and Little Red guard him while he began to prepare the pills. Chapter 33. Pill Concoction Success, Minor Extreme Grade Essence Returning Pill Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai took out the cauldron that he had bought from the Green Lotus medicine shop from his storage bag. Rather than calling it a cauldron, it was more like a small broken furnace. Its entire body was pitch black and no different to a cooking furnace. It was also missing a corner. He had tried to clean it before, but it had no effect. He did not know what the black thing on the body of the cauldron was, but he could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, Lin Bai just let it be. No one had ever taught Lin Bai how to concoct pills, so he had to fumble around on his own. In addition, Elder Zai had casually imparted a few words of knowledge to him, as well as a beginner-level pill concoction book. After reading for a long time, Lin Bai suddenly lost interest. It's all theory without any practical knowledge. Why don't I try it out myself? He threw the book to the side and looked at the 3 round and smooth inner cores before putting them in without hesitation. It was as if he was throwing something worthless. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely scold him for wasting heaven's gifts. This kind of demonic beast inner core could be considered high grade. No matter what, it needed a precious cauldron to refine it in order to be able to release its full effect. But now, Lin Bai was using such a small broken furnace. The key was that it was his first time refining pills. It was already a blessing for a novice to be able to keep the furnace from exploding, let alone succeed. Generally, they would take worthless herbs to practice, and then use inner cores after they were familiar with the procedure. Yet, Lin Bai started with 3 precious inner cores. Lin Bai sat cross-legged with a small broken furnace placed in front of him. Because of the contract, he could share the pet skills, so he didn't need Little Red to light a fire for him. A ball of flame slowly condensed in his palm. It seemed mild and harmless, but it could burn everything. Thinking of the power of the Sun True Fire, Lin Bai couldn't help but worry if the small broken furnace could withstand it. If it burned through, how would find another cauldron in such a short time? Lin Bai carefully controlled the fire and approached the small broken furnace. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take it back. Unexpectedly, the small broken furnace did not respond. He tried to increase the flame's power again, but it was still the same. As expected, my judgment is not wrong. Even though the small broken furnace looked unremarkable, like a useless cauldron, it was able to withstand the temperature of the Sun True Fire. Just from that, one could tell that the cauldron was extraordinary. Lin Bai carefully examined it a few more times and found that other than being able to withstand high temperatures, there was nothing special about it. The body of the cauldron did not change much, so he immediately focused his attention on refining the pill. Although he was still unable to understand the mystery behind it, he would find out about the origins of this small broken furnace sooner or later. The most important thing now was to refine this pill properly. Lin Bai focused all his attention on the 3 inner cores in the cauldron. White mist rose from the body of the cauldron and swirled around it. He increased the intensity of the fire, and the Sun True Fire lit up his face, causing it to turn slightly red. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to control the 3 inner cores to fuse together. Green, white, and red rays of light interweaved together. However, Lin Bai was extremely patient. It was as if he was peeling a cocoon, allowing them to gradually fuse together. After a moment, he added in a few more herbs that he needed to use. The moment the herbs were put in, they instantly turned into green juice that slowly flowed and dripped onto the 3 inner cores. Although the body of the cauldron did not seem to have any burning aura, the temperature inside was terrifyingly high. The contact between the herbs and the inner core seemed to produce some kind of mysterious reaction. The originally indestructible inner core actually collapsed quickly, and something seemed to have melted. Lin Bai controlled the juice. It was as if a light rain had fallen inside the cauldron. Countless green liquids gathered in it, almost drowning the original inner core. Their original color had become a little dim. The 3 inner cores finally showed signs of merging. They slowly approached and stuck together. Even so, there were still 3 colors on the body of the pills. They looked a little mottled, and there were still some impurities that had not been expelled. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Bai closed the lid of the cauldron. The Sun True Fire in his hand suddenly shot up high and instantly swallowed the small broken furnace. A faint black shadow could be seen. I wonder if I succeeded. Lin Bai muttered to himself. His eyes were burning as he stared at the small broken furnace. At the same time, the Grand Sun True Fire was maintained at the same level of power to avoid being too high or too cold, which would affect the final quality of the pill. After an unknown period of time, a faint medicinal fragrance that was refreshing to the heart and mind was transmitted over. Lin Bai's spirit was roused, as he saw several rays of divine brilliance suddenly blossoming on the small broken furnace. They were like multicolored clouds that swept across the sky, dazzling and colorful. Those medicinal fragrances condensed and took shape. For a moment, they transformed into countless rare and precious herbs. All sorts of marvelous sights caused people to sigh in amazement. If those who knew how to concoct medicinal pills were here and saw this scene, they would definitely know that Lin Bai had succeeded. This was because only if he had succeeded would this happen. Moreover, it was a high-quality medicinal pill that would cause abnormal phenomena to appear. Is it going to work? Buzz, a clanging sound came from within the cauldron. Even the lid was blown away by the powerful airwave. Even Little Red and Little Green, who were on guard by the side, were attracted by this. They looked at the cauldron that was floating in midair with the words, "I want to eat," written all over their faces. Lin Bai extinguished the Grand Sun True Fire and carefully opened the lid of the cauldron. He saw that there were dozens of small pills laying quietly inside. Their shapes were round, and their 5 stripes of pill patterns were shining brightly. Minor Extreme Grade Essence Return Pill. It could directly bring in half a year's worth of cultivation. One had to know that this was Lin Bai's first time refining pills, and it was unexpectedly smooth. There was no sign of an explosion in the furnace, and the quality of the pills was still of the highest grade. If others were to find out, their jaws would probably drop in shock. After all, even an experienced alchemist would occasionally have the risk of an explosion in the furnace, let alone guarantee the grade of the pills. However, this was the first time Lin Bai concocted pills, and he had almost reached the peak of others. Lin Bai swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, a warm current surged up, and countless spiritual power surged into his meridians. He did not expect the medicinal effect to be so fast. He was once again dumbfounded. He did not know that ordinary essence return pills, no matter how high the quality was, would need some time to take effect. However, this batch that he concocted was actually able to come into effect in an instant. He did not know if it was because of this little broken furnace. Lin Bai's blood qi surged all over his body, and his cheeks were slightly red. His entire body had gained a few years of cultivation out of thin air, and it was as if his entire body was unable to exert its full strength. After consuming the Essence Return Pill, there was a special characteristic that required the user to spread its effect. Moreover, this pill was of minor extreme grade quality. After all, it could bring about half a year's cultivation in an instant. He had to stretch out all the muscles and bones in his body in order for the medicinal properties to be able to disperse and achieve the best effect. The best way was to fight a battle. Chapter 34, just in time for dispersing the medicinal effect, Attack Me Together Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, seeing that there were still some materials left, Lin Bai, on the principle of not wasting them, threw them all into the small broken furnace. He estimated that he should be able to refine another batch. Lin Bai divided out a small portion of the Sun True Fire to warm the pill furnace. He sensed that the qi in his body seemed to have become hotter, and he knew that he had to start dispersing the medicinal effect as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the medicinal effect had worn off, the effects would be greatly reduced. I reckon there wouldn't be any demonic beasts here. This area was the territory of the 3-headed exploding crocodile. He still needed to walk a little further. As expected, after Lin Bai walked out of the crystal lake, he encountered a few more demonic beasts. It was just that they no longer had a cultivation as high as the 3-headed crocodile, so it was too easy to deal with them. At the same time, some of the students from the 4 great academies also bumped into each other by chance. Compared to the high-spirited state they were when they first entered the secret realm, they were now in a sorry state. There were more or less some wounds on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had experienced a lot of beatings. When I first entered the secret realm, I encountered a demonic beast at the first level of the Xianxia state. I spent a lot of effort to cut off one of its hands, but in the end, I actually let it escape. Not only were there heavy casualties, but we also didn't get anything. It's really unlucky. The people from the Sword Cultivation Academy were dejected, and the people from the Body Cultivation Academy beside them couldn't help but show sympathy. Then, we are even more unlucky. We originally wanted to pick the exquisite fruit, But who would have thought that its guardian demonic beast was actually at the third level of the Xianxian state, the Howling Moon Ice Wolf? If we didn't run fast, I'm afraid we would have become dinner by now. We are the same. Those demonic beasts are each harder to deal with than the last. Until now, we haven't even taken a breather. Even if we don't die in the mouths of those demonic beasts, we would die from fatigue. The people from the several large academies ridiculed one after another. After hearing the other party's encounter, they were like brothers in distress. No one revealed a gloating and mocking expression. After all, they weren't any better off. I don't know if you have felt it, but the overall level of the demonic beasts we encountered in the Mystic Essence secret realm this time has increased quite a bit. Compared to the students who were in a sorry state, the leading teachers seemed much more relaxed. Unless the safety of their lives was truly threatened, they wouldn't make a move. Roar! A beast roar came from not far away. The students who had just experienced a fierce battle were like frightened birds. They looked over in astonishment and saw countless flying birds hovering in the air. They vaguely heard several loud noises. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Could it be that another demonic beast has run over? Can we even catch our breaths? Everyone was talking at the same time. Unlike them, the leading teacher had a high cultivation level, and his spiritual sense could cover a wider area. He could feel that there was a powerful spiritual power in front of him besides the demonic beasts. There seems to be someone over there. Let's go over and see what's going on. The moment he finished speaking, a beam of fire shot into the sky, almost burning half of the sky. Even the white clouds had turned bright red, and there was a faint heat wave coming from it. This was definitely not something that demonic beasts could cause. Everyone looked surprised. No way! Which big shot could cause such a big commotion? Could it be from the Sword Cultivation Academy? After hearing this, the people from the Sword Cultivation Academy hurriedly shook their heads and said, "It shouldn't be from our academy. Our academy focuses on swords. This spiritual power is more likely caused by the battle techniques of pet beasts." The other people's gazes fell on the Beast Tamer Academy, one after another. They were also completely confused, without any thoughts. From our academy? That doesn't seem to be the case. I remember that although there are a lot of fire-type beast pets, none of them are as powerful as this. Could it be that some low-key big shot has been hiding his strength all this time, so we don't know? It was needless to say that those who cultivated in talismans mainly relied on talismans. Although their spiritual energy wasn't strong, there was a possibility that they had all sorts of strange talismans. As for the people from the Body Cultivation Academy, they could be excluded. After all, they were all training their bodies and using objects to enter the Tao. They didn't have much contact with spiritual power. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like anyone from any academy. When everyone got closer, the more they looked, the more shocked they were. Along the way, countless towering trees were broken at the waist, and the ground was in a complete mess. One could imagine what kind of battle this person had gone through, and everyone gasped in amazement. When they rushed over, a 7-star demonic beast, the heaven-piercing pangolin, fell down with a loud crash, and a figure stood in front of them. After seeing its appearance clearly, everyone said in unison, "It's him!" It was Lin Bai, one of the 3 people who had been despised previously. Looking around, he did not see any other people, and an unbelievable thought appeared in everyone's mind. Could it be that he had dealt with the sky-piercing pangolin alone? Seeing that Lin Bai was the only one around, the leader's expression changed slightly. "Why are you alone? Where are your other teammates?" One had to know that the secret realm was fraught with danger, which was why they had asked everyone to form a team. If danger arose, there would be people who could look for an opportunity to seek help. Lin Bai was alone. If he really encountered something that could not be solved, he might not even know how he died. If there were really casualties, the leading teacher would also take responsibility. Lin Bai shrugged helplessly. "I'm by myself. I've mentioned joining other teams, but no one is willing to take me. Moreover, you never said that no one is allowed to act alone, right?" The leading teacher was rendered speechless by him. His gaze fell on the people from the other academies. Seeing that Lin Bai wanted to blame them, the people from the Body Cultivation Academy had a bad temper. They could not stand it immediately. "What do you mean by no one is bringing you along? Don't you know what you're capable of? Don't you know to take the initiative to quit so that you won't drag others down?" That's right. You still have the face to blame others for not bringing you along. Now, it's our fault. Lin Bai looked at the arrogance of this group of people and sneered, I'm just a burden to others. Since you guys are so powerful, then just make your move. Don't complain. Everyone thought that they were hearing things. This person was at the tail end of an ordinary academy and had just broken through to the Haoshan state, was actually so arrogant and wanted to challenge them. What was the difference between this and an egg hitting a rock? They had always been the only ones who were insolent. Now that they had met a person who was even more insolent than them, the people from the big academies were instantly in an uproar. Agree to him, beat this arrogant brat to the ground, and let him know how powerful we are. The captain of the Body Cultivation Academy, Luo Yulin, did not hesitate. He directly rolled up his sleeves and said, Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, he was about to walk forward. Wait a moment. Seeing that Lin Bai suddenly spoke, Luo Yulin revealed a contemptuous smile. Why are you afraid? It's not too late to regret now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and call me Grandpa, this matter will. Before he could finish his words, Lin Bai spoke slowly. All of you can attack together. Chapter 35. Where did this monster come from? Is he really from the 5th high school? Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? What did he say? Everyone thought that they were hearing things. Lin Bai, on his own, actually said that he wanted to single-handedly fight the 10 people from the Body Cultivation Academy. Even the most powerful people from the Beast Tamer Academy and Sword Cultivation Academy didn't dare to say this. One word, arrogant? How arrogant was he? Brat, your strength isn't that great, but your tone isn't small. Lin Bai's casual expression made Luo Yulin's fists creak. He wanted to punch him in the face. The other people from the Body Cultivation Academy also glared at him. These words were undoubtedly humiliating them. Since you've already spoken, as seniors, we'll teach you the principles of being a person. Under the leadership of Luo Yulin, the people from the Body Cultivation Academy surrounded Lin Bai. They burst out with tyrannical power and saw an endless stream of towering green mountains appearing before everyone's eyes. Their bodies emitted several rays of divine light that were overflowing with colors. Their auras were extraordinary. With every step they took, the ground would shake. It was as if they were giants from ancient times, walking amidst the vast mountains. Seeing the deep pit footprints they had left on the ground, the people from the other academies were filled with emotion. As expected of the Body Cultivation Academy, they forged their bodies and entered the Tao through martial arts. With such a terrifying aura, I'm afraid ordinary people won't be able to break through their defenses. It was indeed the case. Unlike talisman cultivators and beast masters, the people from the Body Cultivation Academy didn't need to wear any defensive magical treasures, because their bodies were the strongest armor. The few of them shouted at the same time, and a strong wind instantly blew around them. A strange fluctuation spread rapidly toward Lin Bai with them as the center. Even the others who were watching the battle at the side also retreated dozens of meters to avoid being affected. Luo Yulin took a step forward and said, "Move the 5 mountains." He drew a strong air current with his hands, and a few giant trees nearby were actually broken at the waist, as if he had really pushed something. In the next second, a giant palm appeared in the air, covering the sky and the sun. It mercilessly pressed toward Lin Bai. Under the giant palm, everyone were like ants, unable to resist at all. Lin Bai's expression was the same as usual. He stood where he was, and his deep eyes were like a calm ancient well. What's going on? Is he scared silly? He even forgot to resist and escape, and he's still acting tough even now? Hee, wasn't he arrogant just now? If you have the ability, then continue acting so arrogantly. This move is indeed powerful. Body cultivators are able to take a beating and fight. Even we have to spend some effort to deal with them, not to mention this kid. Everyone discussed animatedly. They believed that Lin Bai would definitely lose. Even Luo Yulin's eyes revealed a hint of contempt. However, in the next second, his expression suddenly became dull. The towering green mountain and the ancient giant, which were originally unstoppable, were about to crush Lin Bai's body. However, they seemed to have been blocked by something and were actually unable to advance any further. When everyone saw the 2 gigantic creatures stop in midair, they looked at each other in bewilderment. not knowing what they were up to. Little did they know that the faces of the people from the Body Cultivation Academy had turned pale. The powerful spiritual pressure on their bodies made it difficult for them to breathe. Everyone sank into the ground, as if they could still hear the sound of bones breaking. What's going on? In comparison, Lin Bai's expression was relaxed. Luo Yulin and the others were the ones who had exerted the force, but now it seemed to have been reversed. The others also noticed that something was wrong with the people from the Body Cultivation Academy and said in confusion, "Why do I feel that the situation a little strange? The one suffering should be this brat, but why does it seem like it's the other way around?" Luo Yulin gritted his teeth and persevered. His forehead was covered in sweat. "This brat is a little strange. Let's end this battle quickly." Everyone exerted their strength in unison. The giant finally took a step forward. He suddenly raised his foot with an unstoppable momentum, wanting to trample Lin Bai under his feet. Seeing this, Luo Yulin and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. However, they only heard a cry of surprise. "Look at what that is!" Gorgeous tail feathers streaked across the sky like a brilliant meteor, crashing into the towering green mountains and the giant at an extremely fast speed. A billowing heat wave assaulted their faces, and Luo Yulin and the others were like cooked prawns. Their faces were extremely red. It was as if they saw a red sun slowly rising. Before they could react, the red light was just inches away from them. Their pupils suddenly constricted, and they finally saw the creature at the center of the flame. It was a scarlet Luin that was emitting golden light all over its body. It was as if a phoenix had descended into the world. It was so piercing that one could hardly open their eyes. The enormous pressure made one's legs go weak. Forget about escaping. At this moment, their minds were completely blank, and their entire bodies were drenched in sweat. The towering green mountain and the ancient giant were blasted away. On the other hand, Lin Bai seemed as if nothing had happened. Everyone smelled a burning smell. The hair of the people from the Body Cultivation Academy was charred black, and their clothes were also burned to the point of holes of varying sizes. They looked no different from the beggars on the streets. It was truly too miserable. Even so, there were still people who were unconvinced. "This is nothing. You're just relying on your pet beast. If you have the power, you can fight on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bai finally moved. His hands formed a seal, and his entire aura changed. It was as if even his bones and blood were flashing with a golden light. He looked indestructible, and those who did not know him would think that he was the one from the Body Cultivation Academy. Boom! He suddenly punched out, and it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The stars fell, and an unstoppable fist intent swept over. Being swept by this strong wind, everyone felt a chill on their foreheads. Countless pieces of hair fell to the ground, and they were instantly overwhelmed with shock. The people from the other academies were flabbergasted. What kind of fist technique is this? It actually has such a powerful force." Luo Yulin and the others were greatly shocked. They had also sensed the power of this move, so they hurriedly gathered all the strength in their bodies and once again condensed a huge shadow in the air. However, it was only the fist wind, and the shadow had already dissipated before it had fully formed. At this moment, Luo Yulin and the others already had the intention to retreat. They regretted agreeing to Lin Bai's duel. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to regret now. Bang! A huge crater was created on the ground. Lin Bai knew his limits and did not want to kill anyone. He was still some distance away from the Body Cultivator students, but even so, they were still blasted everywhere by the wind from the fist. Everyone's expression was blank. There was only one thought in their minds. Where did this monster come from? Is he really from 5th high school? We can't even defeat his pet. We thought that bird was powerful enough. We didn't expect him to be even stronger. No wonder he dares to act alone. We underestimated him before. Chapter 36. This is pill concoction, this is eating food. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the scarlet Luin docilely perched on a nearby branch. Its golden feathers and gorgeous tail feathers were like fine gemstones, pleasing to the eye no matter how one looked at it. However, everyone thought about the flames just now. The temperature was so high that it seemed as if their entire bodies were about to melt. The remaining heat had clearly not dissipated yet, but they couldn't help but shiver. They only felt their scalps go numb. A human and a beast had defeated the body cultivator students in such a manner. It was estimated that they would need some time to recover. Now that they had lost their fighting strength, it was obvious that they would not be able to explore the mystic essence secret realm for a while. If everyone knew that Lin Bai had a little green whose fighting strength was on par with the Scarlet Lewin, who knew what they would think? I did not expect that the people from the 4 great academies would be wrong this time. The Body Cultivator Academy has suffered a great setback this time. Exactly. Now that they are in this state, I guess they can only leave the mystic essence secret realm to recuperate. If they miss this opportunity, they will suffer a great loss. If I had known that Lin Bai was so powerful that even the people from the 4 major academies couldn't compare to him, I would have teamed up with him. I would have definitely obtained a lot of benefits. The people from the other academies were whispering among themselves. On the other hand, the faces of the 4 major academies were as ugly as they could be. Although the Body Cultivator Academy was defeated by Lin Bai, they were also implicated. After all, they had mocked Lin Bai a lot back then. The Body Cultivator Academy's tragic defeat would inevitably give everyone the illusion that the other academies were no match for Lin Bai. The people from the Talisman Cultivation Academy and the Beast Tamer Academy could not stand it anymore. They were determined to get back at Lin Bai. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, the reputation and honor of the 4 great academies would be tarnished. Don't be too pleased with yourself. It was just a fluke. You relied on your high-tier pet and Luo Yulin and the others' carelessness to defeat them. The people from the Beast Tamer Academy snorted coldly and stepped forward. When everyone heard this, their expressions were all different. The people from the Talisman Cultivation Academy hurriedly added, "That's right, it was just good luck. You might not be so lucky next time. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it?" The people from the Talisman Cultivation Academy and the Beast Tamer Academy spoke one after another. However, Lin Bai's expression changed, and he turned around and walked to the side. Everyone was a little confused. "What, are you afraid? That's why you don't dare to accept our challenge? As expected, you're a coward." Lin Bai's voice was indifferent. "I'm not free now. My medicinal pills are almost done." As his back was facing them, no one could see what he was doing. They only thought that he had found a random excuse to avoid them and immediately burst into laughter. "Forget it. Why don't you find a better reason? Do you really think that we are as gullible as 3-year-old children? Why did you suddenly change into a pill concoctor?" Many people had contemptuous looks on their faces, thinking that Lin Bai did not dare to accept the challenge. Lin Bai appeared in front of everyone with a small broken furnace. By the end of the core formation stage, the Grand Sun True Fire had already become much smaller. Due to the suppression of his aura, it looked no different from an ordinary fire. When everyone looked at him, they thought that he was cooking with fire. Someone asked in disbelief, "This is your pill cauldron?" Lin Bai nodded, and at the same time, he drew out strands of spiritual energy to warm the small broken cauldron. When the Talisman Cultivator and the people from the Beast Tamer Academy saw this scene, they almost laughed until their stomachs ached. "You actually call this pill refinement? You're clearly cooking food." The small cauldron was pitch black, as if it had been burned by smoke and fire for many years. If it weren't for the 3 legs, it would be hard to tell that it was the shape of a cauldron. An ordinary pill concoctor, even if they were at the lowest level, would find a way to buy a good cauldron. After all, cauldrons had a greater impact on the quality of medicinal pills. Moreover, inferior cauldrons were easy to blow up. At that time, the medicinal ingredients and demonic beast inner cores that were put in would all be wasted. In order to avoid great losses and expend energy, they would all pursue a cauldron of good quality. It was unlike the thing in Lin Bai's hand. It was pitch black and did not have any aura. It was as if it had just been dug out from a rubbish heap, making it look very shabby. And the fire under it. What the hell is all this? Everyone looked at the weak flame. They could almost not feel its heat. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse. They were really worried that if a gust of wind blew over, it would be extinguished. "This cauldron and this little flame, are you here to be a joker? If this setup can be used to concoct a pill, I can even swallow the ashes of the cauldron." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint medicinal fragrance came from the air. It felt like a person who had walked in the desert for many days had finally tasted a mouthful of sweet rain. Just this fragrance alone was refreshing and intoxicating. Lin Bai looked at the person who had spoken just now. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "What did you say just now? This is impossible. How can you concoct a medicinal pill?" Everyone did not dare to believe it. However, that medicinal fragrance could not be faked. Everyone knew that if the quality of a medicinal pill was high, there would be a strange phenomenon. Lin Bai opened the furnace. A faint green smoke instantly burst out like a spring. The withered leaves around him, caused from the battle before, grew tender green branches once again. The pure aura of life burst out, and the plants flourished, nourishing all things. In an instant, it was as if one could hear the sound of melting. The light green fog gradually dissipated, but the inside of the cauldron flickered with spots of golden light, like the pearl of the vast sea, appearing incomparably mysterious. Inside laid 4 round medicinal pills. The surface was smooth, without a trace of crack. There were also a few circles of golden patterns surrounding it, making it seem even more precious. Just by looking at them, one could feel a powerful energy, let alone consuming them. Great Fortune Pill? Some people who knew the value of the pills shouted out the name of the pill. It was an existence that was even more powerful than the small fortune pill. Lin Bai was actually not joking. He was really refining pills, using the broken furnace and the unremarkable fire that they had just mocked. He actually took advantage of the fight just now to concoct a batch of pills. No way, no way. He just casually concocted it like that, and he even concocted 4 extreme-grade pills that are in perfect condition. As everyone knew that refining pills was extremely dependent on the environment. In the environment just now, when Lin Bai was fighting with the body cultivator students, his aura was modeled. If it was accidentally absorbed, it would easily affect the quality of the pills. From the looks of these pills, they were not affected at all. It could be seen how much control he had over the cauldron. Chapter 37, so it's a pill concoctor, everyone became a sycophant translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, one had to know that pill cultivators were extremely rare. They didn't belong to the normal awakening profession, so they were rare in number. Their status was very high. Even if they were a low-star pill cultivator, no one dared to underestimate them. If they were able to refine top-grade pills, even grandmasters would have to give them some face. There were even some who could refine heaven-defying pills. They could extend their lives and revive the dead. Even a grandmaster would have to lower his head when he saw such being. After all, who didn't experience calamities? It wasn't scary to offend a pill cultivator, but what was scary was the big shots behind the pill cultivator. Moreover, Lin Bai himself was very powerful. Now that he had refined such a medicinal pill, one could imagine his future. Everyone's gaze immediately became fiery. "Big Boss Lin, I was blind just now. You're a very magnanimous person, so don't bemind people like me. I have the 4-star spiritual treasure grass that I just picked here. It's well preserved. Big brother, do you need it?" He quickly took out a light green plant from his storage bag. The leaves were tiny and looked like stars. They grew beside the cliff and took a lot of trouble to pick. "Wow, he actually beat me to it." The person beside him rolled his eyes and said disapprovingly, "Hurry up and move aside. You only have 4-star medicinal plants, yet you still have the nerve to take them out. Big brother, I have 5-star demonic beast inner cores here. Take it as an apology for what happened just now." Everyone was secretly regretting in their hearts, asking them to be courteous in front of Lin Bai. One by one, they started to rummage through their storage bags. What was the best way to curry favor with an pill cultivator? Of course, it was to send all kinds of materials. In a short while, colorful demonic beast inner cores and all kinds of medicinal plants were placed in front of Lin Bai for him to choose from. Even the smiles of the teachers who led the team became especially cordial. They asked if Lin Bai was injured or not. Laying on the ground, the people from the Body Cultivation Academy looked at the scene in front of them. Lin Bai was like the stars surrounding the moon, while they were covered in dust and dirt. No one cared about them, and they had lost all their dignity and face. Luo Yulin was angry and anxious. He was so angry that he actually spat out a large mouthful of blood. His companion beside him exclaimed, "Captain, He wiped his mouth to show that he was fine. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Let's go." The people from the Body Cultivation Academy had no choice but to help him leave. At this point, who would help this group of defeated people? Before he left, Luo Yulin turned to look at Lin Bai, his expression becoming more and more ruthless. I won't let him off just like that? No one noticed their departure. Many of the people from the academy threw olive branches at Lin Bai one after another. With such a big shot around, not only could he fight, but he could also refine pills if they were injured. Who wouldn't want to be on his good side? Big shot, you come to our team, we'll give you half of all the resources. You have the right to choose any natural treasures or panaceas first. There was even someone who introduced himself. Big brother, although you are very powerful, do you need a helper by your side? I think I am quite suitable. There was even someone who licked his face and made up nonsense. Big brother, actually, I have wanted to invite you since the beginning. Just based on your temperament, you are definitely not someone refined to this pond. It's just that I have never had the chance to say it out loud. I hope you can give me a chance this time. He was really too shameless. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm and flattery, Lin Bai naturally knew what they were thinking. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. When they thought that he was a burden, they would avoid him as much as possible. Now that there were benefits to be found, they naturally surrounded him. Lin Bai was used to it and said, "There's no need. I'm used to being alone." Seeing Lin Bai's indifferent expression, everyone turned their noses up. It was no wonder that he was like this. The people who had rejected Lin Bai back then were now so regretful that their intestines had turned green. They couldn't say anything more as they were afraid that they would annoy boss. The leading teacher only told Lin Bai to be careful before leading the rest of the people away. Lin Bai watched them leave and spread out his spiritual sense. After making sure that there was no one else, he turned around and found a quiet valley to transmit his power. After the satisfying battle just now, the medicinal effect had completely spread out. Lin Bai felt that his entire body was filled with power, and he was like a small furnace. Ding! The host has passed on a year's worth of cultivation to Little Green. The 300-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 300 years of cultivation. Intense golden light shot out from Lin Bai's body, and the entire valley was shrouded in the light, emitting a vague pressure. The golden light shot straight into the clouds, as if there was a living being swimming in it. A vague, dragon's roar drifted between the heaven and earth. If someone looked down from a high place, they would definitely find that the golden light was distributed in a very regular manner, converging into the shape of a giant dragon. In the mystic essence Secretrealm, the boundless mountains were endless. The shadow of the giant golden dragon could be seen among them, as if it was hovering among the mountains, patrolling its territory. Streams of dragon chi slowly gathered and surged in a certain direction. Little Green was wrapped in layers of golden light, forming a cocoon. Lin Bai could feel the surging energy in its body. He was relieved to know that Little Green was safe and sound. At this moment, the leading teacher, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped in his tracks. An unprecedented pressure enveloped his body, making his heart palpitate. However, it was fleeting, as if it was just an illusion. The other students had not reached that level of cultivation yet, so they did not notice anything. Seeing him suddenly stop in his tracks, the students around him thought that there was a demonic beast attacking them. They immediately fell into a state of alert and asked nervously, "Teacher, what's wrong?" The leading teacher shook his head. "Nothing." He turned around and looked. The distant mountains were verdant, and there was a sense of mystery in them, causing people to feel a sense of awe. "Let's continue walking." Everyone felt that the journey was extremely smooth. "It's so strange. When we came here, we met many demonic beasts. Why is there not a single one left now? Not to mention demonic beasts, we didn't even see any ordinary animals. How strange. Where are they hiding?" The people from the academy were discussing animatedly. What they didn't know was that those demonic beasts and animals were all cowering in their caves. Those with higher intelligence lowered their heads devoutly, as if they were pilgrims, they were worshipping something. That direction was where Little Green and Lin Bai were. The ancient pressure that was engraved in their bloodlines couldn't be erased even after many years. Now that it had been awakened, even if this king hadn't been fully born yet, the pressure that it emitted was still not to be underestimated. Chapter 38. The Strongest Person in the Sword Cultivation Academy by He, Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, not only Little Green, but even Lin Bai had undergone a huge change. One had to know that in his previous life, he had the worst luck. The cards he drew from card drawing game had always been the lowest level R card, but now that he was the king of luck, he triggered a 300-fold return. An incomparably huge magic array appeared beneath his feet. The white light and the golden light were on par. In the end, they slowly interweaved together, appearing incomparably noble and dignified. His meridians continued to expand, and countless amounts of spiritual energy surged into them. If Lin Bai's meridians were only the size of a lake previously, they were now no different from a huge river. From head to toe, even his hair was stained with a dazzling divine brilliance. His eyes were like lightning, making it even more difficult for people to look at him directly. It was as if a god from the 9 heavens had descended. First level of the Xianxia state, second level of the Xianxia state, the speed was like riding a rocket. It went all the way to the 5th level of the Xianxia state before it slowly came to a stop. Finally, it was stuck at the position of being one with the world. Lin Bai observed the changes in his body and exclaimed, "If I can trigger the few hundred times return a few more times, it won't be difficult to cross this state of being one with the world." It was another great harvest. Lin Bai, who was immersed in joy, did not know that Luo Yulin had brought the people from the Body Cultivation Academy to seek outside help. In the towering mountains, a group of people dressed in dark blue robes walked among them. The brooch on the upper left corner of their clothes was shining brightly, showing off its sharpness and radiating cold light in all directions. It was the shape of a sword, clearly the symbol of the Sword Cultivation Academy. On their waists, there were long swords of different sizes, as if they were enlarged versions of the brooch. This group of people were the other students of the Sword Cultivation Academy. They were led by Bai He, the most powerful team in the academy. They could be said to be able to kill gods and Buddhas when they encountered them. The man walking at the front was Bai He. He was handsome and had deep facial features. His eyes were extremely cold and carried a sword-like sharpness, as if there was no warmth at all. To be more precise, his entire person was like a treasured sword that had not been unsheathed. However, even if it had not been unsheathed, one could still feel the cold chill coming from the front. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Before anyone could react, they heard his deep voice. "Be on guard." The instant his voice fell, the towering ancient tree not far away suddenly broke apart, giving everyone a fright. The people from the Sword Cultivation Academy were well trained. They quickly adjusted their formation and prepared to defend and attack. Sha, sha, the strange sound came from afar and came closer. It was like a blower, but also like the heavy breathing of some creature. Countless birds were startled, and the sound of the tree falling to the ground was accompanied by the sound of it being crushed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the southeast direction. There were black shadows running through the bushes that were half the height of a person. They could vaguely feel the fishy smell. The creature seemed to have noticed them and quickened its pace. Someone cried out in surprise, What is that?" Black scales and a body whose head and tail could not be seen. Its scarlet eyes stared coldly at everyone as if it was looking at a dead person. It was still hissing and spitting out its tongue. When it stood up, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was actually an 8-star black water poisonous python. Its saliva dripped onto the ground and instantly burned a big hole. As it spoke, the black water poisonous python swung its tail and quickly launched an attack. Although its body was huge, it was extremely agile. It was like a black ghost, and everyone's heads were instantly covered by a layer of the shadow of death. Buzz, however, there was someone who was faster than it. A sound of contention came from the air. It was the sound of a sharp blade being unsheathed. A cold light suddenly appeared, and a divine weapon containing supreme divine light appeared in front of everyone. He held a long sword in his hand and stood in front of them. The sword was about 3 feet long and extremely thin, but it seemed to be forged from ice and snow. It was impenetrable, and there were mysterious and unfathomable totems carved on it, as if it contained supreme divine power. The hilt of the sword was actually in the shape of a dragon's head, and there was actually a crystal-clear pearl in the dragon's mouth. It was shining brightly, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. It was said that this was a treasure sword that was forged by a master-level blacksmith. It was called Dragon Spring. The people who were initially panicking gradually relaxed at this moment. With eldest senior brother's help, there's nothing for us to do anymore. A hint of hesitation flashed through the black water python's eyes. Having gained intelligence, it clearly knew that this man in front of it was not someone to be trifled with. However, Bai He did not give it any time. With a wave of his longsword, it seemed as if even the air could be split into two. The sword chi swept across, and the towering ancient tree cracked. The cut was extremely smooth. Roar! The black water python let out a painful cry. Its sturdy scales were all overturned by the sword chi, revealing red flesh and blood. It was as if black rain was falling from the sky, and scales fell all over the ground. Eldest senior brother's cultivation has improved quite a bit. He looks even more powerful than before. Everyone sighed with emotion. The black water python spat out large mouthfuls of black mucus towards the Bai He. Wherever it passed, the ground would corrode, and the vegetation would rot. Bai He was neither fast nor slow, and the dragon spring swept across the sky, bringing with it the power of mountains and rivers. Countless spiritual chi gathered at the tip of the sword. Strands of spiritual chi were like a waterfall. He suddenly swung his sword downwards. The power of the sword was unstoppable. The black water python rolled on the ground in pain. Dust flew into the air and the ground shook incessantly. Many people were almost swept away by its tail. Die! Bai He was expressionless as it slowly spat out a word. It was already too late for the black water python to escape. The ice-gold blade was already within reach. Boom! After a loud sound, the black water python's body broke into two. Just like the towering ancient tree from before, its black inner core rolled out. Bai He did not even look at it. Suddenly, his gaze was like lightning as he looked to the side and shouted sternly, "Who is sneaking around? Come out!" "It's me," a few people walked out. It was Luo Yulin and the others. It turned out that Luo Yulin was on good terms with Bai He. To be more precise, Bai He was the superior one. It was also fortunate that they did not encounter any demon beasts on the way. Otherwise, the injured Luo Yulin and the others would not have been able to find Bai He. Who would have thought that they would encounter the scene of Bai He hunting black water poisonous pythons as soon as they arrived here? Looking at the bodies of the people from the Body Cultivation Academy who were covered in dust and dirt and in a sorry state, the people from the Sword Cultivation Academy were very puzzled. What happened to you guys? You guys are actually in such a sorry state. Luo Yulin revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss, you have helped me. The reason why we are like this is all because of that stinky brat called Lin Bai. After listening to his story, everyone became even more baffled. One had to know that even if the Body Cultivation Academy was at the bottom of the 4 great academies, it was still not something that ordinary people from the ordinary academies could deal with. But now they were beaten up by a nobody from the 5th high school, and they were beaten up to such a state. If word got out, it would simply be a disgrace. Chapter 39, Do You Dare to Accept My Challenge Translator? Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation Bai He frowned and said in a cold voice, "The 4 great academies are about to lose all their face because of you." Luo Yulin did not dare to retort, but he placed the blame on Lin Bai. If it were not for him, he would not have fallen to such a state. He was afraid that his reputation as a body cultivator student would be at the bottom of the 4 great academies. Boss, you really can't blame us for this. It's just that that little brat is too strange. He's clearly at Xianxia level 1, yet he can challenge those of a higher level. Also, his pet beast is also very abnormal. After hearing Luo Yulin describe the scene of his battle with Lin Bai, Bai He, who was originally indifferent, suddenly became more interested. Hearing what you said, he should be very strong. Luo Yulin immediately showed a fawning smile. No matter how strong he is, he's not as strong as you, boss. Ha 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 ha. Knowing that he was just flattering him, Bai He only raised his eyebrows. In that case, I'll go and meet him. Luo Yulin was overjoyed and quickly led the way. When they reached the place where they had previously challenged Lin Bai, they found that there was no trace of him. This is where we fought before. The lingering power had not completely dissipated. The fallen trees and the messy ground all told him that they had experienced a great battle here. Judging from the traces left on the battlefield, this Lin Bai was indeed quite capable. Bai He formed a hand seal and muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in front of them and guided them. That was the northwest direction. He shouldn't have gone too far. The group quickly chased after him. The strange thing was that they didn't see any demonic beasts along the way. However, their focus was on Lin Bai, so no one bothered about him. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of them. Bai He's gaze was burning, and Lin Bai seemed to have noticed it as well. He turned around, and their gazes met in midair. A deep and unfathomable lake was flickering with a faint light and a stream of snow that didn't melt all year round. The cold air assaulted their faces, giving them the feeling that they had met their match. "You are Lin Bai?" Bai He sized up the man in front of him, and a faint dark light burst out from his eyes, landing on Lin Bai's body. Then, he was a little surprised. He actually could not tell the depth of Lin Bai's cultivation. Even the spiritual sense he released disappeared without a trace. Lin Bai's expression changed. He sensed the cold air surrounding his body. His body trembled slightly, and the spiritual power instantly dissipated in the air. In just an instant, the two of them had gone back and forth, and in everyone's eyes, the two of them were still looking at each other. Lin Bai looked at Luo Yulin and the others, as well as the powerful man in front of him. He immediately understood that the person who came was not friendly, and he said with an indifferent expression, "I am." Initially, Bai He only thought that Luo Yulin was exaggerating. Now that he saw the real person, he finally understood that Lin Bai had something up his sleeves. Otherwise, why would they lose so miserably? His interest grew even greater, so he went straight to the point. "I want to fight you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Lin Bai had already rejected the previous challenge from the Talisman Cultivation Academy and the Imperial Beast Academy. According to the rules, he could not reject the challenge again this time. However, Lin Bai had never thought of rejecting it. After all, he had just broken through and was stuck at the state of being one with the world. Little Green was still one step away. Coincidentally, someone came to challenge him, giving him a chance to practice. Ordinary demonic beasts were like cutting melons and cutting vegetables to Lin Bai. It was useless to fight them at all, and it was a waste of time. Only an expert like Bai He could help him gain enlightenment in the battle. "What benefits do I get if I beat you?" Hearing Lin Bai's question, Bai He seemed to have heard a joke. He curled his lips, as if he was sure that he could not lose. Even so, he still opened his mouth and said, "If you win, I will hand over the treasure map of the secret realm. If I win, you will hand over all the pills you have refined." The expressions of the Sword Cultivator Academy and the others changed slightly when they heard that. How can eldest senior brother use the treasure map of the secret realm as a bet? "You came here for that?" Bai He's tone was ice cold as he said, "Don't tell me you think I will lose." Everyone thought it made sense. Bai He was young and famous, but he had been through hundreds of battles. He had never lost before, and this time was no exception. There was a sword tomb in the secret realm. It was said that the world-famous sword was buried there. The divine sword had a spirit, and after its master died, it would return to the sword tomb and be sealed until the next fated person arrived. All the sword cultivators in the world had a common goal, which was to obtain a suitable sword. Although the dragon spring sword in Bai He's hand was also a slightly famous existence, he still wanted to take a look. If the divine sword could approve of him as its owner, his combat power could easily improve by 100 times. He had been stuck at Xianxian 8th level for a long time, but he was unable to break through. Perhaps he could borrow the power of the divine sword and break through in one go. This was also the reason why Bai He had come here. Naturally, Lin Bai had heard of the legend of the sword tomb, but that location was extremely difficult to find. Without a map, it was impossible to enter. "Then it's a deal." The moment he finished speaking, the two of them retreated at the same time. They actually had a tacit understanding. Bai He unsheathed his sword, and he could vaguely hear the sound of jade. It was like an iceberg colliding with an iceberg, and in an instant, it felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. The snow-white body of the sword was extremely dazzling. He waved his sword and slashed out. A powerful air current swept over. It was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way were coming in mighty waves. It could be said that it flew down 3,000 feet. One could see the enormous dragon body in the Milky Way. What kind of undulation was it? It went against the current and rushed up to the 9 heavens. One after another, it swallowed clouds and exhaled fog. It was extremely shocking. The huge air current shook everyone and forced them to retreat tens of miles away. Only then did they manage to stabilize their bodies. Even they were the same, not to mention Lin Bai, who was in the middle of the battlefield. Where the tip of the sword was pointing, the sharpness was revealed. It gathered the power of 10,000 long dragons. It was like the roar of the Yellow River. The scene was shocking. He is indeed powerful, Lin Bai said to himself. He did not dare to underestimate the enemy. If he had not broken through earlier, he might not have been able to dodge this lightning-fast strike. His figure was like a flowing cloud and a cool breeze. It was hard to figure out where he would appear. He shuttled through the group of dragons as if he was dancing with the dragons. Seeing that Lin Bai had actually dodged, he put away his previously indifferent expression. Sure enough, you have some skills. No wonder Luo Yulin and the others were defeated by you. However, I'm not a motley crew like them. Luo Yulin and the others, who were called Motley Crew, were not angry when they heard this. They only looked on excitedly, wishing that he could beat Lin Bai down in the next second so that they could vent their anger. Chapter 40, Little Green's Breakthrough, Is It a True Dragon? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai dodged to the side and leaped forward, dodging the sword Qi that was rushing towards him. Even under such a dense attack, his breathing was still calm and there was no rush. It was clear that he was at ease. In my eyes, you are no different from them. Lin Bai's words drew the hatred of all the sword cultivator students. Damn, this kid is too arrogant and forgot a bit. Eldest martial brother must teach him a good lesson. Do you think that you are invincible after dodging a few moves? Eldest martial brother hasn't even used his ultimate skill yet. If he had used it, how can this kid would still be so arrogant? Bai He's gaze became even colder. Although he didn't say anything, the sword in his hand gave an answer. With a wave of his long sword, boundless sword Qi surged over and gathered above him. Suddenly, a vortex appeared and was spreading out in all directions. Sword lights and sword shadows tore apart the surrounding space. In an instant, the sky changed color. The sky was gloomy and rustling snowflakes rose. His sword Qi could actually affect the weather. It could be seen that he had reached the peak of perfection. No one has ever dared to say such words to me. You will pay the price for your actions. Bai He's tone was calm, and no other expression could be seen on his face. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was angry. Even the other students of the Sword Cultivation Academy revealed expressions of fear. Last time, when eldest martial brother was angry, I remember that person's end was terrible. All of his tendons and ligaments were broken by the sword Qi, and his spirit vein was completely destroyed. It could be said that he had no choice but to beg for death. He also seemed to be a solo cultivator. Relying on his high cultivation, not only did he challenge the Sword Cultivation Academy, but he also injured several students. Everyone was whispering, and their voices were much lower, as if they were afraid of disturbing some existence. Snowflakes sprinkled down, and in an instant, the ground was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. If it was a different scene, it would be fine to enjoy the snowy scenery, but unfortunately, under the cover of the silver clothes, it was full of killing intent. Each snowflake carried the sword Qi of the Baihe. The coldness was bone-piercing, and even the circulation of spiritual power became sluggish. Lin Bai exerted force from his palm, but frost Qi came out. Countless water vapor rose, and the white fog shrouded his entire body. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Grand Sun True Fire, and these gases were instantly evaporated. Little Red! A bird's cry suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, a huge fireball fell from the sky and smashed a huge pit on the ground. The temperature that had been lowered suddenly rose, and the snowflakes were instantly vaporized. Even the thin ice on the ground gradually melted. The scarlet loon dragged its gorgeous tail feathers and appeared in front of everyone. A tuft of hair in the middle of its tail was abnormally gorgeous. It was blazing with flames, and its entire body was emitting golden light. As it flapped its wings, the surrounding temperature increased by quite a bit. Even the earth seemed to have signs of rejuvenation. Bai He narrowed his eyes slightly. This Scarlet Lewin is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, his tone paused. With a raise of his hand, his sword was like a dragon. The cold wind blew, and powerful sword qi descended once again. The world was filled with strong gales that blew so hard that people almost couldn't open their eyes. The wind was like a bone-scraping knife that ignored the defense of spiritual power. It pierced deeply into the bones and blood, and all the meridians and blood in the body felt as if they were frozen. Even the flames around the Scarlet Lewin were much weaker. White mist rose and wrapped around its wings, limiting the burning of the flames. Bai He learned from Luo Yulin that Lin Bai had an extremely talented fire-type pet beast. Therefore, he used a top-tier ice-type cultivation technique so that the strength of the Scarlet Lewin could not be fully released. One sword parting worlds, he only lightly swung it. There was no gorgeous and complicated move, but it gave people great sense of danger. The mighty wind and snow instantly crushed over. It was as if Lin Bai was in an uninhabited wilderness, and all he could see was the vast land. Suddenly, a sharp sword light attacked. It was a sword that could split open the sky and earth. The snow mountains collapsed, and the world shook. Lin Bai was locked by the sword light, and he could hardly move. This time, eldest martial brother will win for sure. His beast pet is suppressed and can't do anything at all. Just when everyone thought that Lin Bai would lose for sure, a cocoon with a green glow appeared in front of him. It was Little Green, who had not broken through yet. Bai He's attack was completely blocked by it. It only left a white mark on it and not even a crack. There was not even a single opening. A row of question marks floated in everyone's mind. What the hell is this thing? Could it be that Lin Bai has another pet? What kind of pet looks like this? From the looks of it, it's not breaking through, is it? If a pet was disturbed during a breakthrough, it would at least fail to break through. At worst, it might even lose its life. The bystanders all knew how powerful Bai He's attack was. However, after the attack just now, the cocoon didn't have any wounds. It was obviously uninjured. It looked very stable. Those who didn't know would think that it was a magic artifact with extremely high defense. Even Bai He's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he couldn't see clearly what the pet beast inside the cocoon looked like, judging from its aura, it should be of the water element. So what if it blocks my attack? It's just a matter of time before it fails. Although he said so, Bai He looked at the cocoon floating in the air and Lin Bai, who hadn't made any moves all this time. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that it was better to end the battle as soon as possible. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Bai He moved, and the dragon's spring sword slashed forward fiercely. Mountains and rivers were cut off, and stars fell. The pressure of destruction made many people shiver. The sky and earth were filled with sharp sword light. The sword qi raged, destroying everything in its path. The sword that was originally a long sword transformed into countless densely packed swords. The tip of the sword carried a majestic aura as it pointed directly at Lin Bai. No matter how good his movement technique was, he would not be able to dodge this attack. This was because Lin Bai had no way to escape. In this world made of sword qi, Bai He was the king. He looked down from above, his eyes filled with coldness. The green cocoon seemed to be unable to withstand the sharpness and began to tremble violently. The green light flickered, as if the creature inside had been affected by something and was extremely unstable. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be impossible to break through. It was about to fail, but Lin Bai's gaze remained calm. He believed in Little Green's strength. I told you, eldest martial brother will definitely win. He's just a clown who overestimates himself. The people around looked as if they were watching a good show. No matter what the creature inside the cocoon was, it would not be able to block Bai He's attack unless it was a true dragon. Chapter 41. Little Green's Breakthrough, the Emergence of the Azure Dragon Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, countless dragon spring swords appeared in the air. They weren't ethereal at all. They possessed the full power of their true forms. The powerful sword, qi, almost tore the entire world apart. The tip of the swords pointed straight at Lin Bai. He was enveloped within them and would be pierced into a hornet's nest in the blink of an eye. Even if the green cocoon tried its best to protect him, He was still an insignificant existence amidst the sword light that filled the sky. Bai He seemed to be conscious, and his eyes were filled with a sharp aura. It's time for everything to end now. He waved his sword gently, but a huge wave surged into the sky, and the entire world was about to be devoured by the majestic sword intent. The head of the dragon's spring sword transformed into a dragon, swallowing clouds and exhaling mist as it whizzed away. Crack! A crack finally appeared on the green cocoon, and it spread rapidly around like a spider web. Everyone could vaguely see the green scales on it flash and disappear like jade. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded in the sky. Everyone's bodies trembled, and they actually had the urge to kneel down. No one saw that not far away, the birds and beasts that were originally hiding in the cave had all walked out. Their expressions were pious as they lowered their heads toward where Lin Bai was. Even those who had yet to develop their intelligence could feel an extremely terrifying aura. If someone were to walk in this area, they would definitely discover an extremely strange scene. Even those enemies' species were able to coexist peacefully at this moment, looking in the same direction. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mystic essence realm, the students who were fighting with some demonic beasts suddenly discovered that those demonic beasts seemed to have gone mad. They desperately wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they didn't want to continue fighting. They ran into the distance and then quickly disappeared into the dense mountain forest. What's wrong with these demon beasts? They seem to have suddenly gone mad. Their combat power has become so high. Why did they all suddenly run away? This year's Mystic Essence Mystic Realm is really too strange. We either can't find them at all, or they run away after finding them with much difficulty. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Some curious people used their fast-flying magic treasures or cultivation techniques to chase after the beasts to see what was going on. However, they encountered many magic beasts on the way, and it seemed that they were all heading in the same direction. Among them, there was no lack of high-star magic beasts. Out of safety considerations, they did not go any deeper. When they came back, they told their companions about it, which caused the crowd to be puzzled. Could it be that some spiritual plants of heaven and earth are about to bloom, which is why these demonic beasts are like this? After thinking about it, the crowd could only think in this direction. The magic beasts rushed to the valley where Lin Bai was. When they were still some distance away, they stopped in their tracks. It seemed that they were afraid of disturbing some kind of existence, so they did not dare to go any further. The people in the valley did not know what was happening outside and thought that it was caused by the dragon's spring sword. The dragon's spring sword is indeed extraordinary. From the sound of it, it doesn't seem to be any different from a true dragon. The people from the Sword Cultivation Academy looked at Bai He enviously. Their hearts were filled with respect and awe. However, they did not see Bai He's ugly expression. Although the dragon's spring sword in his hand was powerful, it had never been like this. His suspicious gaze landed on the cracked cocoon. Bai He actually felt that the dragon's cry was coming from inside. Boom! A loud, earth-shaking noise was heard, startling everyone. A huge light was emitted from the cocoon, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, the dragon's cry became even clearer. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. The dark clouds slowly gathered together. There was actually a rhythm of rain. Even the sky could not bear the huge weight, and it felt like it was about to collapse. The sky became darker and darker, and a fierce wind suddenly blew, making everyone waver. In an instant, the sky and earth fell into darkness, as if chaos had descended. They couldn't even see their own fingers. After a while, everyone finally realized what was going on. Looking at this scene, it doesn't seem like the dragon's spring sword can cause it. What on earth is going on? Their voices were blown into pieces by the fierce wind, and they couldn't hear clearly at all. Bai He held the dragon's spring sword in his hand, and his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. At some point, his palms started to sweat. He's just pretending to be mysterious. After saying that, he swung his sword without hesitation. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. With a thunderous sound, the lightning almost tore the sky into two halves. With the help of this light, Bai He could vaguely see the eyes of two beasts. They were filled with supreme pressure, as if an ancient beast had awoken. Bai He's heart palpitated, so much so that he almost lost his grip on the dragon's spring sword in his hand and dropped it on the ground. It must be known that it was a big taboo for sword cultivators to be unable to hold their swords steadily. In the darkness, everyone seemed to sense that something had passed by. They could barely see the cold scales and the endless body, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Everyone's vision was blocked, but Lin Bai could see it clearly. The dragon head in the clouds gave people an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was none other than Little Green, who had already broken through. Its body was more than 300 meters long, and it could not be seen at a glance. It seemed to be able to encircle the entire world and soar in the sea of clouds. It became strong when it encountered a strong opponent. Panic came in waves. He clearly wanted to escape, but because of the power of this unknown creature, he could only stay where he was and could not move. Sword swallowing mountains and rivers. Bai he did not give up. He wanted to swing his sword again. However, this time, the darkness finally dispersed. The green cocoon in front of Lin Bai was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a small green snake. Looking at the pair of green eyes, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the beast's eyes in the darkness just now. At this moment, Lin Bai's aura was getting higher and higher. After reaching a peak, his aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. There was no aura at all, and he looked like an ordinary person. His aura had completely dissipated. However, it was Lin Bai, who looked like an ordinary person in front of him, who made Bai he take half a step back. For the first time, Bai he, who usually had no expression on his face, showed a shocked expression. He had reached the Heaven-Man Unity state, which was the Grandmaster state. Bai he hadn't even been able to break through to the 8th level of the Xianxia state, yet Lin Bai had just broken through. I lost. The dragon's spring sword in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound, as if something had been broken. Chapter 42, Birth of a Real Dragon. 6 skills upgraded. Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Before anyone could react, they saw the dragon's spring sword in Bai he's hand fall to the ground. Then he lowered his head and admitted defeat without any struggle. He admitted defeat just like that? Did I hear wrong? What's wrong with eldest senior brother? Admitting defeat so easily isn't his style. No one noticed that Bai he's hand, which was hidden in his robe, was trembling violently. At this moment, not to mention fighting, even wielding a sword was a problem for him. The gazes of the Sword Cultivation Academy and the others fell on Lin Bai. Only then did they realize what had happened. Damn, how did he advance? Everyone could see the obvious change in Lin Bai's aura. Although they didn't know what his true cultivation level was, someone who could make Bai he lower his head must have already reached the state of Heaven-Man Unity. One had to know that even Bai he had been stuck at Xianxia 8th state for a long time, yet he had never broken through to the next state. Lin Bai had only fought for a while, but he had an epiphany. It was simply amazing. I've heard that some people become stronger when they encounter someone stronger. They are able to constantly break through in battle, especially when they are in a life-and-death situation. When they are in danger, they are even more able to stimulate their own potential. I have always treated it as a joke, but who would have thought that I would get to see it now? As everyone knew, one had to be fully focused in a battle. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes, and every strike was lethal. A sudden breakthrough sounded easy, but it was extremely difficult to put it into practice. If one did not break through at that time, they would end up suffering backlash. That would not be worth the loss. Everyone sighed with emotion. They looked at Lin Bai as if they were looking at a monster. The gap between people was really big. Bai he's expression was gloomy. He was no longer as high-spirited as before. He revealed a mocking smile. There's always someone better than you. I admit defeat. He took out a roll-off craft paper from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Bai. This is the map of the sword tomb. Lin Bai didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the map and walked away, feeling as if he didn't care about anything. Bai he stared at his retreating figure for a long time. Finally, he let out a faint sigh. The disciples of the Sword Cultivation Academy gathered around him and asked in confusion. Eldest senior brother, even if he has made a breakthrough, he has just entered the threshold of the Heaven-Man Unity state. Why don't you fight with all your might? The outcome is still unknown. It doesn't seem like your style to admit defeat so easily. Bai He revealed a bitter smile. As Lin Bai walked away, the pressure on his body seemed to have finally dissipated. However, there was still a lingering shadow in his eyes. Do you think I don't want to? He slowly picked up the dragon's spring sword on the ground. It was clearly a simple action, but he seemed to have spent a great deal of effort to do it. Everyone cried out in surprise. They finally saw clearly that the originally flawless dragon's spring sword actually had a bone-deep crack on its body. It looked extremely dazzling. This crack extended from the hilt to the end of the sword. There was no doubt that if it were to suffer even the slightest bit of damage, it would probably be completely broken into two. It seemed that this extremely precious dragon's spring sword, which was forged by a master, was completely crippled. Even if it was repaired, its foundation would be destroyed, and it would not be able to unleash the power of its former peak. He hasn't even made a move yet. My sword has already been destroyed, and my Dao has already been defeated. How can we talk about fighting anymore? Everyone stared at the crack. A gust of cold air assaulted their faces, and they were speechless for a long time. For sword cultivators, the sword was one with the person. If the sword was dead, the person was dead too. Now that the dragon's spring sword was destroyed, it was no wonder that Bai He directly admitted defeat. This was the only way to preserve his last bit of face. Otherwise, if he really waited for Lin Bai to make his move, everyone subconsciously shivered, not daring to imagine that scene. Lin Bai still did not know what kind of shock he had brought to the people of the Sword Cultivation Academy. He waited until he found a quiet place before he stopped and summoned Little Green. A green light flashed and an ancient pressure descended, as if a true dragon had awakened. Previously, in order to avoid being too high profile, Lin Bai had allowed Little Green to use the illusion technique in front of everyone. Only when it made a breakthrough could its true appearance be seen. Only now did he take a good look at Little Apple's appearance. The two small bumps on its head had completely grown out. It was obvious that they were in the shape of a dragon horn, and the claws on its abdomen had become even sharper. Its body had grown much bigger than before. At least it was not as long as a hemp rope, and no one could look down on it. It was awe-inspiring. Although it was not fully mature yet, it was already in the form of a baby dragon. What surprised Lin Bai the most was that all 6 of its skills had been upgraded. The headbutt had been upgraded to True Dragon Playing with Pearl. The Iron Tail had been upgraded to Divine Dragon Swinging Tail. The Poisonous Fog had been upgraded to Soaring Clouds and Mist. The Water Cannon had been upgraded to Tornado Rain Strike. The Binding had been upgraded to Dragon God Seal. The Bloodline Suppression had been upgraded to Dragon Roaring in the 9 Heavens. Just the names of these skills sounded cool enough. Lin Bai didn't know what it would look like when he used them. He was looking forward to the next battle. Gulp, gulp. He didn't notice that he was hungry just now, but now that he was free, he could feel it. After all, it was a battle and a breakthrough. The consumption was too much. Even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to bear it. Lin Bai didn't carry much dry food with him. He planned to get some ingredients on the spot, catch some game, or roast some fish to eat. He looked around and found that this place wasn't far from the Crystal Lake. After going around in circles, he came to the original place and found that the Crystal Lake from before seemed to have changed its appearance. The surface of the lake that was previously as clear as a mirror was now muddy. As if a mirror had been broken, it was stained with all kinds of stains. The shore was full of aquatic plants, some stinky fish and rotten prawns, and there was an indescribable strange smell in the air. Lin Bai could not help but frown. If not for the surrounding environment and the few trees, he would have really thought that he had gone to the wrong place. What's going on? It turned out that the 3 exploding crocodiles were originally the kings of the Crystal Lake. They usually relied on their high cultivation to bully other weak magic beasts, so their subordinates were especially arrogant. Now that the 3 exploding crocodiles had fallen, their subordinates did not dare to seek revenge. After all, their boss had just ended up like that. If they ran over, they would undoubtedly be handing themselves over. They dispersed in a hubbub, and the Crystal Lake was also extremely chaotic. Oh right, this Crystal Lake is its nest. The 3 exploding crocodiles should have hidden a lot of good things. Lin Bai rolled his eyes and immediately thought of a plan. He called Little Green to suck away the water in the lake. Little Green soared into the air and directly hit the lake with a tornado. A huge vortex appeared on the surface of the lake like a tornado. The lake water was also sucked in, and the level of the water dropped rapidly. In a short while, the bottom was reached. If there was anything good, it would have been divided up by the 3 exploding crocodile subordinates. This time, apart from a few aquatic plants, there were also some rotten rocks and pearl clams, but there was actually nothing. Lin Bai looked around and called out his bad luck. Suddenly, his gaze paused. What is that? Chapter 43. Black Jade Black Turtle Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai walked closer to take a look and pushed aside the water plants in front of him. Only then did he realize that it was actually a completely black turtle. It was like black jade, shining with a sparkling light. However, there were wounds all over the turtle's back. Its flesh and blood were tumbling, and fresh blood kept flowing out. Even the turtle's shell was missing a big hole. It looked very terrifying. It just stood there motionlessly. If it wasn't for its weak breathing, Lin Bai almost thought it was dead. Sing, Black Jade Black Turtle with Black Tortoise Bloodline detected. The system's voice in his mind immediately made Lin Bai ecstatic, and he immediately made a contract with the Black Jade Black Turtle. His blood dripped onto the turtle's back mountain, and a huge spell formation lit up, enveloping both the man and the turtle. It didn't take much effort to contract the Black Jade Black Turtle. After all, it was covered in wounds, and it didn't have any strength to resist. If Lin Bai hadn't discovered it, it probably wouldn't have been able to survive for long. White light repaired the wounds on the Black Jade Tortoise's body. After a while, the wounds slowly healed. The Black Jade Tortoise opened its eyes and stared at Lin Bai with its bean-like eyes, carrying a hint of trust and reliance. It knew that this was its savior. Lin Bai stared at its pitch-black shell and pondered for a moment. As expected, he didn't disappoint the crowd and said that simple and uncreative name. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. Fortunately, Little Green and Little Red could not speak human language at this time. Otherwise, they would definitely ridicule Lin Bai, and the colorful battle team would have another great general today. Since they got a new member, he had to pass on his cultivation to celebrate. Ding! The host passed on 10 days of cultivation to Little Black. 50 times return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 500 days of cultivation. Golden light burst out from Lin Bai's body, and the shape of a small sword condensed in the air. It was small in shape, but it was filled with supreme majesty, as if it contained the power to split the heaven and earth apart. One look and one could tell that it was definitely not an ordinary sword. The sword emerged from the top of his head. 3 flowers gathered at the top, and a lotus bloomed below. All the spiritual energy was poured into the sword, causing the illusory figure to become more and more solid. Finally, with a ziu sound, it entered his body. At this moment, Lin Bai had awakened his 4th profession, sword cultivator. As expected, every time he contracted a divine beast, an additional class would be awakened. Perhaps this was the mechanism of the return mechanism. Before Lin Bai could think too much, the old shell on Little Black's body slowly fell off and was replaced by a brand new shell. There were no impurities on the back of the turtle. It was extremely pure black, like a black spiritual jade. Even the patterns on the back of the turtle were very well organized, as if they contained the movements of the stars in the sky, or the arrangement of the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams, it faintly revealing an ancient aura. All in all, Lin Bai studied for a long time, but he still could not figure out what was going on. Even Little Green and Little Red came over. They were chattering at the side, as if they were arguing. No one knew what they were talking about. Lin Bai wanted to laugh when he saw the 2 of them. One was a dragon, and the other was a red loon that was about to evolve into a phoenix. They were of different species, yet they were still making noises. Now, they had a friend who was going to be a black tortoise in the future. Then, they were only missing a white tiger. Maybe when you evolve next time, you'll know what the pattern on it means. Lin Bai patted Little Black's back. Little Black also stuck its head out and nodded spiritually, as if agreeing with him. Other than the changes on Little Black's back, it was no different from before. However, the aura around it was more extraordinary than before, and its strength had also increased. After a short rest, the man and 3 beasts were ready to go to the sword tomb. According to the location marked on the map, The sword tomb was located in the deepest part of the southeast corner of the Mystic Essence Mystic Realm. Along the way, they encountered very few magic beasts, which greatly increased Lin Bai's speed. Just as they were about to pass through a dense forest, they heard the sound of thin ropes coming from ahead. Lin Bai could not help but become vigilant and cautiously approached. He saw a group of people not far away. They were armed with treasured swords, and their aura was extraordinary. The leader of the group was dressed in a black brocade robe, and the sleeves and hem of the robe were embroidered with auspicious clouds patterns with golden threads. They looked extraordinary. He held a folding fan in his hand. He did not look like a cultivator, but more like a young master from an aristocratic family. He was confronting the other people, and it seemed like there was a dispute. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the 7-star silver-scaled grass. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. Tui, just now, we clearly said that the capable will get what they want. Our senior brother lured away the silver-scaled grass's guardian magic beast. We also spent a lot of effort to pluck this grass. Not only did you guys sit on the sidelines and watch, but you also tried to take the grass. In your dreams, the group of more than 10 people were unmoved when they heard this. They retorted, "We've already said that the capable would obtain it. Do you think that you guys can beat us?" Those people were so angry that their faces were completely red. You guys are clearly acting like bandits. If senior brother comes back, he will definitely teach you guys a lesson. The young master folded his fan and his gaze was filled with coldness, but he did not show it. In that case, let's wait for your senior brother to come back, and then we will have a good showdown. After saying that, he turned his body to the side and gave a signal to the people beside him. Those people really thought that they would give up and walked over without any vigilance. Lin Bai couldn't help but frown when he saw this. These people obviously didn't come with good intentions, so how could they let them go so easily? Ah, in the blink of an eye, miserable screams rose one after another. A cold light flashed in the air. The dozen or so people unsheathed their long swords, not giving them any chance to react. Before they died, their eyes were wide open, as if they had not expected that these people would be so shameless. The young master kicked them to the ground fiercely. Naive, how could I let a cooked duck fly off? Suddenly, his gaze was like a knife coldly scraping towards Lin Bai's position. Who's there? Show yourself. Everyone was on high alert. Lin Bai had no intention of hiding after being discovered by him. He simply walked out and said with an indifferent expression, "I'm just passing by." Their gazes met in midair. After saying that, he calmly withdrew his gaze as if he did not see the bloody scene on the ground. Goodbye. It was very common for people to kill and steal treasures in the mystic realm. Lin Bai did not want to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, he was not familiar with this group of people. He did not know the cause, the process, and the outcome of the matter. However, this brocade-robed young master's way of doing things was really disgraceful. Looking at Lin Bai's retreating figure, the people beside the brocade-robed young master hurriedly asked, "Do you want to?" There was killing intent in the latter's voice. However, the young master waved his hand and said, "Forget it. To be able to walk alone in the mystic realm, one must either be powerful or got separated from his teammates. If it's the former, we don't need to cause trouble again. If it's the latter, I don't think he'll have anything good on him." After the group of people finished dealing with the bodies, they also walked toward the southeast. Chapter 44, The Extremely Dangerous Sword Tomb Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Lin Bai followed the directions on the map and walked toward the southeast direction. The vegetation became less and less. When he stepped into the yellowish-brown land, his field of vision was completely open. The sky was low and there were no clouds. It was as if heaven and earth were connected in a single line. Not far away, there was a stone tablet. It looked like it had been there for many years. After experiencing the wind and rain, it stood there. What was surprising was that the handwriting on it was still clear, as if it had just been written. Sword Tomb, the iron hook and silver painting were filled with a murderous aura. It was as if one could really see countless sword lights and shadows. In an instant, countless chills assaulted one's face. Even though Lin Bai was slightly surprised, he knew that he had already reached the boundary of the sword tomb. Lin Bai continued to walk forward. He could see a large tomb. There were all kinds of swords on it. They were of different shapes, sizes, and all kinds of different shapes. In short, there was nothing that he couldn't think of and nothing that he couldn't see. He kept his eyes fixed on the tomb and continued to walk inside. The swords placed outside were all ordinary. The real good swords should be in the inner part of the tomb. However, the deeper he walked, the more he could feel the cold wind scratching his bones. It was as if countless swords were cutting his body back and forth, and he could still hear the sound of golden spears. Fortunately, Lin Bai's body was strong, and he had opened up his spiritual defense shield in time. His entire body was covered in a layer of faint golden light, and he looked extraordinary. Even so, after walking for a while, his body was still slightly stinging. His originally light footsteps gradually became heavy, as if he had bound 500 kg of black iron. If an ordinary person were to walk in it, they would probably be reduced to a skeleton halfway through. Lin Bai finally understood why there were no traps outside the sword tomb, so the true power lay in this place. Now, there was already such a great pressure just at the outer perimeter. He did not dare to imagine what the scene would be like if he were to go deeper into the sword tomb. It was also strange. The sword tomb seemed to be close at hand, but it was far away in the horizon. After walking for so long, there was still quite a distance, no more, no less. It was exactly 100 steps away. Lin Bai knew that he must have fallen into some kind of spell formation, but he was even more surprised. He actually did not notice anything. It was enough to show the mastermind of the person who set up the spell formation. This spell formation was natural, but he could not find any flaws. It was as if it had merged with the sword tomb. Lin Bai originally wanted to break the spell formation, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was a little inappropriate. Putting aside the fact that he could not find the core of the spell formation, if he broke the spell formation so rashly, he might trigger other mechanisms in the sword tomb and fall into an even more dangerous situation. That would not be worth it. Lin Bai continued to walk forward calmly. The strong wind around him grew stronger, and tens of thousands of sword shadows wrapped around him, making it almost impossible for people to open their eyes. His steps were moving even slower. At this moment, he was actually like a snail. At this speed, who knew when he would be able to reach the sword tomb? Crack, crack, a faint cracking sound rang in his ears as if something was collapsing. Lin Bai felt a chill on his face and blood dripped down from it. He did not know when the defensive barrier had been broken, but a cold wind was blowing. The strong winds finally found a way to break through, pouring in one after another. The defensive barrier was on the verge of collapsing, like a small boat that had been knocked over by the waves in the wind and rain. It was completely submerged in the deep sea, finally turning into countless pieces. The golden light on Lin Bai's body had dimmed quite a bit. When it was completely destroyed, he was afraid that he would also be torn into pieces by the strong winds around him. Retreat and live, advance and die? A voice came from the void, sounding like a clap of thunder. The road ahead was still far away, as if it would never end. The gales became even stronger, as if anyone who stepped into it would be beheaded. However, an exit appeared behind him. As long as he turned around, he would be able to stay away from danger. Lin Bai only stopped in his tracks and walked forward without any hesitation. Seeing that he did not know what was good for him, the voice laughed coldly. A fierce wind whistled over and opened its bloody mouth towards him. It swallowed his entire body. In the next second, Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes. His vision gradually became clear. Not far away was the entrance of the sword tomb. It was an extremely ordinary feeling. There was no divine light bursting out, nor was there any sharp sword intent. Those who knew that this was the sword tomb, and those who did not, thought that it was no different from those caves that covered the mountains and plains. Lin Bai had passed the test himself, but he had never thought that it would be so dangerous. He had fallen into the formation without detecting anything. If he was not strong, or if his mind was not firm, he would be cut into pieces by the sharp sword intent in the surroundings. He could not hold on until now. Even the choice to turn back just now was a trap. If he had chosen to turn back then, he would have been cruelly swallowed by the formation. Not even a bone of him would be left. Sword cultivators should press forward and face difficulties head-on. It was despicable to retreat halfway. They were not worthy of holding a sword. That option seemed to give people a chance to live, but in fact, It was a dead end. From ancient times until now, there were actually quite a number of people who reached the sword tomb. However, the number of people who were able to successfully take the sword was very few. Most of them were defeated here. There was not even a complete corpse left of them, so very few people knew the secret behind it. Little Black, you guard the outer perimeter of the sword tomb. If there is any movement, report immediately. Little Green, Little Red, you guys guard the door for me. Considering that the black turtle's defense was excellent, Lin Bai let it guard the door. After arranging everything, Lin Bai walked into the sword tomb without hesitation. The sword tomb buried many treasured swords. It was said that even the sword immortal who was the best in the world buried his sword here before he retired. Many people hoped to obtain this sword. However, after many years, there was no news. Some people said that this sword had already been taken away. Some people said that this sword was not here at all. Some people said that this sword had already gained sentience and had left the sword tomb a long time ago. It had gone to follow its master. In short, there were many different opinions. No one was sure if the sword existed in the sword tomb. Even so, there were still many people who came one after another. After all, if one obtained the sword, it meant that one would obtain the sword Immortal's inheritance. That was a great opportunity. Even if it was a dragon's den or a tiger's den, one would still have to go through it. I wonder if I will have this opportunity today to see the true appearance of the divine sword. The interior of the sword tomb was a little dark. One could not see the surrounding environment clearly. However, there were some small specks of light floating in the air. They were like fireflies filled with stars. They looked very beautiful. What are these specks of light? Lin Bai observed for a moment. After confirming that there was nothing harmful, he could not help but approach to take a look. Who would have thought that at this moment, a small speck of light swayed over? Chapter 45. The Ordinary Wooden Sword Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the little light dot rested on Lin Bai's fingertip and rubbed against it intimately before finally revealing its full appearance. Green light suddenly appeared, as if a long green dragon had appeared out of thin air. The dragon's roar soared through the 9 heavens, and even the mystic realm seemed to shake along with it. The little light dots that were slightly dimmer were pushed aside one after another. The few light dots scattered in the air were not evenly distributed, but they were getting closer and closer to Lin Bai's position. Lin Bai looked at the green light sword in front of him. He had thought that Bai He's dragon spring sword was already the best sword in the world. He did not expect it to be a few levels lower than this. They couldn't be compared at all. This sword was sharp and could cut iron like mud. Lin Bai gently pulled out a strand of hair and put it on it. It was actually broken in half. If the dragon's spring sword was here, Lin Bai would not have had to make a move, and the sword would have been injured by this sword chi. It is indeed a good sword. The word green edge was engraved on the hilt of the sword. It lived up to its reputation and showed its sharpness. Lin Bai held the green edge long sword, and his aura seemed to have become incomparably sharp. With an indomitable aura, he cut through the darkness. However, in the end, he actually slowly put down the sword. Although you are very good, you are not the sword that I want in my heart. The instant he finished speaking, the green edge sword once again transformed into a speck of light. As if it had received an incomparably heavy blow, it disappeared into the darkness with a whoosh. Lin Bai raised his head to look. The specks of light around him had changed from the numerous stars before to only a few kittens. They were probably influenced by the King Feng's sword earlier. Another small speck of light landed in front of him. In an instant, purple chi came from the east. It was as vast as a waterfall and erupted in the secret realm. Purple mist swirled around, and one could vaguely see the body of the sword. It was brilliant and dazzling. A purple star slowly rose in the air and suddenly shone with a powerful light. It set off the dim environment around it as if it was daytime. In the end, it condensed into the shape of a long sword. At this moment, the ruler ruled the world and all the stars submitted to him. The few light spots that were originally close to Lin Bai started to flicker with light and actually became dim. In the end, they disappeared into the darkness. The sword that was shining with divine light and surrounded by purple chi appeared in Lin Bai's hand. The body of the sword was 3 feet long and had an image of the Big Dipper. Each of the stars on it contained the power of the sky. It looked extremely noble and magnificent. The one in the middle was Ziwei Star, the master of Du Shu, the heavenly emperor star. The stars twinkled as they welcomed the arrival of the emperor. The Ziwei Star twinkled continuously as if it was hinting that Lin Bai would choose him. 7-star Ziwei Sword. Lin Bai stroked the body of the sword. His eyes were full of surprise. Even someone like him who didn't know anything about swords could understand how extraordinary this sword was, not to mention that this sword also had the power of thousands of stars. It had many transformations, and its lethality could be imagined. Unfortunately, he still shook his head. He always felt that the 7-star Ziwei sword was a little too flashy. The 7-star Ziwei sword froze in midair, as if it couldn't believe that Lin Bai actually rejected it. If it were anyone else, they would have long been impatient when they encountered such a treasure sword and wanted to worship it as their ancestor. Although there were very few people who came to the sword tomb to successfully take the sword, there were still a few. The difference was that they risked their lives and spent a lot of effort to chase after those light spots. It could be said that it was a battle of wits and courage to be able to make a treasured sword submit to them. There were also those who were unlucky. Even if they passed the test of the sword catacomb, they were disliked by the treasured sword. In the end, none of them were willing to acknowledge their master, so there were even some who returned empty-handed. Who was like Lin Bai, who stood where he was and did nothing, only to have the treasured sword approach him? The key was that he still refused, and he even rejected 2 of them. If this news were to spread outside, who knew how many people would be so angry that they would vomit blood? Comparing people was indeed infuriating. Lin Bai did not know about the others, and he thought that this was how the treasured sword chose its master. After rejecting 2 treasured swords in a row, the few light spots became hesitant, as if they were worried that Lin Bai would reject them. After a moment, a dim light spot appeared in front of Lin Bai. How could the light spots that were left behind after being in the wake of Green Edge Sword and the 7-star Ziwei Sword be ordinary? What appeared in front of Lin Bai was a pitch-black and transparent black iron heavy sword. The body of the sword was more than 4 feet long, and it was much wider than the other swords. It looked extremely thick and heavy, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Lin Bai stretched out his hand and weighed it. It weighed 9, 9, and 81 pounds. Ordinary people could not even pick it up, let alone use it in battle. Most people might think that the black iron heavy sword was too heavy and not as light as ordinary swords. However, once this sword was brandished, its power would be unrivaled, and it would be able to split heaven and earth. Ordinary weapons could only go back and forth, and they could not withstand the power of the black iron heavy sword at all. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment and picked up the black iron heavy sword. He actually felt that it was easy to handle. The black iron heavy sword could be used for offense and defense, and it was also more in line with his intentions. However, he still chose to put it down in the end. For some reason, there was a voice in his heart that told him that these swords were not what he wanted. The black iron heavy sword did not move at all, as if it was trying to persuade Lin Bai to let him think about it carefully. You will also meet a more suitable master than me. Having said that, the black iron heavy sword understood that he had made up his mind. It immediately stopped hesitating and turned into a streak of black light that disappeared into the air. When the other light spots saw this scene, their figures also gradually disappeared. Be it the green edge sword, the 7-star Ziwei sword, or the black metal heavy sword behind them, they were all top-notch swords in the sword tomb. Lin Bai rejected them one after another. The swords had a spirit, so it was inevitable that they would feel that he was too picky. Lin Bai had walked all the way to the end, but there were no new light spots. Could it be that he was going to return empty-handed this time? Lin Bai looked around and thought that this trip to the sword tomb was just like that. Suddenly, he stopped as if he had kicked something, and only a clang could be heard. He picked it up and looked at it. It was actually a sword made of wood. It looked very ordinary, and there was no divine power on the body of the sword. It looked like a piece of junk that someone had casually carved, and it was somewhat sloppy. However, it was precisely this kind of sword that made Lin Bai unable to shift his gaze away. He slowly closed his eyes. A sword light suddenly disappeared like a shooting star. It was so fast that it almost made people think that it was an illusion. That mysterious feeling surged into his heart. It was as if everything could be used as a sword. Picking leaves to hurt people, flying flowers to be fierce. This was the sword that he really wanted. Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. His aura changed. It was as if his entire person had become an incomparably sharp sword. He was not longer confined to his mind nor object. Chapter 46. Be like water Ru Shui's sword, it seemed that as long as Lin Bai wanted to, even a leaf that he casually plucked would be able to hurt someone. It was also strange to say that even though he clearly did not understand sword techniques, he still naturally picked up the wooden sword and held the sword in his hand. It was as if he was a natural. His mind moved as he wished, but that was all there was to it. The wooden sword was light and did not have any weight in his hand. However, Lin Bai was able to move like a tiger. As a result, the speed of his movements became faster and faster. The wooden sword became an afterimage in the air. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch any traces of it. At the same time, a dark light flashed in the center of the wooden sword. A white fog appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the sword. An ancient aura descended as if something had been awakened. If someone were here at this moment, they would be surprised to find that Lin Bai seemed to have become one with the sword. He was the sword, and even if his moves did not have any technique, they still carried a supreme pressure. Lin Bai, who had fallen into a state of forgetting self, did not notice that the light spots earlier had begun to flicker crazily, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, as if they had been greatly stimulated. In the end, they slowly dissipated and hid in the void. Even the green edge sword, the Ziwei sword, and the dark steel heavy sword were the same. Everything was submerged in silence. It was as if those specks of light had never appeared in this place. When he slowly opened his eyes, it was still that inconspicuous wooden sword. One could even see the traces of worm-eaten marks on the body of the sword. It was as if it had just been an illusion. Lin Bai nodded his head in satisfaction. He had used this sword well. It felt as if it was tailor-made for him. If you have a sword in your heart, no matter how ordinary the sword is, it will be able to unleash great power. But if you don't have a sword in your heart, even if you hold a world-famous sword in your hand, you won't be able to unleash 1/10 of its power. Lin Bai muttered to himself as he touched the body of the sword. It was as if he had done this countless times in his mind. To him, this simple and unadorned wooden sword was like an old friend that he had met for a long time. When Lin Bai saw the wooden sword for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It's just a pity that I don't have a sword technique to cultivate right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light appeared. It was so sharp that he could barely open his eyes. The wooden sword in his hand suddenly became extremely hot, like burning charcoal. He almost couldn't hold it. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Even so, Lin Bai still didn't let go. He looked at the wooden sword in his hand that was like lava and didn't understand what had happened. The old man has slept for too long. An ancient voice sounded in the void. Lin Bai was stunned. The countless white fog that came out of the wooden sword transformed into the appearance of an old man with a white beard and white hair. It turned out that this choice not only suited Lin Bai's personality, but also the personality of the great sword immortal from 100 years ago. Before he died, he had left a divine thought in his natal magic treasure, waiting for the fated person. Now that a wisp of the sword immortal's soul had been activated, the current scene was appeared. No one would have thought that the great sword immortal's natal magic sword would actually be this most ordinary wooden sword. Lin Bai's heart skipped a beat, but in a moment, he became calm again. When the soul thought saw this, it revealed a satisfied expression. Mount Tai collapsed in front of you, but your expression did not change. Young man, you will definitely have great fortune in the future. Now that you and I have met, it is the best proof. In that case, I will gift you an opportunity. Young man, do you know what this sword is called? Lin Bai shook his head to show that he did not know. The soul smiled. That smile was actually filled with an indescribable mystery. Look, what is this? As he pointed across the sky, a small stream actually flowed past the two of them. The sound of the spring water dripping onto the mountain stream was so clear. The valley was serene, and it reverberated. The lingering sound was endless. It was as if Lin Bai was in the middle of the mountain. There was actually a zen-like feeling. There were poetry clouds, the bright moon shining on the pine trees and clear spring stones flowing above. Lin Bai lowered his head and looked. The water's surface reflected his own shadow, and the ripples were sparkling. His gaze was calm in the water, but he slowly revealed a smile, just like the expression on the face of a spirit. He slowly opened his mouth in the water, and golden spots of light emitted from the surface of the water. These specks of light formed a sentence in the air that carried the supreme Great Tao and floated in the universe. The voice of scripture and Sanskrit could be heard in the void. The supreme good is like water. Water is good for all things but does not contend with them. It is the evil of all people, so it is the same with the Tao. Living in a good place, the heart is good and the abyss is deep. The heart is kind and benevolent, the words are kind and trustworthy, the right governance is good and can move the good times. There's only nothing to worry when one does not contend. Tao Ti Ching Lin Bai felt that he had fallen into a certain state. He could not describe the feeling, but in short, it was extremely wonderful. In the end, it was the voice of the spirit that pulled him back to reality. That is why this sword is called Ryu Shui. Being kind and benevolent was like being water. Lin Bai's gaze was still a little chaotic. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the state just now. After a moment, he picked up the Ryu Shui sword and examined it carefully. The original wooden sword actually had some spirituality at this moment. Show me your own sword technique, and I'll give you some pointers. Logically speaking, a sword immortal should have passed down his own sword technique along with the Ryushui sword. However, this sword immortal was a maverick. He believed that every sword technique had its own uniqueness. If everyone practiced the same sword technique, wouldn't that mean that there would be no fun left? Although it was only soul consciousness now, any sword technique, even the ordinary sword technique, the heavy sword technique, which everyone knew, could reach the level of the great circle of grandmasters with the guidance of the sword immortal. Initially, he thought that what would happen next would be a plot that everyone would be happy to see. However, Lin Bai and the sword immortal's soul consciousness stared at each other. Just as the atmosphere became more and more awkward, Lin Bai coughed a few times and said, "Well, I don't know anything." Soul? He was most afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. The sword immortal's soul thought said dryly, "But you don't even know the most basic sword technique." Lin Bai had just awakened his sword cultivation profession and had never come into contact with it before. Not to mention the most basic, it was already good enough to be able to casually play a few moves. He rubbed his nose and shook his head. Even if the sword immortal's soul thought was powerful, it was only a soul thought. According to the sword immortal's plan, the descendants who came to the sword tomb to choose the divine sword would definitely have a small accomplishment in their sword arts. As long as his soul thought gave a little guidance, he would be able to achieve a supreme, ultimate art. The soul thought that he had more than enough time to give guidance to the descendants, but he did not expect that the plan did not change quickly. Now, he was actually awakened by a youth who did not understand sword arts at all. "I don't know if the Ryushui sword chose you or if you chose the Ryushui sword. It just so happens that you don't even know the simplest sword technique. Listen, youth, I only have the time it takes to burn an incense stick before I dissipate. When that time comes, sigh." The sword immortal soul faintly sighed. "Perhaps all of this is heaven's will. Looks like you and I are not fated in the end. Roar." Before he could finish his words, he heard a painful howl from a beast. Lin Bai's expression immediately changed. Something had happened outside. Chapter 47, Murder and Plunder, 5-Element Sword Formation. 1,000-year-old tortoise, this tortoise is quite resistant to being beaten up. It hasn't died even after being beaten for half a day. Didn't they say that it was a cowardly tortoise? This shell is about to be smashed by us. How can it cower in? Why don't we peel off its shell and see what it looks like inside? After all, black jade black tortoise is rare. I'm a little curious. Just as Lin Bai reached the door, he heard a wave of evil laughter and curses. The content inside was even more infuriating. The ground was in a mess. The black jade black turtle's shell was shattered, and its body was covered in bone-deep sword wounds. Bright red blood bloomed like a plum blossom. It was even more serious than when Lin Bai picked it up. It was in a state of near death. Even so, it still remembered Lin Bai's instructions. It stood firmly at the door, not letting that group of people enter. Although the black jade turtle was a new contract partner, it was also Lin Bai's beast pet. Now that it had been beaten up to this state because of him, he was instantly furious. He looked at that group of people with a gloomy expression. It's actually you." That group of people was the first to speak. It was actually the brocade-robed young master that Lin Bai had met previously. It turned out that they were from the Star Caesar Academy, one of the two famous schools in the capital. The leader's name was Xiao Yuchen. Because he had important matters to attend to, he came to the Mystic Essence Mystic Realm. Lin Bai knew that this world was divided into the Central Plains region and the 4 major continents. The 4 continents were respectively the East Divine Continent, the Western Desert Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, and the Northern Deer Continent. Lin Bai was in the weakest East Divine Continent, one of the small cities. The 4 great schools that came to temper themselves. But people knew there were people better than others, and there were mountains outside the mountains. However, Xiao Yuchen and his group were conceited enough to come from the capital and viewed this small city as a backwater existence. Even if they had formed a partnership with the people here before, they would only treat them as a chess piece that would be thrown away after it was used up. This was why Lin Bai had seen the scene of killing people and snatching treasures. Xiao Yuchen saw that Lin Bai had actually walked out of the sword tomb. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a dangerous glint in them. "I actually let you enter the sword tomb first. I've underestimated you. If you're more sensible, then hand over the things you obtained from inside. In that case, we can consider sparing your life." This group of people had obviously come for the sword Immortal's inheritance. Although they did not know whether Lin Bai had obtained it or not, they would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let 800 people go. Lin Bai directly handed over the wooden sword in his hand and said coldly, "This is what I obtained in the sword tomb." Looking at the ordinary wooden sword, which still had the impulse to leave behind bugs on it, the people from the Star Caesar Academy looked at each other in dismay. "Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Even if this broken wooden sword was thrown on the ground, no one would want it. You said that you took it out of the sword tomb, but who would believe it?" Lin Bai stroked the wooden sword. People were easily fooled by appearances and often missed out on many precious things. However, this group of people deserved to be blind. He said calmly, "Let me tell you, the wooden sword in my hand is the inheritance of the sword Immortal." The people of the Star Caesar Academy burst into laughter. "Did I hear wrong? He said that this piece of rotten wood is the inheritance of the sword Immortal. I'm dying of laughter. Is he crazy? I think he's crazy to want the inheritance of a sword Immortal. We don't know yet." Everyone knew that the swords in the sword tomb had a history and were very extraordinary. Even the lowest-ranked ones were not like the ones in Lin Bai's hands. They could not detect any spiritual energy in the wooden sword. It was extremely ordinary. It was a compliment to say that it was trash that no one wanted. "Senior brother Xiao, I think this kid is hiding something. He's deliberately making things up here to confuse us. Maybe he has found something good in the sword tomb, but he just doesn't want to tell us." Xiao Yuchen looked at Lin Bai coldly. His expression was full of condescension, as if he was looking at an ant. "You've seen what happened to those people before. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us." His gaze was filled with killing intent, but he did not know that Lin Bai was looking at them as if they were dead. This group of people had a good sword technique, but they had repeatedly offended him. They even had evil intentions. It just so happened that they had the experience of delivering themselves to the door. In that case, Lin Bai spoke slowly. His voice suddenly became cold, like snow in the winter months. It carried a bone-chilling chill. "Then all of you can go to hell?" The moment he finished speaking, the shadow of death flashed across the heads of Xiao Yuchen and the others. No one could see clearly how Lin Bai attacked. By the time they reacted, someone in the team was already slowly falling down. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was still a little confused. He had no idea what had happened. There was a thin line of blood on his neck. If one did not look carefully, it would really be easy to overlook it. Lin Bai looked at the water-like sword in his hand and felt extremely pleasantly surprised. Although it was a wooden sword, it was extremely sharp, and the sword aura was sharp. Even in the hands of someone like him, who did not know anything about swordsmanship, it was already able to seriously injure the enemy. He had been worried that this sword could not damage people at all. It would be difficult to use it to cut melons. Xiao Yuchen's gaze fell on Lin Bai. He did not dare to believe that he would act so decisively. After all, in such a remote place, with his cultivation, he should be an almost invincible existence, not to mention, there were more than 10 people on his side. And Lin Bai's actions had undoubtedly trampled on his face. Xiao Yuchen gritted his teeth and said, "You're simply courting death," Lin Bai said. "It's not certain who will die." Xiao Yuchen's expression was ferocious as he directly roared, "Kill him!" Several sword shadows rose from the ground and charged menacingly at Lin Bai. These treasured swords were incomparably sharp. Although they could not compare to the swords in the sword tomb, they were much better than ordinary swords. The air was filled with all kinds of sword shadows. The slightest carelessness would result in a hornet's nest. Lin Bai's figure was like a ghost as he shuttled through them. No one knew where he would appear in the next second. However, every time he made a move, someone would fall down. Every time someone fell down, Xiao Yuchen's expression became increasingly gloomy. He could see that the moves that Lin Bai used were basically chop, 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 and so on. He didn't even use a complete set of moves. However, it was such a person who did not even know basic sword techniques that killing them was like chopping melons and vegetables. It really made people vomit blood to the extreme.